rogues and outlaws.
You set out to take Vienna! Take Vienna!
The national bestseller by longtime Bannon producer Dan Fluette. Take a journey through the pictorial history of War Room in a culture that celebrates the weak. Show your support by standing with the rebels. Go to doitfluette.com or scan the QR code on your screen. Use the code RAV20 for 20% off your order. Stand with the rebels and never back down.
Happens when the fourth turning meets fifth generation warfare.
A commentator, international social media sensation, and former Navy intelligence veteran.
This is Human Events with your host, Jack Posobiec.
Christ is
The
King.
House has passed a bipartisan bill aimed at addressing deep fake pornography. The so-called Take It Down Act would criminalize non-consensual, sexually explicit images and videos using things like Photoshop and artificial intelligence. It would also require platforms to remove the content within 48 hours of notice.
What is the White House's ultimate objective here? Do you want to have long-term tariff revenue or deals that might reduce those tariffs?
I think it's a combination of both. So we're going to take in long-term tariff revenue. We put a process in place. We have 18 important trading relationships. We will be speaking to all of those partners, or at least 17 of them, over the next few weeks. Many of them have already come to Washington. What President Trump is referring to is the ability for tariff revenue to give income tax relief. And I think there's a very good chance that we will see this in the upcoming tax bill.
Well, this morning, the lights are back on across most of Spain and Portugal after a massive blackout left the area without power for more than 12 hours yesterday. Commuters were left stranded and traffic was at a standstill. Planes were grounded and some hospitals had to suspend operations while emergency crews worked to resolve the problem.
Prime Minister Mark Carney's Liberal Party has won Canada's federal election tonight. The Canadian Broadcasting Corporation now saying the Liberals will win more than Parliament's 343 seats than the Conservatives.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome aboard today's edition of Human Events Daily. We're here, we're live, Washington, D.C. Today is April 29th, 2025, Anno Domini. 100 days of making America great again. Here we are, United States of America, President Trump, second term of MAGA, making America great again. The sound and the fury. Yes, the sound of the American people finally standing up and the fury of the elites who just can't take it. You know, we were at the White House Easter egg roll about a week ago. I was there with my kids and we were standing maybe, 15, 20 feet away from the door of the Oval Office. And I pointed out to my boys and I said, that's where President Trump is working every single day. And they said, what does he do, Daddy? I said, he's working hard to make America great again. And that's what it comes down to. And so anyone who's been around here in Washington, D.C., you've got to understand that a lot of these changes are taking place, some incremental, some are big, some are small. We're going to be covering that throughout the day. Real America's Voice is going to have coverage late on into the evening, leading up to when President Trump takes the stage up in Michigan triumphantly this very evening. And Stephen K. Bannon will be hosting that coverage. I might pop in for a little bit. But folks, up north, things are not as well. Because up north, the Conservatives were routed last night in Canada. And they were led by a feckless and strange man named Pierre Poilievre. I'm going to say Poilievre. And this is a guy who rudely likes to eat apples and talk with his mouth full of food. I've always said that you should never do that. I think optics are very important in politics. And talking with your mouth full of food is exactly the kind of thing you want to do when you want to lose elections. One of the charts that came out in terms of exit polls, though, I think is very, very informative for us here. The age split on the issues is probably the talk of this election. For young voters, the top issues were reducing the cost of living, making housing more affordable, growing the economy, making Canada a better place to live. But for baby boomers, the number one issue was dealing with Donald Trump. And things like housing, the economy, cost of living, they were all the way down at the zero level. Even making Canada a better place to live, down at zero. And so the question for us is TDS taking hold north of the border, or is this a situation that we need to pay attention to, and I think we should pay attention to going in to 2020?
To understand what America First truly means.
Welcome to the Second American Revolution.
All right, Jack Posobiec, here we are in Human Events. Want to welcome in the third hour of the Charlie Kirk Show and his audience on the Salem Radio Network, coast to coast. Folks, you've heard me talk about My Patriot Supply because I trust them when it comes to my family's well-being. And I just got the word. They're doing something they've never done before. Right now, you can get the best-selling Mega 3-month emergency food kit for the same price as the standard kit. There's more than $360 of real beef, real chicken, plus farm fresh fruits and vegetables included at no extra charge. Even better, this kit now gives you 2,500 calories a day, more than any other emergency food supply that I've seen. And let's be honest, when things go sideways, you're going to need more than just survival. You need strength. You need energy. You need real food. This kit from My Patriot Supply will be there when you need it. It stays fresh for up to 25 years, and it ships fast and discreetly. If you've been waiting for the right time, this is it. Go to mypatriotsupply.com and claim your mega kit while this offer lasts. That's mypatriotsupply.com, mypatriotsupply.com. Well, folks, we're looking at the first 100 days of making America great again, but there's more to MAGA than there was perhaps the first time around, because folks realize, and I think know, that the MAGA coalition does not just include those of us who were sort of the core MAGA there at the beginning 10 years ago. No, it's expanded. There's so many more people involved now. And one of the biggest groups that's come in that has partnered with MAGA, of course, is MAHA. So now, not only have we seen 100 days of making America great again, but in fact, we've seen 100 days of making America healthy again. Something that, like, I just keep saying this, MAHA is the most popular political movement in America today. This is something that transcends the aisle. This is something that goes beyond parties. It certainly goes beyond personalities. And just like MAGA, it does also have an incredibly powerful personality at the helm of it, and that, of course, is RFK. RFK. So I said, I want to talk about MAHA today because I don't know that anybody else will, so someone has to do it. And so to do so, I wanted to get on the host of American Gravy. That is Chef Andrew Gruber. You may know him. He's also a city councilman in Huntington Beach. What's up, Andrew?
Thanks for having me. I appreciate it. Love talking MAHA. Let's do this.
Well, so when you look at the first 100 days, what really jumps out at you? You know, we've certainly seen a lot of restructuring. We've seen a lot of the conversation shift on so many of these issues. And to me, just from my perspective, it's, you know, and even with my wife, Tanya loves the MAHA issue. This is something that has just been a sawhorse for hers for a very long time. She comes from outside the country. So when she moved to the United States, she said, what is wrong with your food? She grew up in Europe. She said, your food, something is wrong, something it's just, it doesn't taste real, etc. And, you know, now, you know, and years ago, those types of concerns used to get pushed to the side. They say there's something wrong with you. The studies don't show that, et cetera, et cetera. Studies say the food is fine. Now it's front and center. So we've seen that huge push. But what about specifically from the MAHA movement reflected in government have we seen in these 100 days?
The MAHA-MAGA movement, I think, is one of the strongest coalitions we've seen in politics in over 100 years. Nicole Shanahan has repeated this. Obviously, she was an architect of a lot of it. And what I've seen is almost something that's happened in two stages, right? So there was the pre-election MAHA-MAGA movement, and that was about building awareness, right? Just explaining to every single citizen of the United States, where does your food come from? Why have you been sick, et cetera? Explaining how, and a lot of this was driven by like Callie Means and that coalition, you know, how the lobbyists have paid for the research, which pays for the headlines, which teaches people about how they eat, and then how the government stitches themselves into it. And it just becomes this massive coalition between the government and some of these big food manufacturers. And then they're all in it to get people sick, to really force feed us cheap food and import a lot of food. And I think that's where the tariff piece also comes into this. So everyone was aware of it. And I saw that by virtue of my restaurants. Hundreds of guests were coming in asking, where does this come from? What type of fats are you using to cook this, right? Are you using any local farms, local seafood? In my 20 years of owning and operating restaurants, this is the only time I've had such a large group of people asking questions like that. Now let's go past the you know, into the first 100 days. They got rid of the Gras loophole. The Gras loophole was the biggest hurdle in all of this because that's generally recognized as safe. That's how all the food manufacturers have slipped these questionable chemicals into our foods. And originally Gras was supposed to be for things like flour and sugar and salt and vinegars, things that we understand are safe and they don't need too much scientific research. And then they started stitching into that the food dyes and all the chemicals that we see on the back of the packaging. Now, in other countries, when you look at the back of their packaging and you only see a few ingredients, it's because they haven't been slipped in through that Gras loophole. So Kennedy got rid of that immediately. And then we started to see the movement happen on a state level, right? State legislation saying we're not going to use SNAP benefits to give
Gras
kids soda and junk
by the way,
food.
I want to for the folks out there, the Gras that's generally recognized as safe. And that's just this sort of like vague loophole where it's almost like you don't have to say it's safe. You can say it's generally recognized as safe. That's crazy, by the way. That's like emotional linguistic manipulation.
And then if the food manufacturer produces like one study by their own team or even their interns to say, oh, we think it's safe, then that kind of justifies pushing it through the Gras loophole. So it's been this real, you know, incestual, you know, circle of information and propaganda between the government and a lot of these food companies utilizing their own research. Now, the government underwrites a lot of this research that then those food corporations use to get it back into the food system. So what RFK has done, the second piece is cutting a lot of that research, that infected research that's paid for by the same people that are pushing those products, right? So we can actually get the right information out there to the consumers. Now that's going to apply to both food and vaccines and medicines. So kind of breaking up some of that big pharma hold on not just the food system, but just medicine in general. So that's a huge piece of this. And he's already fractured that, which is why we're seeing so much hand wringing, ironically, from the left, the people that love the big corporations now, the people that love big pharma. You know, Bernie's out there talking about about how Big Pharma was corrupt, but he's the same guy shilling all their products. And then when RFK breaks it up, he says, oh my gosh, we can't have this. So it's unbelievable how things have flipped in 10 years. And then the third piece of this, like I was mentioning, was the state legislatures, right? Where the states are saying, hey, we're not going to use SNAP benefits and we're not going to use all of this federal money as well as state money to feed kids junk, right? We're not going to use that to give them junk food and sodas. We're going to give them real food. And that's about cutting those SNAP benefits so that you can actually use those benefits to give people real food and not get the kids addicted to sodas and sugars. Now, that's been a movement that's come down, and the state legislators have taken hold of that. Places like Arizona, and once again, Callie Means has been the architect behind that from End Chronic Disease, and he's pushing it through all these different states. So, I mean, that is so much. That's almost 40 or 50 years of bad work that's been undone in 100 days by virtue of this coalition.
I mean, that's incredible. The things that you're talking about, this is like, it's sort of, there's been this sort of meme going around that esoteric group chats have really been leading towards Trump's executive orders. But that is kind of what it is, almost like these are just conversations that, and I'll tell you the reason I'll go back to this, pre-election, how I knew MAHA was real. And you mentioned your restaurant. My sort of touch point has always been my wife with this. And I catch her and she's in the kitchen and I look over her shoulder a little bit and she's listening to a podcast. And I'm like, oh, that's cool. Yeah, what are you listening to? And I see she's listening to Joe Rogan. And I'm like, you don't usually listen to Rogan. What are you listening to, sweetheart? I'm like, that's cool, And it was RFK. And I said, what made you want to listen to that one? And she goes, every single mom in my mom's chat is talking about this. And that was back, it started with COVID, but then of course it moved into other areas. And she said, they're all talking about it. And it really was this holistic approach. And I said, wait a minute, none of those people are political. It's like one of the mom's group chats. And I said, something politically, I put my political hat on here, say, you know what? This is the way to reach out to suburban women in a way that I don't think the Republicans or conservatives have ever even considered before. We're going to be right back. We're on with Chef Gruel here, Human Events, Jack Posobiec. Quick break.
Welcome back to this Real America's Voice news break. I'm Terrence Bates. President Trump is headed back to Michigan for a rally in Macomb County. Today's event is set to celebrate the president's first 100 days in office, which officially happens tomorrow. The president's focus has been legislating via executive order. During these first 100 days, he has signed around 120 executive orders. During that time, he's only signed 5 bills into law, though. President Trump's 100-day milestone has been marked by his administration overhauling the federal government, including cutting its size and rooting out fraud, waste, and abuse. He is also continuing to realize campaign promises like bringing down inflation and securing the border by implementing mass deportations. The economy is the focus at the White House in the meantime on this 99th day of the Trump presidency. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent was at the podium in the White House press briefing room this morning, bright and early. In fact, the administration says it is negotiating with 17 of the country's 18 major trade partners over tariffs. However, Amazon is out with its way of showing the impact of the Trump tariffs that it's having on U.S. consumers.
Amazon will soon display a little number next to the price of each product that shows how much the Trump tariffs are adding to the cost of each product. So isn't that a perfect, crystal clear demonstration that it's the American consumer and not China who is going to have to pay for these policies?
I will take this, since I just got off the phone with the president about Amazon's announcement. This is a hostile and political act by Amazon. Why didn't Amazon do this when the Biden administration hiked inflation to the highest level in 40 years?
We'll, of course, continue to follow that story as it continues to develop and as the Trump administration continues to respond. Well, that's going to do it for your headlines. As always, we appreciate having you along for the ride. I'm Terrence Bates. Now, we're going to get you back to Human Events Daily with Jack Posobiec.
Today, they talk about influencers. These are influencers, and they're friends of mine. Jack Posobiec. Where's Jack? Jack, who's done a great job.
I'm a freak for Doritos, but Doritos are disgusting. They're incredibly processed. It's full of chemicals. We know we got to start eating better. So what we're going to do is we're going to make our own Doritos right now. So I've got pecorino cheese, Parmesan cheese, no chemicals in here. It's just a bunch of seasonings, so a little bit of nutritional yeast, which almost tastes cheesy, but it's rich, it's umami-like, and that's going to give it a final finish. And then maybe a little spice on there, and we're going to have our Doritos. Can't eat just one. The only thing this is missing is MSG, but I don't think that you need it for the purposes of eating more, because it's all right there.
All right, guys, we're back here. Jack Posobiec, Human Events, bringing in that third hour of the Charlie Kirk Show on the Salem Radio Network. What you just heard is a promo for a new show from Chef Gruel. And Chef, I gotta say, man, I want my own Doritos too, but I want to make sure that I'm not eating the Kamala Harris Doritos, if that's at all possible. So do you have something for me? Can you help me out here?
I'll get you some good Doritos, not the Kamala Doritos.
All right.
She's crawled out of that bag too many times.
Oh no. Are you saying she's half in the bag? Was that a reference?
She's covered.
Oh, man. So tell us a little bit about the new show.
Well, it's on Brave Plus, right, which is a phenomenal platform. It's really kind of the antidote to the slop that Disney Plus is serving up for kids. I mean, I've got 4 kids. You've got kids. My kids are 4, 6, 10, and 14. And, I've walked in and seen what they're serving on, or, what they're showing on Disney Plus. And I'm like, nah, no more of this. Brave Plus's platform has got a ton of kid shows, but then it's also got our cooking show, American Gravy, which is where we just take, approachable recipes. And then Lauren and I and the kids, in many cases, break through some of those recipes, just showing you a couple tips and tricks and how you can get involved in the kitchen. 5 to 10 minute videos. Some of them are a little bit longer. And we've got a lot of fun stuff in store as well to build out the cooking platform on Brave Plus. So you can get it at Brave Plus and actually just download and subscribe. I want to say it's $6.99 a month, and it's got a whole bunch of content on there that's amazing for kids.
Yeah, and so we actually have Brave Plus, so we got that right away. I do a lot of work with Brave, and then we had done some of the children's books, and then they turned that into Iggy and Mr. Kirk, which is like this kid show, obviously for younger kids. And the minute they told us that there was a streaming platform available, I said, let me get that. And what was cool that I found out was because I already subscribed to the books, I didn't need to pay extra for the streaming service. It was already covered under that. So this is great. Like I already basically get this because we have the monthly books that come out anyway. And then, yeah, it was really cool to see you there. But then there's even a bunch of other products or, that people could see different shows that are either non-new. So I love the fact that they're doing new content like yours, like Iggy and Mr. Kirk. By the way, that's Kirk Cameron. It's almost like a take on Mr. Rogers. It is Christian, but it's also got great stories, great values. My kids watched every single episode of that, like the minute that they got access to it. But there's other shows that they've licensed, like Babar is there, Redwall is there, just other really good shows that, accessible for kids at different age ranges. And my gosh, we were talking about, and I'm going to say it, folks, I'm just going to say this. We've been talking about Disney Plus lately, and the latest thing that we heard from there is that in the new Star Wars series on Disney Plus, which is, again, heavily promoted, if your kids are signing in at Disney Plus, this is going to be the first thing they see in the new Star Wars series. There is a scene where there's an illegal alien, right? Alien, get it? In Star Wars, who's being rounded up, an undocumented alien rounded up by the Empire. And there's actually a sexual assault scene where the Imperial officer assaults this undocumented migrant. It's just ridiculous. It's so political and absolutely inappropriate for kids. And I'm like, thank God we don't have that, because I don't want my kid watching that and then coming and asking me about it. Chef Gruel, where can people follow you? Where can they get access to the new show?
You can follow me at Chef Gruel on X. You can catch me on Rumble. It's at American Gravy. But Brave Plus, the show, we do exclusive content for Brave Plus, and it's under American Gravy. And I'll post more about it on X as well. But absolutely love it. And our kids, actually, we love your book. Our kids have been getting the Brave Plus books since the very beginning. So it's kind of fun to see the way in which they're growing, especially after we followed all the characters all the way through.
Wait, we say the same thing. We say the exact same thing because, the people don't realize this, that there's a story to Brave books. So, it's like an overall story arc. And it's great because my kids, we don't do a lot of the other big franchises. But so for them, they'll ask me about like Asher and Ava and Valor and all the different main characters of it. And it's like, that's what they're growing up with. This is what it's about, folks. It's about making our own stuff so that we don't have to be completely dependent on what the mainstream puts out. All right, Chef Gruel, I need those. I'm gonna hold you to this. I'm gonna need those Doritos. I have to get Tanya Tate that recipe, man. Thanks so much for being on.
All right. Thanks for having me, Jack.
All right, take care. Give him a follow, folks. Chef Gruel will be right back with Erica Donalds and hopefully also an update on the Air Force One. Stay tuned.
Bates with your Real America's Voice News Break. Thanks so much for being here with us. Congress is moving forward on its part of the budget reconciliation process. Speaking just a little while ago, House Speaker Mike Johnson already out with a timeline to get the bill passed in the House. After that, though, the ball will be in the court of the U.S. Senate.
We're going to get it done by Memorial Day. Send it over there. They take a few weeks to work through that. We merge this together. We get it to the president's desk quickly for signature. The Secretary Bessent said yesterday, a big celebration by July 4th. I hope it happens much sooner than that. And we're going to keep pressing aggressively in the House to make sure that happens.
Meantime, the Trump administration is pulling back on some of its tariffs on the auto industry. The White House confirms that President Trump will sign an executive order on the issue today. During a news conference at the White House this morning, Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent was careful not to steal some of the president's thunder before this afternoon's announcement.
I can tell you that it will go substantially toward reshoring American auto manufacturing. And again, the goal here is to bring back the high quality industrial jobs to the U.S. President Trump is interested in the jobs of the future, not the jobs of the past.
Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick says the president will alleviate duties on foreign auto parts and domestically manufactured cars. Quote, this deal is a major victory for the president's trade policy by rewarding companies who manufacture domestically while providing runway to manufacturers who have expressed their commitment to invest in America and expand their domestic manufacturing. The move comes after a group of American auto industry groups urged the president last week not to impose 25% tariffs on imported auto parts, saying that such a policy would cut sales of American-made vehicles and raise prices. Again, President Trump is headed to Michigan here in short order. We, of course, will have live coverage for you throughout the day here on Real America's Voice as he celebrates his 100th day in office. Today is day 99. Tomorrow will be day 100, and we'll be following him for his rally in Michigan. That's going to do it for your headlines. I'm Terrence Bates.
And Jack, where's Jack? Where's Jack? Where is he? Jack, I want to see you. Great job, Jack. Thank you. What a job you do. You know, we have an incredible thing. We're always talking about the fake news and the bad, but we have guys, and these are the guys who should be getting Pulitzers.
All right, Jack Posobiec, here we are back, Human Events Daily. I want to go now and bring in the third hour of the Charlie Kirk audience on the Salem Radio Network. But I want to go now directly to the tarmac, Andrews Air Force Base. I know it's now technically Joint Base Andrews, but I'm sorry, I still say Andrews Air Force Base. Brian Glenn is there with Air Force One. Brian, how are you?
Hey, Jack, how you doing? Good afternoon. We are just moments away from Marine One landing here at Joint Base Andrews. Let me step aside so our viewers can actually see what's going on. We've got, obviously, a couple transport helicopters as well will make their way with Marine One as they land here. And here's the schedule. We're going to fly from here up to Macomb County. Warren, Michigan is the actual location. His first stop is going to be a National Guard. He's going to give just a brief speech there about his schedule for about 30 minutes or so. Then we'll motorcade up to the complex there in Warren, Michigan, where we will have a crowd waiting for him for the speech tonight. Now, he is all about celebrating, Jack, this 100 days in office, and we are on day 99, and so much to unpack of the success stories, Jack. I would imagine you guys have been talking about it all day, but we'll have live coverage right here on the ground the whole entire time, right here on Real America's Voice.
That's right, Brian. We've got that, and we know, of course, that Steve Bannon's going to be anchoring it just after the show here. I believe Eric Balling as well from in the studio. You, however, won't be able to be there because you're going to be somewhere else, aren't you, Brian?
I'm going to be on this massive plane over to my left as we make our way. Now, it's an honor to fly on Air Force One. This will be my third time on this aircraft. And of course, I expect at some point the president to gaggle to the media in the back of the plane to update on some of the things that he's putting. He's actually even teased earlier today that he will be signing something on this plane. So we'll find out, excuse me, if it's on the way there or perhaps on the way back. But we've got, now I think you'll have a nice viewpoint. Let's see if Will can push in there real quickly of the approach of the president here. And you can always tell, Jack, when he's getting here, all the ground support starts to get in place. Some of the personnel starts to take positions. It's really just a spectacular view to watch the president land here at Joint Base Andrews. And we're so glad to be able to have this opportunity to bring it to you live as it happens right here.
And there it is, folks. President, let's get that full screen, guys. That's great. This is, so for those listening on the radio, we're now watching as Marine One makes its final descent to Andrews Air Force Base, just a few miles outside of the District of Washington, D.C. itself on the Maryland side. President Trump making a triumphant return to one of the swing states, by the way, an important choice there in Michigan, traveling to one of the swing states. And it seems to me, Brian, that the fact that he's chosen Michigan for his 100-day rally, by the way, something that I've really been calling for because the inauguration had been essentially frozen out. And so really had its cancellation, having to be inaugurated in the Capitol Rotunda, never had the ability to have that ceremony. Brian, this is really going to be the first rally since President Trump has become president again, isn't it?
This really is. He's done obviously a couple of speeches, but not what has been called a rally by the Trump team. And so today would be the first. And I think it's really interesting how we're doing it in Michigan and doing it in a swing state that he took. And of course, if you look at all the support that he got from the auto workers, especially now with the tariffs that are in place, and there's going to be a little bit of revision on those tariffs as far as auto parts and what percentage that they might be paying or what percentage they might be getting back in return as well. So it's very interesting that it's taking place in Michigan. It is a great historical event to be able to go back to Michigan, which in all certain points has not really necessarily been a very strong Republican, but due to the economic situation under Joe Biden and all the manufacturing that moved out of that state, Trump is bringing it back, and that's very important to people who live in Michigan. I know Steve Gruber will be on hand there on site to kind of break down the impact of Trump's economic resurgence in Michigan and what it means to that state.
All right, Air Marine One now is finishing up its landing. Air Force One awaits. You're seeing members of the Marines and the Air Force there awaiting President Trump. He's going to step down. He's going to step over to Air Force One. Of course, we'll see who he is traveling with. This is usually a situation where, and this is big, 100 days that no one ever thought were possible, Brian. They never thought that we would see another 100 days. They told us it wasn't possible. And here we are after 100 days of making America great and healthy. Again, President Trump, and I've said for a long time, and I'll continue to say this, that you can't judge President Trump on his first 100 days. You can only judge him on the very last day, looking backwards to see how he's changed everything. But really, the first 100 days, he's changed quite a bit. And I know that he certainly has a lot that he'll be able to hang his hat on. But at the same time, the rotor blades winding down now, props coming down. So he'll be stepping off very quickly. The Marines now approaching. And Brian, President Trump really is going to use this as an opportunity, I think, as you say, to sell those tariffs. President Trump now, the door opening, the steps coming down, and we'll see him in just a moment here. Brian, tell us what you're seeing.
Yeah, absolutely. They're going to start taking the stairs down. We'll see who gets off of this aircraft that might have traveled with the president. Typically, we see, obviously, security team, those that are very close to the president. Perhaps in the past, we've seen Elon Musk and his son travel on Marine One. We'll see who's on this one. I don't know if he's expected to say a few words here. I know he just gaggled on the South Lawn, so typically if he did give a brief statement before he comes to here, he has not done that again. Let's listen in as we President Trump stepping on Marine One here at Joint Base Andrews. And he'll make his way. He's probably about 35 yards from the stairs here as President Trump approaches with the MAGA hat in hand. So we are expecting.
Love to see it. He's got his MAGA hat in hand. He's probably going to be wearing that tonight.
Could be, and we do have some windy conditions here on the tarmac, and there's some windy conditions there in Michigan. Let's see if he's heading over here. It kind of looks like he is making a beeline over to our cameras. Let's see if that happens. Looks like he will. No.
No, not this time, Brian. Of course, headed right up for the steps.
Not this time.
Perhaps those windy conditions there. 100
And we do expect,
days.
though, he would.
They never expected. They never
he will
expected us to
gaggle.
have this. 2 assassination attempts.
All right, there we go.
This man survived the last time he was on the road, and now he's going back. Man on a mission. And that's it. He is up the steps, and he boarded Air Force One.
Yep. All right, Jack, we've got to break away to get on the plane, so we'll keep you updated right here on Real America's Voice. Just stay tuned. We've got coverage on the ground. Steve looks like Stephen Miller, Mike Waltz as well, joining him on the plane ride down to up to Michigan, rather.
All right, so it's going to be a working trip there, folks. You've got national security, both from the Homeland Security part as well as the international side of that, between Stephen Miller and, of course, Mike Waltz. I want to thank Brian Glenn, our Real America's Voice Chief White House correspondent. Folks, take yourself back to a year ago today, April of 2024. Joe Biden was still the president. He was still the candidate. He was someone that we were told couldn't possibly lose. We were told Donald Trump was someone who, at that point, hadn't even locked up the primary, although it was all but said. I mean to say it wasn't officially done yet. And he was someone that a lot of people were saying and perhaps missed his time. Someone that people were saying would never come back, that he would be a one-term president, a one-hit wonder, if you will, and that would be the end of things. Well, as we see now, history has taken another fork in the road. And here we are, 100 days in, finally able to celebrate that victory that came in November, that we should have been able to celebrate on January 20th, 2025. We were robbed of that. I think they could have done it. I'm always going to say that. I'm just always going to say I think they could have done it. It was cold, though. It was very cold to spend 5 hours on a roof with Stephen K. Bannon, Natalie Winters, Steve Gruber, and many others there covering from directly across the street, the roof of a roof on Constitution Avenue, so directly overlooking the Capitol building. But here we are, folks. It's not about trying to understand and follow and track everything that happens day in, day out. And I get that in this business. Look, that's my job, right? Tell you this is the inside, this is the outside, here's what's happening, who's up, who's down, et cetera. This is the roller coaster of things. What's going viral, what's stale, what memes are hot, et cetera. But none of us will be written about in the history books, but that man will. Donald J. Trump. The things that he did, the accomplishments that we saw, the miracle in Butler. So when you're lost in the sauce of the day in, day out, are we winning, are we losing, are we up, are we down? Just remember that. 100 years from now, people will be looking back, and what will they say? Will they say this was the administration that was separated, had an interregnum, had a pause, but was able to come back and bring America back as well, back from the brink, back from destruction, and give a country back to our children that was finally better than the one that was given to us? That's what we're called to do, folks. That's what we're called to do every day, every single one of us. And are we going to be able to do it? I think we will. Jack Posobiec, Human Events. We've got a special interview coming up next. Stay tuned. Quick break.
This morning that Amazon will soon display a little number next to the price of each product that shows how much the Trump tariffs are adding to the cost of each product. So isn't that a perfect crystal clear demonstration that it's the American consumer and not China who is going to have to pay for these policies?
I will take this since I just got off the phone with the president about Amazon's announcement. This is a hostile and political act by Amazon. Why didn't Amazon do this when the Biden administration hiked inflation to the highest level in 40 years? And I would also add that it's not a surprise because, as Reuters recently wrote, Amazon has partnered with a Chinese propaganda arm. So this is another reason why Americans should buy American. It's another reason reason why we are onshoring critical supply chains here at home to shore up our own critical supply chain and boost our own manufacturing.
When I'm working long hours, I'm always listening to Human Events with Jack Posobiec.
All right, folks, Jack Posobiec bringing it back in here. Real America's Voice, Human Events, third hour, Charlie Kirk on the Salem Radio Network. And folks, this is huge because I saw a lot of people, and they were tweeting about this earlier today. They were saying this was a huge deal where Amazon had come up and said, oh, they're going to be putting this tariff price right next to all of the items on Amazon, which would have been an absolute declaration of war on President Trump and on the White House. Amazon has completely caved on this tariff pricing policy right after the White House came out and said these are hostile tactics. So a complete cave by Jeff Bezos and just an absolute W for President Trump. Look, I get it. People say they want to know, how much of this is made in the USA, what's made in China, what's made in the US. But at the end of the day, people think with their wallets. People act with their wallets. They say, you know what? I get it. I get that this stuff is better, probably better for the economy, better for jobs. But at the end of the day, what are they going to do? They're going to go for what's cheaper. That's why Walmart is popular. That's why Amazon is popular. Also, though, I do have to admit, one thing that's quite interesting is that we saw from Walmart quite an opposite take, where Walmart has said they are going to be introducing a new, and Post Millennial has the story up, a new initiative called Grow with US. And this is really building on that legacy of Sam Walton 40 years ago of small businesses. And I know that, of course, Walmart isn't exactly known as a small business, but it is, in fact, something that's really, really big for what everything that's going on that. And so one of the things that we're really looking at going forward, the ideal between President Trump, Bezos, Walmart, all the rest of it. Now, I wanted to talk about how we are going to be having this new, basically we're going to be having this new format going forward for the rest of the show here today on Real America's Voice. And so on Real America's Voice, if you guys want to tune into that, I know for folks listening on radio right now, what we're doing, and apologies there, we're getting it all set up, is they're going to have the coverage going forward rally-wise, really just anchored by Steve Bannon and Eric Balling. And they're going to come on and take you all the way through special coverage when President Trump arrives, and then, of course, has him be there right on the money up in Michigan. This is what it's all about. The forgotten American, the people who make this country work. Why does Detroit look the way that it does, and Shanghai and Hong Kong and Shenzhen look the way that they do? Because of American capital, of what they have done. And so this is huge. And I wanted to bring Steve and Eric on here real quick for a little bit of a handoff before they get started. Guys, do we have you? Stevie K. Bannon and Eric Balling.
We're right here. Yes, thank you, engineer. We're right here. We're getting our act together here mid-afternoon. Eric Balling and Steve Bannon, Jack. Looking forward to it. Looking forward to have you with us, too.
No, this is great. I can do the top of the show, but Tanya Tay and I have got a little bit of plans later on tonight. So I'll be in and out. Put it that way, Steve. I'll be in and out.
Hold on, hang on. Whoever let a wife come before duty. Oh, that's right. That's why I'm 0 for 3.
Is it 3?
0 for 3. 0 for 3.
4 times a charm.
0 for 3. Poso's a good man. He's a good man. Jack, tell me your thoughts today before we start rolling into the coverage. Coverage is going to be for the next 4 hours. We're going to go everywhere from Air Force One to Michigan. We got We got folks on the ground. Steve Gruber's on the ground. We got our own Brian Glenn's in the air. I mean, bowling, this is like a professional operation.
Can you believe what amazing access Brian Glenn?
It's incredible. It's incredible.
He's not flying on Air Force One. He's getting the
it's great. Steve, he's Helen Thomas. He's Helen Thomas. He's Helen Thomas.
Yes,
he's a new UPI.
They should just give him the center seat in the briefing room, right? Already. This is just
no, you got to get him up there, folks. For everybody who's listening on the radio side right now, you got to tune in. This is going to be the seminal coverage. President Trump returns to Michigan. President Trump speaking to the working man, the working woman, the forgotten people of America. That's what this is all about. That's what the tariffs are all about. So go, and folks that are listening, hop on over to Real America's Voice. You're going to catch Stephen K. Bannon and Eric Bolling, as well as myself. For a time, you get a little bit of extra poso out of me. And for everybody else, ladies and gentlemen, you have my permission to lay ashore.
Jack Posobiec, thank you so much, sir. Are we picking up? We're going to go all the way up to the top? Okay, thank you. So we're just going to roll through. We'll do a cold open at the top. So very big day, the 100th. I'm looking forward to the next 100. What's your takeaway? If you a year ago, thinking about what the 100th day of this administration would be, what would your thoughts have been?
I think he's delivered on just about everything he promised. Promises made, promises kept is the theme that they're obviously putting it out to the folks. For me, again, Steve, you and I think he's done just about everything right. Like, okay, close the border. He promised that. I mean, 95, 97% time.
Close the border and prices. That's the two things.
Holman said we're going to close the border. No one knew they closed the border to 168 people last month, whereas 250, 300,000 a year ago.
I think Langford and these guys told us it would take 10 years, $200 billion. A bill.
You have to give
amnesty. You have to be amnesty. They held against Trump.
2 million. We'll let 2 million before we start stopping people from coming. 2 million a year. Then we'll start closing the border.
2 million a year.
That's
about that.
We're not until we hit 2 million. Then
it triggers. Then you hit the trigger.
I don't see any illegals coming across the border waiting to get in with Trump shirts. It's odd, right?
You don't see them coming in at all with Trump here, right? The word's getting out. Monumental. 60 days to do that. Yeah. And I do think that the White House is putting forward that message that, hey, because I think a little bit it gets lost. He's done the two big things he said, I'm going to close the border and I'm bringing prices down. Inflation's down, mortgages is down, 10-year treasuries at 4.1.
Honestly, Steve, these clowns who keep harping on an egg price, it's all still $6 a dozen. It was $10. It was $12 a dozen a year and a half ago. Inflation was 9%. But what people don't realize, and you do because you had a Wall Street career prior to this as well as I did, is that.
But I wasn't trading in the pits like you. You impressed me.
It was.
That made you the pirate. That made you the pirate you are today.
Gangster too. 9% annualized above what the prices already were. So they were going up at 6%. Yes. But that's increase on prior.
Cumulative, yes.
Yes, it's cumulative. We haven't had deflation. Prices don't technically come down to deflation. Exactly. And by the way, rapid deflation is not a good thing.
Yes.
You don't want, Trump could get prices down fast, but you do it too fast, and there will be other companies that are struggling because prices are falling too fast. So it's a nice easing off the inflation the way they're playing it.
It's fantastic. Here's what we're going to do. We're going to have a cold open at the top. We're going to set our coverage starting here on Real America's Voice. Honored to have Eric Bolling, Stephen K. Bannon here. We're in the War Room in Washington, D.C., in the Imperial Capitol, right in back of the Supreme Court. We're sitting in for Steve Gruber. Why? Gruber's in Michigan. He's going to host our coverage from there. We got Brian Glenn on Air Force One. Does that sound great? Right. Brian Glenn on Air Force One. It's amazing. So stick around. We're going to go to a cold open, and we're going to come back, and we've got coverage packed for the next 4 hours. President of the United States is going to take the stage approximately 6 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. Here we go.
Historic executive order to ban men from competing in women's sports. Illegal border crossings, the lowest ever recorded, ever. And a freeze on all foreign aid. You're either going to make a deal or we're out. Thank you.
declared a national energy emergency. Drill, baby, drill. I withdrew from the unfair Paris Climate Accord. We ordered all federal workers to return to the office, ending the flagrant waste of taxpayer dollars. We've ended the tyranny of so-called diversity, equity, and inclusion. Our country will be woke no longer. Other countries have used tariffs against us for decades, and now it's our turn to start using them against those other countries.
We support Donald Trump's policies on tariffs 100%.
This will be indeed the golden age of America. It's coming back.
It will be like nothing that has ever been seen before. Thank you, God bless you, and God bless America.
Trump, the first 100 days starts now.
Tuesday, 29 April in the year of our Lord 2025. Welcome to Real America's Voice coverage, continuous coverage of the 100 days. This is the commemoration. The celebration is going to take place in Reagan Democrat country up in Macomb County, Michigan. Eric Bowling and myself are co-hosting here in the War Room. And we're going to toss it now to our host. We're sitting in for his hour, Steve Gruber. Steve, I call you the Rush Limbaugh of Michigan, but maybe that's not big enough of how big you are in Michigan. Well, how big a day is this for you guys today to have President Trump on his 100th day come back to Michigan and say, guys, how am I doing?
Look, Steve, you know this from talking to him the same way I do. Donald Trump has always considered Michigan to be ground zero. Guys, are you fired up? Oh, hey, are you fired up? You're supposed to be here cheering.
I'm sorry.
That's all right. Yeah, there he goes. Anyhow, it's a festive atmosphere here. Yeah, there he is. Guy's about 8 feet tall. He's a UAW guy. I was just talking to him. They want to hear more about what's happening with tariffs, Steve, because it means everything in Michigan. 20%, $1.05 in Michigan is spent on the auto industry. These people are filing in. They're getting ready for a show at 6 o'clock, as you mentioned. I heard from Howard Lutnick earlier, the Commerce Secretary said that they might have a deal on tariffs for the auto industry. I expect Donald Trump could talk about that tonight. This is big. But what I started to say at the beginning there was Donald Trump believes that Michigan is ground zero. He's thought that in 2016, 2020, and 2024. He told me a couple of different times if he won Michigan, he was going to win it all. He knew that. I believe that to be true. It's also true in the midterms, but here's the key, Steve, and you know this, and so does Eric. We've got to get these Trump voters out in the midterms to make sure that Donald Trump has a House and Senate to work with. That's fact. He's got to have the tools to get his agenda done. Nice start for 100 days, but we've got another 100 days after that and 100 days after that. Michigan will deliver, I hope, in the midterms in 26.
Yep. Yeah, it's a big one. It is. Well, he's always loved Michigan. I remember in 2016 when Jason Miller, I was at Fox, and Jason Miller was walking down the hallway and said, I think we're going to win Wisconsin or Michigan. I go, what? You're going to what? And they locked it down. Trump has always had a heart big for whatever reason for Michigan. Maybe he likes the idea of, the big the union membership flocking to Trump. It's post-war America. It's the engine that drove the arsenal of democracy. It's what won World War II. He's got a strong affinity for Michigan, always had. Well, tell me about what are the folks, Steve, maybe get some feedback from the audience out there, from some of the Trump faithful. Well, how do they think they've done so far in 100 days?
Well, we got a bunch of people outside. Let's see if I can snag somebody right here. Make a comment for me real quick. Come on in here. It's okay. It's okay. I don't bite. All right, fine. Can you make a quick comment for me, sir? Come right over here. Right over here. We'll get one here for you real quick. All right. Sir, what's your name and where are you from?
Jeremy Rippey from Manchester, Michigan.
Manchester, Michigan. It's outside of Chelsea. I know exactly where it is. Maybe an hour from here. Working class area.
Yep.
You guys voted for Trump. People are saying now there's a lot of buyer's remorse. People wouldn't vote for Trump again. True or false?
I would say that's false. I mean, people, 100 days, it's a lot better than what we had before. people were asleep at the wheel.
Yeah.
And, just by executive actions, things have to be done.
And look, Michigan is always a state that's on the receiving end of a recession. If things are tough, they're tougher in Michigan, they're tougher in Nevada. Those are the two states that take it the worst. How optimistic are you? A lot of talk about tariffs and people criticizing Trump from the left side of the arena. Doesn't matter. What do you think about the tariffs and resetting the global economy?
Tariffs are temporary. Taxes are forever.
So you like it. You'll do it again.
Absolutely.
What do you want to hear from Donald Trump tonight?
I believe he's probably going to announce some sort of executive action about reducing tariffs for auto suppliers, auto manufacturers. That's huge for Michigan.
Yeah.
But also, you got to play the game and get what you want. And I think he's pretty good at that. People are crumbling daily. So.
Yeah, I learned a long time ago I don't bet against Donald Trump. Sir, would you like to join? Thank you, sir. Greatly appreciate it. Sir, would you like to come in here? Okay. Come on in. Come on in. We'll get another one for you, Steve-O. We'll get another one here for you. What's your name, sir?
How you doing, Jay?
Jay, how are you? Where are you from?
Detroit, Michigan.
Tell me about it. You voted for Trump, I'm going to make a guess, in 2024?
I did not.
You did not?
No.
What's your thought? Why are you here?
I was an RFK Jr. guy.
Really? So why are you here then?
I like to understand both sides. I think there's whispers of oligarchy and some dangerous notions from the bedroom to the boardroom, and I want to know, what our president is going to do to preserve democracy. We have a very disruptive time in a global world happening right now, and these next 4 years are going to be among the most important in U.S. history.
So what could the president say tonight that would convince you to get behind him?
Oh yeah, well, I'm always behind the president. I have reverence for the office, but I'd like to see or like to hear just reassurances that he's behind Michigan manufacturing, empowering the people with technology, and really just moving forward with.
I know this. Based on what you told me, Robert F. Kennedy Jr. got 8 poisonous dyes out of our food system. By next year, we're going to take that same stuff out of pharmaceuticals. Making America healthy again is part of Donald Trump's agenda. That must make you happy.
That makes me extremely happy, and I hope to see him run in 4 years.
Mr. Kennedy, that is.
Mr. Kennedy.
I got you. Thank you. Greatly appreciate it. All right.
Steve,
Steve,
can you ask that? Hold on.
Yes, sir.
Steve, can you ask to get the Kennedy guy for a second?
Hold on.
I've got another question for him.
All right, go ahead. What's the question? We got one more question from Steve Bannon. Go ahead.
Yeah, ask him what he liked about Bobby Kennedy during the campaign. Why was he attracted to Kennedy more than Trump during the campaign?
The question is pretty simple. Why were you attracted to Bobby Kennedy more than Donald Trump? And when Kennedy joined the Trump campaign, you didn't go that way. Well, why the attraction to RFK Jr.?
Oh, yeah, that was just basically my aunt worked with him on environmental, protection and conservation. So I really had a kind of a draw to him. I think he's a powerful speaker, despite, what happened with his voice. And I think he has a lot of great messages and initiatives that he can spring off of President Trump's current momentum.
When you hear, you could look around. We are the unhealthiest nation on earth. Obesity, high blood pressure, depression, anxiety, suicide. Bobby is fighting all of those things, and Trump put him in that position.
Kudos to President Trump for putting RFK in that position to where we can make America healthy and take these poisons out of our foods, with the preservatives. We got to go organic. We got to go vertical farms. We got to bring the food closer to us in the cities. It's time for a radical transformation, and I think Donald Trump is doing a good job in spearheading that. I think RFK will take it to the next level.
So you sound like a supporter, reluctant a bit, but a supporter of what's going on.
You always have to support the presidency and the government, right? And that's what makes...
But he's delivering on your guys' deal. He's delivering on your guys' make America healthy again.
That's what makes America great. We can disagree, but we can still be united.
There you have it. Thank you, sir. That's a pretty good answer, I think, Steve. He liked Bobby. He likes everything that Trump's doing to put him in place to get all these things to happen. So there you have it.
No, it's one of the most intelligent answers I've heard. This is also the future. People talk about 26 and beyond and getting folks out. the merger of the Make America Healthy Again and Make America Great Again is the future. Nicole Shanahan, what a partnership.
I mean, it's so logical. It's so common sense. Make America healthy again. Bring it right into the fold of Making America healthy again makes America greater again. It was brilliant.
But it's also standing up to the big pharma. You're standing up to the big agriculture. You're getting back to kind of the more entrepreneurial spirit of the Trump movement. Steve Gruber, Detroit is the beating heart of industrial America. What do you think, folks? I mean, you know it better than anybody. What are folks going to be looking for tonight about not just President Trump's accomplishments, but some guidance of where we're going on this on the trade war with China and this great kind of economic reorganization of global commerce, sir?
Well, I heard Scott Bessent say and call out the national media here over the last couple of days, and spot on he was, saying, look, 2 weeks ago you were telling me it was going to be the worst April since 1932 on the stock market. Well, the market's come back. That's not true. The market was above 40,000 last time I glanced today. The S&P and the NASDAQ also doing well. People want just some confidence that things are going to go in the right direction, and I think they have that. Look, the only trading partner that we're having a real disagreement with continuously is China, and we have to have that realignment. People here know that. But the problem here is more complicated, Steve, as you know, because the governor here, Gretchen Whitmer, is a progressive. And you look around, they got rid of right to work here. Her big promise 6 years ago was to fix the damn roads. I can assure you the roads in Michigan are not fixed. So you see the Honda plant go to Indiana. You see the Hyundai plant go to Arizona. That's disappointing to people in Michigan, but it's no blame to Donald Trump. He's bringing the plants to America. Michigan would like to see some of that love come here. There's no question about it. These people here, they're working people. It was the arsenal of democracy, and it can be the arsenal of democracy again. As they said a moment ago, $1.05 in Michigan comes from the automobile industry, either directly or indirectly. 20% of the state's GDP comes from the auto industry. We don't want to lose that. We've already lost ground. There's only 14 manufacturing plants left in Michigan. We'd like some of that action. We'd like to see some of that, auto plant facilities come home. I know that Apple is investing here in a big complex in Detroit. That's been announced. I know that's happening, but we need more than that. Look, Michigan has had a net loss of people for the last several years. We don't see that turning around, according to Governor Whitmer herself, until at least 2030. That's not exactly an optimistic path, now is it? No. So Donald Trump delivering hope here, but we have to knock down these barriers. We got to get rid of the trade. We want to be able to see a Chevy Suburban driving down the street in Tokyo, in Berlin, in Beijing. Knock down those barriers. Let our car companies sell there. Make sure that we can sell everything that's made in Michigan all over this world. Look, we're also a big ag producer. We produce apples and cherries and blueberries and more grapes. Welch's grape juice all comes from Michigan. God bless your kids, love it. We need to make sure we take care of that
Steve,
too and knock down those agricultural tariffs, right?
Steve, hang on for 1 second. We're going to take a short commercial break. We're going to return to Macomb County, and Steve Gruber here on Real America's Voice, Eric Bowling and myself holding down the fort in the Imperial Capital. We will be back after a short commercial break.
I spit raps like a heart attack, fast fatal heart impact, past painful scar.
seen before. Thank you. God bless you, and God bless America.
Welcome back to Trump's rally as we celebrate his first 100 days.
First 100 days. Amazing. Eric Bowling, thoughts?
So I'm fascinated what this is going to be, and the anticipation per Steve Gruber.
The energy.
The energy, but there also the anticipation is that Trump is going to announce some sort of, I guess, easing of his stance on tariffs for the auto industry.
Maybe the parts.
Well, so this is important to me because if it's just easing tariffs on autos, so you're looking at car companies who maybe want to build plants here in America, they're not necessarily going to go to Michigan. They're going to go to Tennessee, South Carolina, Arkansas, where they're non-union states. So how do you thread the needle to make the people of Michigan feel whole or better? Trump, as he was getting on Marine One on his way to Andrews to take off to go to Michigan, said, the president said his EOs offering limited auto tariff relief were a transitional step, quoting, "It's a little bit of help," he said. "It's a little transition." And I'm trying to parse that. How does a little help them? I hope it's bigger. You know me, Steve. I'm the guy who's just dropped the tariffs across the board. That's just where I am. So I hope whatever it is, it's a little bit more.
I've got a couple hours here to see. I'm trying to. Bowling's an old friend, okay, but he had his two formative experiences were not great. One was the free market capitalism of the pits and Wall Street. The other was Fox News. No, I'm just kidding. We're going to get into that. I think some of the more high value added to what they're trying to do, they're trying to make Detroit a high tech center for advanced production of automobiles. But you still go to Tennessee and South Carolina.
Can you do that as a union state? I mean, the way to do it is break the back of the unions in Michigan if you could.
Well, hang on for a second. You got to remember the UAW is now all the rank and file. They're See, these Fox guys immediately they're going to be union breakers, right? This is the Murdoch. This is Murdoch with the New York Post.
Is this a union house? Is the war room?
Oh hell yeah, we're fully union, man. You got to talk to Sig. You're not union. Jack Posobiec, you've been covering this day. Okay, hold it. So the oligarchs, they don't change. They can't change. Talk to me, Jack, about the 100 days. But on the 100th day, what happened? Jeff Bezos showed his true colors, did he not, sir?
Look, Jeff Bezos showed his true colors, but he's been showing it all along because people need to stop mistaking words for action. And it's something that I've seen go on, and a lot of people who are Trump supporters and good people, they say, oh, someone said something nice about Trump, so everything's changed now. Someone said something else. Somebody showed up to inauguration. No. What is the watchword of the war room? Action, action, action. So, as they say in Hollywood, show, don't tell. As David Mamet tells us, show, don't tell. What does that mean? That means put up or shut up. Where is the uncensorship on Facebook and Instagram of all of the conservatives and all the conservative groups that were taken down during COVID? Where is the uncensorship or the rolling back and reversal of actions taken against all of these? And where is the uncensorship on Amazon, by the way, of all of the conservative documentaries? Dinesh D'Souza, Mike Cernovich, so many people were blocked from getting on Amazon. I'm sorry, I haven't heard anybody. Steve, you guys are putting out war room documentaries all the time. Jeff Bezos call you up and ask you to put up Kash Patel's documentary on government gangsters, or the Michael Flynn documentary, or Amanda Milius. I talk to her all the time. She says, nope, haven't had Amazon hit me up for Amazon Prime talking about putting any conservative documentaries up. And by the way, this isn't us saying that we want some special favors. We just want access to be able to have the ability to be put up there. But no, we don't see it. We don't see the action.
I didn't tell you about the $10 million advance we got for Unhumans, the film rights. Bowling, your response.
Yeah, okay, we see the Melania Trump one, right? The Melania Trump, that's one. But I'm talking about
don't
the
go there.
rest
Don't go
of
there.
MAGA.
That's $40 million, dude. Don't touch that.
So yeah, right. Gives him $40 million to do it about the documentary on Melania. Well, okay, that's action.
That's action.
It's 40 million actions right there. So Bezos, if folks don't understand what the Bezos issue is, that
Big
Bezos is putting the amount of increased pricing for their Amazon products as due to tariffs as a kind of line item.
Hold it.
You go and pay Amazon.
In your face. When you got the cart, it's going to be a different line for
you
tariffs.
Know what? These clowns did the same thing when oil prices went up. Here's your fuel fee, and it went away when it went away. And the reason why I'm saying
but they're trying to say this is what Trump's bringing on you.
Right, but I'm hoping. Listen, again, I don't think Bezos should be doing it. I think it's disrespectful to the guy who he claims to have found a new love for on Inauguration Week. But I also understand it's business, and listen, the free market, you're free to put that price up there if that's the amount. It's going to cost you more to purchase this piece of this I don't know, can of Red Bull on Amazon. Okay, so it's 14 cents more because of the Trump tariffs. I get it. They're trying to get all the tariffs down, and I'm okay with that.
Let's go. Do we have Ted Nugent? Let's go to Ted Nugent. Nobody knows Michigan better than Ted Nugent. Ted, it's a great honor today for President Trump to be coming back and really giving a hat tip and a thanks to the folks in Michigan that actually pushed this victory over the top. Your thoughts, sir?
Well, my thoughts are one of glory, glory, hallelujah, because I'm the only Motor City madman that there is, because I was born in Detroit when it was the epicenter of work ethic, the epicenter of God, family, country, pride of accomplishment to be a producer. And that spirit is alive and well in Michigan, which is why our Hunter Nation Army literally woke up the conservation families, the licensed hunters in Michigan, that's how we won in those battleground states, including my beloved birth state of Michigan. There is a piss and vinegar factor, and I know those people really well. I'm going to be doing my 7,000th concert. Steve, Eric, 7,000th concert at Freedom Hill in Detroit on August 31st, and I am those people. They are me. They are the Nugents. The Nugents are the working hard, playing hard families of Michigan that voted for Donald Trump because we were offended, we were embarrassed, and we were pissed off at the intentional toilet flush by the deep state that only one guy came out and spotlighted the cockroaches of the deep state, and that's Donald Trump. So these really are hallelujah times in his first 100 days. Let's put it this way, Steve and Eric, you guys know me. Everybody knows me. I'm so simple it's stupid. Ted Nugent would have done the exact same stuff for the Nugent family that President Trump has done for the United States of America in the last 100 days. So the people that support Donald Trump are people that dedicate their heart and soul to be in the asset column. Sacrifices, risk, work ethic, determination, entrepreneur spirit. That's who voted for Donald Trump, and that's who's in Michigan right now to celebrate his first 100 days. I'm like high on positive attitude.
Here's a question. The president's made a massive bet to risk it all to bring manufacturing jobs back here to the United States. Is the arsenal of democracy? Does Detroit, does Michigan still have that piss and vinegar, that grit, the determination? If those jobs come back, can we make this successful, sir?
Absolutely. Steve, the arsenal of democracy. I mentioned last night at my concert at the barbecue place, Cooper's Barbecue, that wherever Ted Nugent shows up, it becomes the arsenal of democracy. More firearms per capita than anywhere in the world. And that describes my household, and that really describes the spirit of Detroit when we were fighting the evil Japanese and Nazis, that we stopped producing for self and we produced tanks and howitzers and bombers to safeguard good, the United States, over the evil of abject evil that was on display in World War II. My dad was in the U.S. Army Cavalry, and that's how he raised me and my brothers and sisters, so that we would be in the asset column. But, Steve, the words piss and vinegar really describe the Herculean work ethic, the determination. These Michigan people, I love people all over the country, and I'm a little biased because I was born in Detroit. And I love those people, and I know those people intimately. But that spirit is not only alive and well, but there's more sleeves being rolled up right now. And if you want to produce the best competition for AI or vehicles or machinery or technology, Michigan is the place. These are some smart people, naturally, instinctively smart, but they pursue a career and an endeavor to be the tip of the spear, dare I say, of the arsenal of democracy, no matter what that may manifest itself in. So I love Michigan. I know these people, and the best people in the world will be at that rally for President Trump's 100-day celebration today in the wonderful, wonderful Motor City. By the way, did I mention I'm the Motor City madman?
Oh, I will. I was waiting for that wonderful rant to finish because Ted Nugent, Motor City Madman. Are you kidding me? 40 years ago, I watched Ted Nugent on stage in Chicago, just rocking. Ted, my hero, as you know, Ted.
In the closing days of 16, we went to Michigan, and he put on one of those concerts. It took us like an hour to get through to that. Ted, you drew a crowd, and I'm telling you, those are the folks that got it because we had no organization. It's self-organized. It was around Ted Nugent's concerts, and Ted, I'm going to tell you, the folks that you drew to it was just unbelievable. If you had something to tell President Trump today, what would it be, Ted?
Well, I have the opportunity. I'm really honored and humbled and blessed and inspired, stimulated and motivated to communicate with my commander-in-chief. Don Jr. is a good hunting buddy of mine, and there's no better connection than conservation, constitutional conservatism. And I would say to Donald Trump, be safe. Be sure you vet your Secret Service guys, because the best of the best are there around you to protect you at our taxpayers' expense. And there is no expense out of control that we want President Trump to survive in these dangerous, treacherous times where his enemies don't just want to disagree and argue with him. They want to kill him. So be careful. Keep that head on a swivel. Be cocked, locked, and ready to rock that Glock around the clock, Dr. Spock. And a big salute to those Secret Service agents that are protecting him, because these are dangerous, dangerous times. There's a cop in Grand Rapids on trial for murder because he stopped a man who invaded our country from Africa and who was on the run, and he had to neutralize the threat when this perpetrator grabbed his stun gun. And the court system, the anti-justice court system of America and Michigan, is actually putting the cop on trial for defending his life against a maniac attacker. So these are dangerous times. So Donald Trump, we love you. We pray for you every day. So keep reaching out to the hand of God like you did in Butler, Pennsylvania, and he will steer you in the right direction. Best Americans in the asset column love a commander-in-chief who represents the asset column.
Oh, hey, Nugent, I'm going to send you this. I have one for myself. I got one for Steve. You got to get your Steve Bannon is my spirit animal. Hey, I know you're going to want one of those.
Ted Nugent doesn't need a spirit animal. He is. Ted, where do they go to get your content, brother?
We have a 50th anniversage stranglehold shirt at tednugent.com, and we can't make them. I'm going to send you guys a stranglehold anniversary shirt.
Stranglehold is my ringtone. It's the best rock song ever produced in the entire history of America, the world.
True. This is true.
Ted, where it is. Where do people go to get your content, brother? I know you got to bounce.
Well, we got all kinds of stuff going on. I had a great crowd of young boys and girls and old folks and crazy Americans, and we're doing speakeasy rockouts every week. We do a run in Michigan at the end of August. They go to tednugent.com because the music is absolutely out of control. I feel like I'm 12 years old when I strap on that Gibson Birdland, so the spirit is alive and well. tednugent.com, everything that will cure your soul.
Okay, Ted Nugent, thank you very much, brother.
Nugent.
Godspeed, buddies. God bless you.
Amazing. Motor City, that is Detroit. I tell you, we're going to lose Poso. Let's go to Poso quickly. Poso, we're going to lose you. I know you got to bounce. Closing thoughts, sir.
Look, Steve, what Uncle Ted said there is absolutely right. The people of Michigan, and this is key and intrinsic for everyone to understand the MAGA movement and understand the type of people that came out for President Trump, particularly in the Rust Belt. They vote with their dollars. They vote with their wallets. Okay? So this isn't an area, it's not the Bible Belt. The Rust Belt is not the Bible Belt. So what does it mean? They're the people who understand China. They understand tariffs. They want the tariffs. They want the jobs. They understand. Why does Detroit, you had Uncle Ted there talking about Detroit. Why does Detroit look the way that it does now? And Shanghai and Shenzhen and all of Ningbo and Hangzhou and all these great cities of China, why do they look so advanced and Detroit looks so run down? Because of what was done, an operation that was done to the people of this country, and particularly the working men and women of this country. That's why President Trump is going up there to Michigan, because those people are the ones who get it. You know why? Because they're the ones who took the brunt of it when globalism was first erected 40 years ago.
Amen. The arsenal of democracy. And Pennsylvanian like Ted knows Michigan, and that's why one of the reasons the network's so strong, and people on the ground know the ground truth. I know you got to bounce. Say hi to Tanya Tay. Where do people go to get you on social media, Jack? Because you are on fire, brother.
I appreciate that, Steve. Yeah, we're going to be on fire. If anybody misses the podcast, we're Apple, Spotify, wherever you get your podcasts. Human Events Daily at Jack Posobiec everywhere. By the way, the book is Unhumans. It is a war room book. Stephen K. Bannon wrote the foreword to it. And, Steve, I got to tell you, we've seen a massive spike in book sales since Luigi Maggioni and everything else that's going on with the Tesla terrorists over the last couple of weeks. So this book, it's still selling like crazy.
And we're going to make an official announcement later in the week. We are going to make a movie about it, but I'll talk to you more about it later. We're going to, I'm going to divvy up that $10 million that advanced it to the. Jack Posobiec, love you, brother. We're going to take a short commercial break here in Real America's Voice. We're going to return to go to Steve Gruber at Macomb County for the rally in a moment. Real America's Voice coverage of the 100-day rally with President Trump in Michigan, Macomb County. It doesn't get more real than Ted
Nugent, no holding back.
That's the real deal.
That's the real deal. You know, what's with Michigan? Michigan's got Nugent. I think Kid Rock was
because it's a place of it's a real guys.
Real.
Not
real
just that.
Place.
It's real people up
Gruber's there too. I think
Gruber is Gruber's from Steve.
Does Steve Gruber know how to play the guitars?
Gruber. Talk to me. Ted Nugent just said about the arsenal of democracy. He talked about the piss and vinegar of Michiganders, and that if this bet, when it works for President Trump to bring jobs back, you guys are ready.
Yeah, absolutely true. Look, I blame Ted Nugent for my hearing loss. I'm just going to tell you right now. Half my hearing loss is because of his concerts. You'd leave those things, your ears are bleeding. I'm not kidding you. I've known Ted personally since about 1989. We first met, actually, in Billings, Montana. It's a long story. And I want to talk about that, but I want to pivot to a guy I'm standing here talking to, Peter. Peter is a Canadian who came here today after the embarrassment of Pierre Poilievre getting beaten yesterday by Mark Carney, a horrible globalist, a World Economic Forum kind of guy. And so I want to say, hey, Peter, you're a big Trump fan.
Yeah, definitely. It's like I said, it's hard to be a conservative in Canada, and Trump is, I don't know if you'd call him a conservative, but he's common sense. And I think that's what conservatism is. It's common sense.
It is. The things your mother said, hey, do the right things, tell the truth, work hard. So you heard he was going to be here. You ran over here. You think the reason that Pierre Poilievre folded and in fact, he lost his own seat yesterday is when he turned and attacked Donald Trump?
Yes, 100%. 100%. If you've read anything on X, some of the people that have posted said the same thing. A lot of us are Trump fans. No matter what Trump says about Canada, we still like the guy. And for Poilievre to have, he didn't have to say anything about Trump. All he had to do was put the blame on the Liberal Party for not having an effective prime minister.
So how big a disaster is Mark Carney? He's a citizen of 3 countries. He's the former, the president of the Bank of London. He's a World Economic Forum. He's a Davos guy. How much worse could it get?
Well, it just goes to show you that you can sell sand to an Arab, I guess. People are just not very bright. I mean, look at how many people voted for Kamala Harris. I mean, it just goes to show you that either people aren't engaged or they're easily manipulated.
So I had this theory, and I'll just bounce this theory off the folks. A lot of people here in the American media said, well, Donald Trump really blew it. He shot himself in the foot. He went after it and said, make Canada the 51st state. And I thought about it here over the last few days. I thought to myself, well, Trump is he plays the long game, right? What if his whole intention was to get this guy elected, to get Carney in office so that Alberta would become available? What do you think of that?
I've said the same thing. Trump is a troller. He will throw things out there, and he has a vision that we don't really know what his actual vision is. And Alberta is separating to become the 51st state. Well, it's in my T-shirt. Okay, that's what my T-shirt is. It's Alberta with a little Canadian dot here for
State 51.
State 51, and I'm all for that. And it would make a great prize for America. It would make a great prize for Alberta. Right now they pay billions of dollars to support Eastern Canada. They can't sell their oil to Eastern Canada because Quebec won't let them put a pipeline through Quebec to get to the East Coast. I mean,
crazy stuff.
Eric,
I appreciate
Eric, can you ask? Eric, hang on. Can you ask your guest? Can you grab that guy for a second? I got a question for him. What is it going to take to get a real populist nationalist party going there? Because Pierre was not the guy. I mean, he's been a politician for 20 years. He never really embraced real populism. Ask our guest what it's going to take in Canada to actually get a real populist nationalist party. And is Danielle Smith, is she the most Trump-like figure?
All right, he's asking a question we talked about here a bit ago. What's it going to take? He says Pierre was never the real deal because he was elected first at the age of 25. He's been in politics his whole life. He was never an outsider. He was always a politician. What's it going to take to get Canada a real populist party so you can take your country back and make America, or make Canada great again, as it were? And he asks, is Danielle Smith the one to get it done? I know what your answer is.
Yeah, that Danielle Smith is not the one to get it done. She's part of the cabal, whatever you want to call it.
She's conservative. She doesn't like Ottawa, but she's not one to take Alberta out.
No, because she knows where her bread is buttered. She's part of the elites. She's not an Alberta first, Alberta 51st. But
I like that, Alberta 51st.
And she would make a great governor. I truly believe that. But the point is if we want to have a free Canada, we need better. There is that other party, Max Bernier.
I don't know who that is, but how do you get a Trump-like leader?
Well, that's the problem. I don't know. I really don't know if Canada has that kind of.
Well, here's the other problem. Canada brought in 5 million legal immigrants and flooded the nation, but they came in legally. You can't do what we did and say, hey, there's the door.
No, but Canada has done. Now, I have no problem with Canadian immigration. They have absorbed them to a point. They do give them a lot of money, though, which kind of ticks people off. But the biggest problem is they've brought a lot of students in with the promise of, going to school and housing and work, and they haven't provided for them. So a lot of these students, especially from India, they've spent thousands.
What do you pay in taxes?
We pay a lot in taxes. We have a 13% sales tax. We have free health care that you got to wait months to get.
TST, GST, sales tax.
Yeah, the HST, GST, it's a 13% tax. And that includes, you buy a house for $500,000, you're paying 13% on that.
On top of your income tax, on top of everything else.
On top of everything else.
Yeah, and that's what the liberals want to bring to us in America. Peter, I greatly appreciate it. Thank you. I hope you get what you're looking for, and thank you for being here.
I do, because I will rush over to Alberta to become a U.S. citizen.
Why wouldn't you? Yeah. Why wouldn't you want to be a U.S. citizen? Hold on.
Hang on. Gruber, it's got a great ring to it. Alberta 51. Alberta 51st.
Do we really want to take on that?
They like it, Alberta 51.
Yes, Alberta.
Turn a whole country.
Yeah, we want to take on that.
Into a free market.
No. What he's saying is just take out Alberta.
Just take. I know, but if it's Alberta, Alberta, by the way, would be the good one. Would be the one to take because of the oil production and whatnot. That's the one we might want.
Hey, Steve, just hang on for a second. Now that we know we got you on the riser, we're going to take a commercial break here in a moment. We're going to come right back to you. Eric, right there you heard President Trump, some of his rhetoric, people said been over the top. What do you think about his calling the Prime Minister of Canada governor and going after Canada being the 51st state?
With Trump, everything seems to happen this way, and it's really fascinating. He throws something in. This started when Trudeau was giving him a hard time about whatever it was. It was maybe the border. I can't even remember what the issue was. And Trump literally says, and the guy is funny. Trump is a funny guy. And he says, careful, I'll make you governor of the 51st state called Canada. And everyone went like, wow, that's hilarious. And then Trump went, well, funny, but maybe we can do this. And
it's an artificial border. It's
all of a sudden it becomes
it's $200 billion a year in support we're giving them.
Trump's another thing, another feather in his cap that he can do, and it becomes more and more because conservative Canadians love the idea. They love the idea.
Huge.
But will conservative Canadians still love the idea of not having nationalized health care and
Well, no, there's a lot of liberals.
You hold these people in government hold them on the government seat for long enough, they may get used to the government seat. It's hard to pull them off.
Let's take a short commercial break here on Real America's Voice. We're going to return in a moment. We got wall-to-wall coverage. In fact, our own Brian Glenn is on Air Force One. We got Natalie Winters at the White House. Brian Glenn on Air Force One. They're going to stop first at the National Guard base. Short break. Back in a moment. welcome back. You wouldn't know this if you're an audience member of the War Room or Real America's Voice, the Eric Bolling Show, because I think we give pretty good coverage for the president, what's happening, the kind of action. We've had a tendency now, which I think is great, because the president's disintermediating the press, as he has these press avails in the Oval. I mean, have you ever seen anything like it?
No.
I mean, it'd be like FDR doing a fireside chat every day.
And by the way, my show's on at 4, and I lead into yours, Steve. Trump loves the 4 o'clock hour. The reason why I know that is because it gets blown out like 3 days a week, and we go to the Oval Office, or we're going to see, East Room and watch.
Oh, I know. That's what I'm saying. Bowling show's great, but you can't make invitation TV when, and we've seen the same thing, but the audience loves it. They just love it.
Here's the question, though. You would know this. Are we going to continue to see it after 100 days? Because he has been, very, very diligent about doing a lot of stuff, a lot of EOs every single day. Is it going to end at 100, or will it continue?
I think the second 100 is going to be even more intense
with EOs and
everything,
policies,
actions, things, and just now he's got the deal stacked up. He's going to have all those guys in for bilats. It's just going to be incredibly intense. Now, if you watch Real America's Voice, we actually cut to and let folks see exactly what's going on and the president's doing. If you watch mainstream media, not so much. We've got the great team of MRC, Bill D'Agostino. Bill, if you're just a regular American and you're watching television, how much positive news are you getting on President Trump, sir?
Yeah, not much at all. If you're watching broadcast news, you get 92% negative coverage of Trump. That's from a study that we just did looking at his first 100 days, which this might surprise you. It's actually worse than the first 100 days during his first term. That was only 89% negative. But if you compare that to 56% positive, 56% positive coverage for Biden during his first 100 days, it paints a pretty vivid picture. Also, we did a breakdown of what topics they actually had the most negative coverage of. The first was Doge, which has been racking up tremendous wins for America. So, of course, they don't want to talk about any of that. They just talk about all of the dismantling of supposedly important grants for who knows what, right, in Guatemala or wherever else, and the cutting of government jobs. Immigration, border security, which is the most popular policy issue for Trump right now, and then tariffs. And so if you look at what those three topics are, right, it's reshoring our manufacturing, it's preventing the invasion at the southern border, and through other means at this point too, and it's dismantling the administrative state. Those are the three most negative topics that they talk about Trump on. So clearly what this is, from the media at least, it's a backlash against the attempt for America to preserve its own interests. The media, in covering these topics in that way, are basically saying that they are opposed to America's interest and they want to see it slowly crumble away like it did over the last 4 years in the Biden administration.
Bill, we know, Brent Bozell and the great team over there, you guys have done this for decades and done such an amazing job of it. I want to go to the White House Correspondents' Dinner because, Eugene Daniels, think of Politico, is the head of the White House Correspondent, gave a speech the other night, and he's very specific. He said, we are not the enemy of the people. Something that came out of the first Trump White House when there was a lot of hate and discontent about calling the media the enemy of the people. He's affirmative. We are not the enemy of the people. And that got, I think, his only standing ovation during the night. But if you look at your analysis, since the policies you just talked about, reshoring manufacturing jobs, stopping invasion of the southern border, and breaking up regulation in the administrative state are very popular with the American people, would you say, in fact, by their actions, not their words, they are enemies of the people, sir?
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, look, this coverage that we're talking about here is just negativity on Trump, right, and some of his policies. But if you look at the way they actually handle Americans, it's the exact same thing. We did a study recently where we looked at, now this is morning and evening shows on the broadcast networks. They did 143 minutes for that Hilmar Abrego Garcia, the Maryland man, right, from MS-13. They only did 12 seconds on the actual Maryland woman, Rachel Morin, who was killed by an illegal alien, right? And so if you look at where their priorities are, absolutely, they're the enemy of the people. They care more about an illegal gangbanger, alleged wife beater, alleged human trafficker, than they do about an innocent woman that was murdered by just that kind of illegal alien. We did another study actually looking at cable coverage of Kilmar Abrego Garcia. They were 5 times more likely to describe him, this is CNN and MSNBC now, 5 times more likely to describe him as an American or a Maryland man than they were to describe him as being from El Salvador, which is where he's from. So the whole point is to pull the wool over Americans' eyes as they aid Democrats in flooding the border and hollowing out our economy.
Steve, one of the things from the correspondence dinner, I think this was probably the biggest moment. Again, that was great where the guy says, we're not the enemy of the people. Okay, sure, you're not the enemy of half the people. The other half you kind of have been for the last 50 years, especially the last 4 years. But at one point, the Alex Thompson? Alex Thompson says,
the guy from Axios.
From Axios. Well, he was Politico first. I think now he's at Axios. Says, we missed it. We didn't tell you the truth about Joe Biden's diminished mental capacity. Well, why?
Hey, hold it. That was a profile in courage for that crowd. It was crickets. Crickets. They were in shock.
And they knew it.
They got the 100%.
But can you just say, "Oh, sorry, we screwed up as a group"? The whole place screwed up.
You're back here.
But it was so.
By the way,
it was so soft.
So
like
soft.
The
Hang on 1 second. You're back here to go to the White House in some influence and discussion. So my question to you, D'Agostino, has the addition? We're going to go to Natalie Winters when we come back from break at the White House. You got Rav. We got 3 White House correspondents. A guy on Air Force One. Bowling's there tomorrow. This is kind of Brett Bozell's dream to actually have new media and conservative media inside the wire. Do you see that making any difference, sir?
Yeah, absolutely I do. I mean, look at the last election. The last election was a victory for the new alternative media, and it was a complete rebuke of the establishment corporate media's stranglehold on information. It certainly started with Musk buying X, but it has gone far beyond at that point. And it's outlets like Real America's Voice, it's outlets like Newsmax, it's outlets like OAN that are providing the actual information about, for example, manufacturing coming back to America, right? About Amazon caving on tariffs. You don't see any of that kind of coverage on broadcast networks. Now, unfortunately, they do still have a fairly decent audience. The first quarter in 2025, at least, the broadcast networks averaged about 19 million viewers a night on their evening newscasts. So there's a lot more work to be done. But that's kind of why we at the Media Research Center see most of our job as, at this point at least, reputational destruction for these people, because their audience is aging, and we don't want more people tuning in to hear canned lies essentially prescribed to them by the Democratic Party at this point.
Yeah. So Fox is interesting. Bill, you didn't mention Fox in that group. You mentioned Rav. You mentioned Newsmax, which I probably beg to differ with you on, including Newsmax into that group for reasons that we can discuss another time, or we can do it now, whatever you want to do. And OAN, I would agree. Fox is interesting what they've been doing lately. I don't know if you saw, they put out this new commercial, and it's like Hannity and Brett Baer and Martha McCallum, and they're like dressed down, they're like hanging out. And I think it's a hat tip to the new media, to the podcasters who are slowly grabbing their audience. Hat tip to groups like us who are slowly grabbing their audience.
Brett Baer chilling.
Brett Baer walking his dog. Okay, I see what you're trying to do there, but you can't be authentic.
I'm a throw up in
and
my
then
mouth.
go on TV and make sure everything you say has been filtered through the corporate boardroom and the ad sales department. I will tell you this new Fox poll that they have Trump underwater massively. It reminds me a lot of the CNN polls, and I'm trying to think: is Fox now just becoming another CNN?
Well, we saw the analysis of the polls. They only had a third of the Trump voters in there. So John McLaughlin came out today and blew up all those polls. So it's outrageous. But we played the Karl Rove ripped on Trump.
Oh, I saw that.
Yeah, we played it today. Bill, where do people go? You guys at MRC on the tip of the spear. I love the concept of, what did you call it? Reputational destruction. That's original gangster. We love that. Where do people go to get more of this, brother?
Yeah, come check us out at mrc.org. All of my studies and my colleagues' studies are up on newsbusters.org. And if you're so inclined, you can follow me at BannedBill on X, @banned_Bill.
Yeah, no, Newsbusters is great. MRC is great. And he's going to take over. Brent Bozell's going to take over. As soon as he's confirmed, he's going to take over the global media platform for President Trump inside the government. And Carrie Lake will report to him. Sir, thank you so much. Bill D'Agostino over at MRC. Love you guys. Send our best. Those guys have been doing it.
Didn't you do that for a while? Didn't you do something with Voice of America? Our basically our freedom message to the world.
No, once upon a time when you were highfalutin it over at Fox, Real America's Voice was called America's Voice. People thought it was the Voice of America, and that's one of the reasons they changed the name to Real America's Voice.
No, it's the only guy at Fox who didn't wear a tie. Just for the only
you were the
host at
best.
Fox didn't wear a tie.
You know, you were the first tech bro.
I got thrown out of Fox for being too pro-Trump. You realize that, right? That is really at the end of the day what that was all about.
How tough was that? How tough was it over there for that?
It was a day-to-day struggle because I was at a table. I started the 5. I was the original center seat in the 5, and 60% of that table did not like Donald Trump. They just disliked Donald Trump. And I'm not
Those are
talking
tough.
about Bob Beckel, the liberal. That's 20%.
People were. That was in Beck left in 15.
We started in 2011. We started in 2011. We took over Beck's 5 o'clock hour.
Yeah. When Beck punched out. Glenn was here last week. It was amazing. At the top, he made the 5 o'clock hour appointment TV. It was the dead zone.
Never could get a rating until Glenn Beck
discovered 5 o'clock. Yeah. Now MSNBC lives on it, right? Nicole Wallace, the biggest thing they got.
The 5 is the highest rated
show. Yes,
all of cable.
All of cable. Yes. No, Beck changed TV by making 5 o'clock appointment television.
Great again.
Made 5 o'clock great again. He was the first guy. I told him, I'm sitting there, and the guy's talking about quantitative easing. Only guys on Wall Street, only guys that followed the Fed's trading desk knew that. This guy's got the whiteboard. He's made the show. He had 4 million people a day watching it.
Yeah, he had he saw this whole Muslim caliphate thing happen.
Oh, he was.
Anyone.
He had the thing. Well, at Breitbart, we were on top of that because of we had the great Tony Lee and Matt Boyle had great guys, but Glenn Beck. He got into it, wrote a huge book about it. It was he was cutting edge. It was amazing. And then he left Fox, which people forget at the top of his game. Okay, we're going to take a short commercial break. We're going to go to the White House. We got Natalie Winters. We're going to go back to Michigan. The plane should be landing, I think, at the National Guard station for a photo op with Governor Whitmer. Is she going to bring her? Is she bringing her binders? Is she bringing her folders? She didn't learn. We're here in Real America's Voice. Eric Bowling, Steve Bannon, back in a moment. Welcome back. We're here. We're here in the hour of the Eric Bolling Show.
That's right.
And you're being preempted again.
No, but I couldn't be happier hanging out with you in the war room.
Okay, we're going to go to Natalie in the White House moment, but you're back here for some pretty big meetings. Why are you back in D.C.?
So what they've been doing is the White House has been comms, Chung and Caroline Leavitt are bringing in influencers, new media types to just have a conversation about what they're trying to do, what they want to do. Obviously, there's a new media seat in the briefing room, which is phenomenal, and they tend to go to that one first. And our own Brian Glenn gets questions all the time, whether it's in the briefing room or it's the Oval Office.
When I say he's the Helen Thomas, so they had a tradition in the White House briefing room that the senior most respected correspondent would always get the first question. Helen Thomas was his old battle axe from United Press International. In fact, UPI had virtually gone out of business. It was AP's competitor and Reuters for years, but she sat in that anchor seat in the front row. They always got her the first question. She was the nastiest, meanest. She would always ask some cheap shot question, whoever it was, right? She was a tough old broad, and so that's why I call him, because he gets a lot of the first questions now, because he asks good questions.
Because he asks questions that Trump wants the people to hear. Nobody wants to hear that question, so he can answer it the way people want to say. And by the way, when he asked Zelensky why he's so disrespectful to the office, why he's not wearing a suit,
do you own a suit?
Do you realize that may have changed the trajectory of
world peace?
Of peace, global, who owns what, where? Brian Glenn asks a question, and all of a sudden, Russia and Ukraine are being divvied up.
But here's the great thing about Brian Glenn. He's kind of everyman. He's sitting there. He's not trying to be anything. He's sitting there, and it's like Trump. He's thinking what the audience is thinking. Why is this guy sitting next to the president, and he's got like this gym outfit on or whatever, and he basically, hey, do you own a suit? Don't you think
Trump knows it's not going to be some BS like pre-planned suck-up question. No, it's a question that makes a lot of sense in our world, in the MAGA world, in the right-wing world.
Markets are closed. Another big day. First off, the headline 2 weeks ago, bro, was the worst April in the history of the stock market since 1932, or since the Great Depression, right? So we're basically back.
Second started. No, we're not back.
But we're kind of back.
I love you guys, but we're not back.
We're kind of back. What are you talking about?
We're kind of back. You're
not a kind of.
$1 trillion of market value.
You're not a back. No. That's I'm talking about since the tariffs. Don't give me the.
I am too. I'm from April 2nd till now. We're down substantially. We can spin it other ways than we want.
Hold on. What is?
You're going to get the real deal.
You're in the war room. We'd spin. Far be it.
All right, no spin. Here's the deal.
Okay, give it to me.
The markets are still down. Yes, do we bounce back some? We're still below where we were April 2nd because the market doesn't know what to expect. I will tell you, he's going to Michigan to maybe relieve.
Can you see the underlying? You see the underlying Austrian economics here. The underlying Austrian economics. First of all, he hates tariffs. He hates
government involved in anything, especially the market. Anything.
But by the way, we have a mercantilist system globally, so you have to be involved. That's the problem. The Chinese run a totally mercantilist system.
But the Chinese, listen, as I've said, the best years, the happiest I've ever been paying my taxes is when I pay the most, right? I hate taxes, but it's because I'm making a lot of money, right? We were making.
So you're gonna love that. You're my target on the upper bracket here, right here.
Do you really want China to go reduce your tariffs? We'll reduce ours, and then China goes, okay, we'll do that, but we're gonna have to start paying people,
it's not
$15, $20, $30 an hour, but they pay them $600 a month, and they have to live in the freaking factory.
It's slave labor.
It is slave
terrible.
But terrible. For that, we paid a tariff, and it worked. Okay, anyway, markets are up a little bit, still working on it. They're happy Trump is talking about maybe lowering some auto industry tariffs.
I don't want to send you to the Oval tomorrow to tell President Trump, when you go in the Oval tomorrow and see Trump, because you guys are old buddies, do not tell him the market's down $7 trillion. Don't tell him that.
Oh, I just have to be honest.
I know you do. Okay, talk to me. Give me the market.
300 up on
how about
NASDAQ.
What's my 10-year Treasury? 10-year Treasury's down. Morgan's at 10. Treasury 4.1. Come on, man. 10-year Treasury's down. Things are a little more stable.
2 years, 365.
You were in the pits for 12 years.
12 years, yeah.
It's trading oil and gold.
Gold But mostly energy, natural gas, gold, agriculture.
Gold is a hedge
as well.
every now and again.
I traded gold a lot, gold and silver and copper.
Have you ever seen gold like this in your life?
Gold's never.
It doesn't. It's not supposed to
matter.
It's not supposed
gold
to.
just goes.
It's never supposed to trade like this, though, right?
I was going to bring an ounce of gold with me because you can feel value. You hold an ounce of 1 ounce coin or a bar of gold, you can feel the value of it. And that's why I've said to first day I walked on Fox, their finance guy, like, what's the trade, Eric? Like, I pulled an ounce of gold out and said, never sell this. And it was $600 an ounce then. It's $350 now. And there's no reason for it to go down. Good times, bad times. It's just. It's something every portfolio should have. This isn't even a gold commercial.
It's a hedge. It's a hedge. But since we are birchgold.com/Bannon, the end of the dollar empire. By the way, I talked to the great marketing director here at Rio America's Voice. We're working on the Rio trip. And you're the number one draft pick to go. Rio Reset.
Steve,
this thing is massive. It's so huge.
This is beyond gold. If the Rio Reset very quickly is a group of BRICS countries, but now there's up to 30 or 40 countries that want to get involved in this. And what the talk is to pull the U.S. currency anywhere in the world. If you want to trade oil or agricultural commodities, you need U.S. dollars to trade it with. Everything's traded in a dollar price. What they're talking about is pulling the U.S. dollar off that as a reserve currency. You don't trade a barrel of oil in dollars anymore. You're going to trade it in yuan or some other euro currency. That will destroy the U.S.
The reason President Trump's going to Michigan is talk about this reordering of the post-war international rules-based order, commercial relationships, and one of the reasons the Chinese are trying, the weapon against us is de-dollarization. Let's go to the White House. We got our own Natalie Winters. Natalie, 100 days. You've been working on this a long time. Your thoughts, ma'am?
I think we have our country back, and I think that was something we didn't have for 4 years under Joe Biden. You and Eric were getting into, I think, if you get to the crux of what President Trump has done, it is unwinding so many of the original sins of the globalist economic model, and I think the global government model. We see that with what they're trying to do with the tariffs, which, believe me, if you told me that we would ever see an administration not just prioritize working-class Americans, manufacturing jobs over the moneyed Wall Street elites, but more precisely actually take on the Chinese Communist Party, not just talk tough, I wouldn't have believed you. But I think what we've seen come out of this White House really affirms that. I think you also see it first and foremost at the southern border, the idea that sovereignty matters for us to be a country. And I think we've seen that with DHS proclaiming quite boldly yesterday in their kind of 100 days wrap up that we actually now have operational control of the southern border, attempted crossings down essentially 99.99%. Obviously, there's room for improvement on mass deportations. I wouldn't necessarily describe them as mass. We're seeing some deportations, but not to the tune of 10 million people. But I also think, too, speaking of going after the sort of political D.C. swampy class that's too nice a term, I think there are a lot of EOs that we've seen come out. We've seen President Trump sign them, that even this audience, who is obviously always ahead of the curve when it comes to who exactly constitutes that deep state, the architects of the lawfare, people like Norm Eisen, people like Mark Zaid, all the law firms, the lobbying firms with the government contracts and security clearances, I think those represent that this administration, this president, is firing on all cylinders, and all you need to know is just look at who's around me. All my legacy media colleagues are absolutely apoplectic. As you noted, Rachel Maddow is essentially broken, though I guess that implies she was put together before that. I don't know about that. But it's great. I think another victory, too, that I'd shout out is what they've done on the new media front. I think that's something that's truly historic, and War Room myself honored to be a part of that.
So we just had Bill D'Agostino on here from the Brent Bozell guys over at Media Research Center. He had an analysis. They've done a study. 92% of mainstream media's news broadcasts have been negative on President Trump. And they did another analysis about Maryland Man. I think it was 143 minutes of positive coverage from them, and only 13 seconds for the unfortunate victim who was brutally raped and murdered by the illegal alien in Maryland. Given that you've had a ringside seat since day one, I mean, what's your assessment of how this new ecosystem of having, we got Brian Glenn on the plane, we got Bowling's over there tomorrow. You've been profiled all over, and you're doing hits with us every day and co-hosting. Is it having an impact? I mean, what's been the arc of kind of the media shift over in the White House?
Well, I think we've proved that we're not a fad and we're not going anywhere like these illegal aliens should be getting deported. I love the guys over at Media Research Center, but I think they might have to revise some of their metrics because I would say it's probably closer to 98, 99%. I've been hearing the hits all day watching MSNBC. You rarely hear anything positive. But I think the most important thing, if you abstract and really, I think, get to what the new media initiative is about, and it's frankly all the questions that I have fielded whenever I've been doing these interviews, these profiles, and you get it when you go into opposition media as well. Why are we smeared? Why is there a pejorative connotation when we're quote-unquote biased, but people who are essentially in line with wanting to actively impeach, oppose, tank, sabotage President Trump's agenda, that's somehow apolitical, right? Left-wing bias is not a bias to them. That's just the normal state of affairs, the default setting of media. And I think the inclusion of people like myself in that briefing room is forcing a very, I think, kind of tenured, ossified class institution of, legacy media elites to grapple with that question. And I think we encapsulated it best in that interview that I did with CNN's Donny O'Sullivan, where when he asked me, well, do you really think of yourself as a real journalist? And I think it keeps going back. These people covered up for Joe Biden being, as I said, essentially dead. I think that was the first time CNN probably ever aired a remark like that. But for 4 years. So we're not just here because the White House wants to have a bunch of positive coverage. We're here because we deserve to be here and have broken more stories. And I think, frankly, when we've had the opportunity to press administration officials, we've asked them why those deportation numbers aren't higher, if there's going to be a Ukraine audit. So I think it's important to have our voice here. I think the new media, or the legacy media people, are maybe adjusting to our presence here a little bit. There's maybe a little fewer eye rolls, though I think if it were up to them, they would still probably deport us. But it's been an honor to be, I think, really at the forefront of history when it comes to the changing of information warfare here at the White House.
Natalie, Bowling brought up in the last segment that the White House Correspondents' Dinner, that the most important moment wasn't when Eugene Daniels said, hey, we're not enemies of the people, and they gave themselves a round of applause. It was when Alex Thompson, who used to be a Politico, but now is one of the senior guys over at Axios, actually admitted to what you said on CNN, that, hey, this was the biggest story going on, and it's one thing for a staff to cover it up, etc., but myself, he took personal responsibility, and many in this room
May I add, Steve?
Yeah.
I mean to cut you off, but
it was a little soft.
It was soft because he said we missed it. And yeah, they didn't miss it. I mean, they didn't miss it. They purposefully covered it up. They looked the other way on purpose, and they reported the opposite. Joe and Mika were saying how cogent and together Joe Biden was, 10 days before the debate, and he fell apart on the debate until they could no longer cover for it. And then Jake Tapper, can you believe Jake Tapper writes a book now saying that, oh, we blew it, we missed the decline of Biden? These people were complicit in the conspiracy to hide the fact that the United States, the leader of the free world, was degrading in front of our own eyes, and they hid it, and they didn't let us know. And that is one of the most dangerous things.
To show how degraded for the Pope's funeral, he could barely get around. I mean, he is like a little old man that they have to guide around. Think if he had been commander-in-chief. Natalie, put us in the room. Would it be possible, given the people don't understand how tiny the West Wing is and how you're on top of people and how small that briefing room is, would it be possible, ma'am, to actually miss the decline of Joe Biden, who now was kind of led around very sad, like a guy in his 90s around the Vatican the other day? Could you have possibly missed it, or would it have to have been an active cover-up?
Well, I have learned that these people are pseudo-intellectuals, but I do not think that they are that dumb. Look, not to go full IC on you, but what you saw from Alex Thompson, even I think the troll, the heckle that is giving him the award for writing that book, that is what
Natalie,
you call...
hang on for 1 second.
Yes.
Hang on 1 second. We got to walk out of President Trump. Let's go ahead and cut to it. We'll come back to Natalie Winters, the White House, in a moment.
Can they hear me in my ear?
This is President Trump walking out. He's at the National Guard Air Station. There's going to be a quick event there. I think Governor Whitmer is going to join him. There's the president coming down. Ball cap on, Eric Bowling.
Beautiful. Is it Trump 2028, or is it Make America Great Again baseball cap? What do you think?
It's Golf of America, naturally.
Right.
He's all about branding.
That's great.
It's a full troll.
It's so it's like common sense. Why the hell was it Gulf of Mexico?
By the way, when it was first announced, obviously, how did we never think of that?
Right.
It's so genius.
Stuff in Greenland. I mean that's brilliant.
Okay, there's President Trump. I think Whitmer was supposed to meet. This is the National Guard station. Now, our own Brian Glent is with him. We don't know if we're going to break it or not. I think there's going to be a little ceremony there. He's going to stop for a few minutes, and they're going to, I guess, take the motorcade in. I don't think they're going to take Air Force One back off. I think they're going to stay there and go. So this is President Trump meeting the local dignitaries and Air Force. People love this. I mean, they wait. They get all, everything squared away. President Trump shows up, and you'll see. And when he returns, normally what he does with the police officers that are there with the motorcycles, he'll shake every hand and take every selfie.
Steve, the juxtaposition
these guys love
of what we've been talking about is look same age as Biden was when he first started the term. And look at how cogent he is. Look, he's aware. I mean, remember Biden's falling over
Can we cut
himself.
back to that, or is it? They got in the motorcade,
But
so they're heading
so he
out.
shakes
Okay.
hands. He knows where he is. Biden would get off Air Force One or get out of a vehicle and have to be held and told where to go, and he's lost.
Yeah.
Trump commands it. He goes where he wants to go, and everyone follows Trump. Biden's like, where do I go? How do I help me? Jill, help me. Help me put on my jacket.
The thing is stumbling around, and it was so embarrassing, the tripping. And you don't look, as much as I detested Joe Biden, you don't like to see that happen to anybody, particularly President of the United States, just the office itself.
I don't know. I've never been a fan of him.
No.
A lot of people felt sorry for him or pitying him, but he was not a good person. He was not a good.
Oh, he's a terrible president. First of all, it was not a president. He was an illegitimate president. Let's go back to Natalie Winter. So, Natalie, let's continue on that great explanation, ma'am.
Well, I was just saying it was a limited hangout. That's what we saw on the White House Correspondents' Dinner stage. The idea that the press just sort of passively missed the story and maybe should have better reported on his mental health, that's not what the issue is. It was how they repeatedly, through every failure that regime had, whether it was Afghanistan, the southern border, inflation, the illegal alien invasion, right? Take your pick of the issue. You had a president who was so out to lunch, so his roguest of rogue advisors were able to essentially steer course and implement the most radical policies. So it's complete and utter failure, complete dereliction of duty on every single front. And frankly, I think it's the same paradigm through which you can sort of view the horrors and atrocities committed by the Biden regime. It was the number one question that we asked from day one. Is this intentional, or is it a result of incompetence? And maybe in this case, we're not talking about Joe Biden directly, but I think that you can sort of use that paradigm to look at what the media did. And of course it was intentional. And I think that it speaks, frankly, what you guys were talking about, right? The transparency, the strongman nature of President Trump, the deep state, the just way that Washington works. You saw it when Doge tried to enter the U.S. Institute of Peace, or what they tried to do with USAID. They thrive on weak presidents. They don't want strong men, right? So they love having a dead president. That is the deep state's, wet dream. That's all they would ever want, because they can exploit them for whatever agenda they see fit. So they didn't cover it because they didn't really think it was an issue, right? Because to them, I think if you really want to, right, if you talk about unitary executive theory, Curtis Yarvin's idea of what it means to be a president, the cathedral, they wouldn't even care if the president were dead, because this town, this city, this country has always run on just sort of, a status quo, just like Operation Death Star, like Russ Vought always talks about, the cartel, right? So I think there's more to it than just, these journalists were lying. Don't buy that book, please. It's a joke. We should not reward horrible behavior that almost destroyed this country. But it's a troll, I believe, that the WHCA, which I'm sure there's a bunch of their members standing literally right behind me, that they chose to honor Alex.
Okay, we're going to just hang with us 1 second. We're going to go momentarily. The motorcade has reached the National Guard, so President Trump's going to make some remarks. We're going to cut there immediately. One thing, Natalie, the esprit de corps of the White House staff, these people are putting in 20-hour days, 7 days a week. I mean, it is a grind, and particularly when you've had so much going on, to flood the zone, these executive orders, everything's got to be perfect. You got to get on top of it. Give us a status report of how folks are doing at the White House today on the 100th day.
Oh, they're working nonstop, and the signs, if you can potentially see behind me, of all the illegal aliens that have been deported are still up. The wind has blown some of them over. I don't see anyone from legacy media running to help fix them, but CNN also blurred out the faces in their shot, and MSNBC was complaining that we were, I guess, doxing the identities of child rapists and murderers. Take your pick. But I think on all cylinders, we were honored to participate in what was, I believe, the first podcast row. Though, Steve, I know we're not a podcast or a TV show, but when the White House invites you to a podcast row, you say, yes, thank you. But we interviewed a ton of administration officials really on every vertical, from the lawfare stuff to the comms department, the messaging, and I think we should give a huge shout out. I think one of the most underreported things that we've seen from this administration is just how young, and on the other side of that, how committed and devoted a lot of the people in the comms and press shop are. I think you see it with how young and fun and memey a lot of the stuff you see coming out of their social media accounts are. And believe me, the left-wing media, the legacy media, they do not get the joke. I hear them, lamenting the memes in the briefing room, which is quite awesome to hear. I think, Steve, what was it? Probably the first week or so I was here, I remember I told you the first time I was waiting in line for the bathroom, I heard a bunch of legacy media people complaining, becoming apoplectic, and melting down about the idea that Trump was just, quote, dismantling the entire government. And I'd love to hear those people's thoughts now. I'll ask a follow-up.
Natalie,
how about that?
Natalie, we're going to go to the National Guard here in a second. Before we let you go, one word that would summarize the 100 days as you've seen it up close and personal in the White House, this historic 100 days of President Trump. What would it be, ma'am?
Well, I have to go with retribution.
Our own Natalie Winters. Natalie, where do they get you on social media? Where do people follow you?
More retribution, as always, at Natalie G. Winters on all social media platforms. Thank you for having me, Steve.
Perfect. Thank you. Thank you, ma'am. Natalie Winters, our White House correspondent.
She's right. Those young, generally young people in comms, certainly in the comms, and I assume every other agency department in the White House, young people don't earn a lot of money, and they're on call 24/7.
24/7. It's a grind.
It is a grind. And
7 days a week.
And to serve at the behest of the president. That is
look. It's a once in a
commitment.
lifetime. As I've told people that have come and said, you got to do it. It's a ticket punch, but it's also a time in history. You'll never be able to replace this time. And
did you enjoy your time in the White House?
I hated every day of it.
Did you really? Why?
It was just such a grind. I'm also not a staffer. I mean, I had built my own business, had done my thing at Breitbart. I ran it. I was happy to do it. That's why it took 1 year. I went from basically August of 16 to August of 17. It took 1 year of my life and said, I'll do this, and but it's just not. I'm not a staffer. I didn't enjoy 1 day in the White House. Just didn't enjoy it.
You're not really a staffer, though. I mean, you had walk-in privileges.
Yeah, but you're a staffer. Trust me. No, you would be incorrect. I'll have to tell you about my job interview with Eric Bowling. No, we can't. We got to save that. We got to save that for. We got to save that for another day. Eric Bowling. There was some wild times back there in 16, but a very different. Here's why the steal in 20, and by the way, we're going to go to the National Guard as soon as they open up, as soon as President Trump steps up. The 2016 and then the steal in 20 was providential because we needed those 4 years.
He needed it.
He needed it. Wow. First of all, we were surrounded in the White House. And winning in 20, if we had powered into 21, it'd have been like trench warfare. It'd have been the Maginot Line right there. This gave him 4 years to step back, regroup, rethink, have all these think tanks come up, CRA, Project 2025, Brooke Rollins and the team, Stephen Miller, all of them, to get the team bang, bang, bang. This is the reason I gave the PBS interview after I left the White House, and I talked about flooding the zone, our strategy, what we tried to do when we had nothing. We had no people. I said, if we get 2 or 3 things up a day, right, the media will jump on one, and we'll push the ones we'll really do the ones we want. Now there's 10 to 12. You couldn't have had that back in 16.
You know how important losing 20 was, or getting stolen, whatever, getting stolen.
You're on Real America's You're not Newsmax anymore. You're not.
Now I can speak, and now I'm not going to get censored and everything. That's, by the way, why. The 4 years, the left thought he was done. They thought they were done with Trump. Like, oh yeah, he's gonna come back. Well, we got him. He lost in 20. It won't
big time.
And they didn't prepare. But more importantly, Trump got pissed off. He got ticked off when he won. I'm sure it went through his mind. I'm not going to waste a second I'm going to put my agenda into play minute one.
How much is
straight through?
But, okay, about
the first time it wasn't like that.
About that sense of but he was. You could tell he was feeling his way. It was a whole new environment.
Oh yeah.
And you had guys like Paul Ryan to come in and tell you everything, and then stab you right in the back.
I don't know if you're friendly with him, but Reince, I don't think Reince Priebus did him any favors.
Well, I think Reince did a better job. I'm a defender of Reince. I think he did a better job than
he was involved in the story we're going to talk about later too.
Okay. Yes. Very much. No, I don't want to give too much. I want.
I get a phone call. I want to. Bannon said, "Get here now." I'm like, Steve, I got to go on air in about an hour and a half. He's get here.
Dump it. That's just a TV show.
I'll tell you more later.
The sense of we're going to go back. Maybe we got a second to go back to Steve Gruber in a second.
Right now, he's about to walk out.
About to walk out. Okay. The sense of urgency he has.
Yeah.
How much is that is tied to the assassination attempt to him in Butler?
I think he realized his mandate was not only by the American people. I believe he has a divine mandate. I believe he thinks he has, and I do too. He's got a divine mandate too by the good Lord above, saying, "Get it done, Donald Trump. Get it done."
You believe that?
I do believe that.
100%
I do
believe
100% believe that. That bullet, whatever. We know we can go over that, but to hit you in the ear and survive it. Good God, that's insane. That's great. Listen, I think he came out of the box and he realizes that he's got to get this because he's going to have another year and a couple of months.
Yeah.
If we don't win, if he doesn't win, the Republicans don't hold down the House, he's going to go lame duck, and he doesn't want that. That's going to be trouble. So this is an important time to get everything right.
What do you mean an important time to get everything?
Because you can't miss anything, and that's what concerns me about the tariffs. Is like I want America to be win. I want him to win. I want us to hold the House, the Senate, and the White House in 2026.
But what do you define as win? I mean, his thing is to totally redo the
right. But if the markets don't treat him well going into 26, they're going to hurt him with that. I don't want him to. I want him to win. I want us to win.
Okay, can we cut live to the? Let's cut live to the. It looks like a hangar. You want to cut live to it?
Oh yeah, look at that.
Let's go and have a walkout of the president. Let's go ahead.
There you go.
Okay, director, you can go ahead and cut live to the hangar.
Yep.
There we go, right there. President's going to walk out in a second. We're going to.
Is that Hegseth? Looks like Hegseth up there.
Pete went out today.
Yep.
There he is, right there. Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth. We've gone fixed bayonets for Pete three times,
and
we'll go a couple of three times more. Tell me about speaking to Pete.
I spoke to Cash and Pete on the same day. They're great. They're not being sidetracked by the liberal left, who's just doing everything in their power to get a skin, to get a scalp, as you say.
No scalps.
No scalps.
Right? You agree? No scalps.
No scalp. No, hell no. Well,
you can't give him a scalp.
Maybe your buddy Lutnick, maybe.
Hold on, Lutnick said no, but hold it.
I gotta be honest, right?
No.
My wife's texting me, like, don't argue with Steve about the markets. I'm like, I'm not arguing, I'm just being.
I'd love your wife. His wife's always been the classiest person. He's incredibly classy. I don't know how she ended up marrying bowling, but no. Lutnick comes out today. I've been all over Besson, these guys. Lutnick comes out today, says he's running these deals, he's cutting deals. Last thing I knew, the Treasury Secretary was, I don't know, I thought had the planes up and kind of leading and doing the China thing. Maybe Lutnick is doing Commerce Secretary stuff. We should say, is any audio that we can go to at all?
Do we have the audio, the music playing?
Yeah, some music. Can we go ahead and...
There you go.
Yeah, let's have some music. There we go. I love that. Can we bring that up a bit? Come on, guys. I could listen to that all day. I got a choice between John Philip Sousa and Eric Bolling. Come on, dude. Can I get some... There we go. Oh, here comes the President of the United States. Hail to the chief. The President of the United States, Donald J. Trump.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the 45th and 47th President of the United States, Donald J. Trump.
well, I guess they think we're going to save this place. And you know what? They're right. 100% right. We're going to save it and make it better, actually. So at ease, everybody. At ease. Enjoy yourself. Sit down if you can. If those are chairs, yeah, they are, in a sense. Thank you very much. It's an honor to be back in the great state of Michigan. And as you know, we had big victory in Michigan. And I won't forget it, and I'm not forgetting it. And I'm honored to be here at Selfridge Air National Guard Base with the men and women of the 127th Wing of the Michigan Air National Guard. Thank you very much for being here. This is great. It's a great honor, and a great honor from me. We've had such success in Michigan. I want to thank the Secretary of Defense, Pete Hegseth, who's doing a really great job. The Houthis will tell you that. He's doing a very good job. Major General Paul Rogers and Brigadier General Daniel Kramer of the Michigan National Guard. Commander of the 127th Wing, Brigadier General Matthew Brancato, thank you very much. Deputy Commander Colonel David Spihar, wherever you may be, David. Where's David? Huh? Hello? Hello, David. Where the hell are you, David? Hello, David. Thank you very much. He's like the quiet type, right? But a killer, I hear. Command Chief Master Sergeant Bruce Hedrick. Bruce? Hello, Bruce. Thank you very much, Bruce. Thank you, Bruce. Great job. For decades, they've been trying to save this facility. I didn't realize that. I thought it was just recently, because I heard about it recently from some people, including your governor, who has done a very good job. She came to see me. That's the reason she came to see me, by the way, to save Selfridge. And she was very effective, along with some of the other politicians and some of the military people. They love this place. They love what it stands for, all the victories they've had here over the years. So I want to thank Governor Gretchen Whitmer for bringing it also to our attention very strongly. And, you know, I'm not supposed to do that. She's a Democrat. They say, don't do that. Don't have her here. I said, no, she's going to be here. She's done a very good job, frankly, and she was very much involved with the Republicans. They worked together on saving it, and it was not easy. So I want to thank you very much, Gretchen. Good job. Thank you. Michigan House Speaker Matt Hall worked with Gretchen and everybody else. Thank you, Matt. Great job you're doing, too. John James, as you know, is right now working on the great, big, beautiful deal. I said, do me a favor, John, just stay back there and let's get your vote. Let's not worry about this today. But John was fantastic, as were all of the other representatives that you have that are right now in Congress working very, very, very hard, actually. And Michigan Senate Republican leader Eric Nesbitt, thank you very much, Eric. Thank you very much. Great job. He's done a great job. Right now working on the great, big, beautiful deal. I said, do me a favor, John, just stay back there and let's get your vote. Let's not worry about this today. But John was fantastic, as were all of the other representatives that you have that are right now in Congress working very, very, very hard, actually. And Michigan Senate Republican leader Eric Nesbitt, thank you very much, Eric. Thank you very much. Great job. Done a great job. But I want to thank all of the people that I just mentioned, but in particular, you know, when I look at the House members, they have been calling me all the time, we got to get it done. And they worked along with Gretchen and some others. And you're going to be very happy with what I have to say right now. I also want to thank Michigan's tremendous Republican delegation, the whole delegation, the whole state, because they're back in Washington and they're helping our congressman and they're helping us get the votes that we need, because I think if we get it, we have the biggest tax cut in history, and if we don't get it, you have the biggest tax increase. And for that, I will blame the Democrats, because we probably won't get any votes from Democrats, not for any reason other than we're Republicans, and the Democrats tend not to vote anytime we vote. The whole thing is so crazy. But it'll be the biggest tax increase in history if we don't get it. And that's why the Republicans can do it, but they have to stick together. And I think they are, from what I understand, really sticking together. I want to thank also Speaker of the House, Mike Johnson, and John Thune, leader John Thune. They have been working together and with the senators and the Congress, men and women, and I think they've got something that's really, it's big league, and it's very important. The biggest bill ever, if we get it done, and I think we will. For decades, Selfridge Air National Guard Base has stood as a crucial pillar of North American air defense, just 20 miles north of Detroit, where you're going to have a lot of car factories opening very soon, by the way, I might add, with access to the largest military airspace complex east of the Mississippi. Selfridge is tightly integrated with the National All-Domain Warfighting Center. This airfield saw its first military takeoff all the way back in 1917. Can you believe that? Wow, wouldn't that have been a shame to close this great history for something else that wouldn't be as good? The Tuskegee Airmen trained here during World War II, and generations of Michigan patriots have served here with great distinction. Unfortunately, that proud legacy was put at risk by the retirement of the key aircraft based here, in particular the A-10 Thunderbolt II Warthog, which I hear is an incredible plane. It's too bad. It's a long time it's been up there. I said, why don't we save it? I actually said that last time, and we did save it. I said that in my last term, and we did save it, but now it's coming to an end. But I hear the Warthog is incredible. And we have support aircraft and also the KC-135 strata tankers. In recent years, many in Michigan have feared for the future of the base. They've been calling everybody, but the only one that mattered was Trump. They called Trump, and we got it done, which represents $850 million in economic impact across the state of Michigan, and probably it could be much more than that as we expand it out, and creates thousands and thousands of good and important jobs, both in the military and civilian jobs. So, Gretchen, that's a big economic, you're not going to have too many economic development jobs like that. It's great. But today I've come in person to lay to rest any doubts about Selfridge's future and the vital role it'll play in our national defense. As Commander-in-Chief, I'm proud to announce that very soon we will replace the retiring A-10 Warthogs with 21 brand new F-15EX Eagle II fighter jets, the best in the world, fresh off the line. Brand new. And they have an expression, you know what that means, fresh off the line. That means they are brand new. They've never been anywhere. This is where they're going to be for a long time. And I saw one of them, it flew over my head, and I said, what the hell is that? That plane has serious power. So this is the best there is anywhere in the world, the F-15EX Eagle II. This will keep Selfridge at the cutting edge of Northern American air power. My administration will also continue with plans to replace the outgoing KC-135s and KC-46 Pegasus aircraft to continue that important refueling mission. And they'll be restocked with brand new top-of-the-line refuelers. For generations, the men and women of Selfridge have always been here, and they've always been for us. Whether you're Republican or you're Democrat, they've always been for us. They've been for America. And under the Trump administration, we're going to be there for you. The previous administration was willing to surrender Air National Guard fighter units across the country by retiring aircraft that were not being replaced. We are replacing. But under the Trump administration, we're correcting that injustice, and that starts right here in Michigan where we have a big commitment to Michigan and to the state, even beyond this. This is an exciting time for the United States military. Since November, enlistment numbers for every branch of the armed forces have surged. Recruitment is now the highest it's been in 39 years. Now, if you remember that, you better hold on to those jobs or somebody will take them. Somebody will take those jobs so fast. Hold on to those jobs. Don't leave that job. Who would have thought? Because prior to November 5th, which is Election Day, I was hearing that recruitment was so bad, it was so impossible, it was hard to get people. And this goes not only for the armed forces, for the police, for firemen. People are proud of our country again. Big difference. But we had the worst numbers that we've ever had virtually. We couldn't get anybody, and now we're overstocked. We have waiting lists of people wanting to sign up and be with the military. They're proud of our country again. And I'll be supporting a record-setting $1 trillion investment in our national defense. We're going to go $1 trillion, the largest in the world, largest ever in our country, but no other country's invested that much. We have a $1 trillion budget for military this year, and we have tremendous plans, including increasing the scope of Selfridge. And I recently signed an order to begin construction of the Golden Dome missile defense shield to protect our homeland from missile attack. We're going to call it the Golden Dome. We had the Iron Dome, but somehow, Gretchen, Golden Dome sounds better to me. I don't know. Maybe it's not. What do you like better, Golden Dome or Iron Dome? What do you like better? Golden. Let's have a vote. Golden Dome. Oh, no, I think we're in trouble. Oh. How about the Iron Dome? Good. Keep it. That's good. Because we made all the changes already. It'll be a little bit. Even the renderings look very golden, look beautiful. No, it's going to be incredible. The latest and the greatest. A lot of it's going to be made in Michigan. A lot of it is going to be made. The Golden Dome. You know, other countries have it. In particular, Israel has it, and we have a much more advanced, and theirs is very good. We helped do it. We did it. But we have an advanced version now that really is incredible what it does. We had a case study of 169. Out of 169, every one of them just shut down. And I think we're entitled to it, don't you? I think we're entitled to it as a country. America's military will soon be stronger and more powerful than ever before, and Selfridge Air National Guard Base will remain at the center of the action. And I just want to say we're building some of the greatest submarines and various other ships, but submarines in particular, we have a monopoly on great submarines. We're building the greatest in the world, most powerful machine ever built. And we're doing some things that are just incredible. In one way, you hate to do it, but in another way, you really have no choice. And we're fighting very hard on the China front and the Russia front with Ukraine and what's happening in the Middle East, and a lot of good things. You're going to be hearing a lot of good things. It's a shame. When I left office not so long ago, we had no wars. We defeated ISIS in 3 weeks. It was supposed to take 5 years, they told me. Sir, it's going to take about 5 years. We did it in 3 weeks. Raising Cain, he's now your top, you know, he's your top person. He's the head of the Joint Chiefs. And I did that because he was the one. He said, sir, we can do it in 3 weeks. I said, 3 weeks? They told me 5 years. No, sir, you can do it in 3 weeks, sir. And I said, let's see if you can do it. And he did it. He had a little time left over, actually. And ISIS was gone, totally defeated. And he's the man we wanted. That's the man I said, if I do this again, I'm going to put that guy in charge, because he did things that nobody else was able to do. And nobody else even thought it or even suggested. So I'm very proud to have him head up the whole military operation, along with Pete and some other great people. So I just want to say that Michigan, it's been my great honor to be here. I've had tremendous success in Michigan. Not all Republicans have, but I have. And not just this time either. We did tremendously well in 2020, and we did incredibly well in 2016. In 2016, they said it couldn't be won. You know, it couldn't be won, but we won, and we won by a lot. So it's a special place, and I don't forget my friends, and Michigan's been my friend. And I want to just thank everybody here. I want to congratulate you, actually, because there are a lot of people wanted this to happen to their neck of the woods, but it's happening for you. So congratulations, and God bless you all. God bless our military, and God bless America. Thank you very much. Congratulations, everybody. Congratulations.
Only because the Commander-in-Chief invited me. Mr. President, thank you for restoring the warrior ethos inside our formations, for rebuilding our military, reestablishing deterrence around the world, and making Americans proud to wear the uniform. That recruiting surge we're seeing right now is because they know they have a Commander-in-Chief that has their back. That's my message to these men and women every single place we go. All I ever wanted when I was in combat was to know that my commander had my back, no matter what. And with Donald J. Trump, that commander has your back. And that means something to the men and women of America, and that's why we're seeing a record surge in recruiting. That's why we're locking down our southern border. That's why our enemies know we mean business, because we have a commander-in-chief that has our back, and he has the back of this base as well. God bless you all. Thank you.
Well, I hadn't planned to speak, but on behalf of all the military men and women who serve our country and serve so honorably on behalf of the state of Michigan, I am really damn happy we're here to celebrate this recapitalization at Selfridge. It's crucial for the Michigan economy. It's crucial for the men and women here, for our homeland security and our future. So thank you. I'm so grateful that this announcement was made today, and I appreciate all the work. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Mr. President. It's because of your leadership this is happening. No one else could save Selfridge. We've tried for decades. It took you, Mr. President. This is why the people of Michigan elected you, sir. You are not forgetting us. This is the first time in decades where we can all say Selfridge is winning. We are winning because of you, President Trump, and I know all of these troops here will not let you down with this new fighter mission, which will keep Selfridge Air National Guard base thriving for the next 30 to 40 years. Thank you, Mr. President, for remembering us and keeping your commitment when we saw you in Washington a few weeks ago. Thank you, sir.
Well, Mr. President, thank you for coming to Macomb County. Thank you for coming to Michigan. And thank you for providing another important service of the F-15X. This means that these folks are going to be continuing on the mission for America for the coming decades. Because of your leadership, America's back again, Macomb's back again, Michigan's back again, and Selfridge will be leading the way. Thank you, Mr. President, for showing that leadership.
States, saving an Air National Guard base, giving another 30-year life. It's incredible. Go ahead, jump in, sir.
So this whole idea of Pete Texas, is he in a short time? Is there rumblings of 30 to go? Pete's going now. And Steve, you talked about Rolling Stone to the credit, printing that whole comment about. You saw President Trump bring Pete Texas to the podium. That's the support that the people he needed, that Pete needed.
Yes.
And people who are the detractors, who are maybe yapping in the Department of Defense, who are talking, it's got to stop. The chatter's got to stop. And that's usually what it is. It's like, a couple of guys hanging out, talking badly about the boss, and it gets back to the boss. Pete's in good shape. I told you I spoke to Pete on Friday. And he's in very good spirits. He's very confident. You can see it right there.
This is amazing to come to this Air National Guard base.
Dan, did you know there was Gretchen Whitmer? Was she wearing a MAGA hat? Was she MAGA?
I have a question. Is she going full Kristi Noem on me? No. Is that? I thought it was the Secretary of DHS.
She was shocking.
Hold it. She had all I needed was a DHS vest and a. Gretchen Whitmer is going to get so much. Now that is what the country should be. The president of the United States there is it's a Democratic governor.
How about it?
You're there to save. Talking about not just save. This is an instrumental Air National Guard base. They're going. They got now a new mission. It's fantastic, and I tell you what, can we get some power on that?
I tell you what, also, Steve, the difference between Gretchen Whitmer, a Democrat in a blue state, to the governor of Maine pushing back on Trump, you're going to get different treatment. And guess what? Beautiful National Guard base is going to be built, and it's going to be wonderful.
But extended life, and she comes out, but she's going to get massive. She's not going to be invited onto the replacement for the Rachel Maddow show for a while. They're spitting nails right now. If you watched today's coverage of the mainstream media, I would have to say it's revolting. Right, just the misrepresentation of facts, but the hatred that comes out. I don't know how people can watch it. The media hasn't learned anything. If you want to beat MAGA and beat Trump, you're not going about it the wrong way. The hate just comes out, and they work on each other. This is why Rachel Maddow had a nervous breakdown last night. Right, she had a nervous breakdown on her show.
Nervous breakdown. Every time you.
Gretchen Whitmer, is she cosplaying Kristi Noem now?
I don't know, but. Listen, so do you trust it? I mean, we just talked about Bezos.
Do I trust Kristi? Gretchen Whitmer, no.
I mean, do you trust Bezos drops $40 million on a Melania thing? He gives Trump $1 million for the inauguration party, and all of a sudden he's putting tariffs, on this thing, which people have a problem with. My point is, do you trust any of these liberals? I don't.
People have a problem with. You don't have a problem with them putting the tariffs up on the they're trying to highlight Trump is making your life more miserable.
Well, I wouldn't call them Trump tariff. If he did, I haven't seen it yet. But if they call it Trump tariffs, then I got a problem with it. But if it's tariffs, we break out fuel. When gas prices were $5 a gallon for everyone, we had fuel surcharges on everything, on deliveries, on airplane tickets, everything had a fuel surcharge.
Here's what's going to happen. My good friend Eric Bolling, after he goes to the White House tomorrow for the high-level meetings. We never get invited here at high level. Once you go to the White House tomorrow for the
plus one.
No, I got it. I'm gonna do your.
I can make this happen.
You know a guy. I know a guy. I got a guy. Let's go. We're gonna go back to all this. Hey, Gruber, was that Gretchen Whitmer or Kristi Noem? Yeah. Tell me who it was.
Listen, I'm a little crushed knowing that I'm not going to be Rachel Maddow's fill-in for a while. That hurts my feelings. I don't think you're on the list either there, Bannon, just for the record. Look, I wasn't able to see the feed. Just tell me Gretchen didn't do this. I just want to make sure that didn't happen.
She didn't hide.
No, what are you talking about? She was loud and proud. She was loud and proud MAGA. I think it's a Trump 28 hat.
Yeah, you can see, by the way, Trump turned to Whitmer, and it wasn't planned. It wasn't. He looked at her and he extended his hand and said, "Do you want to speak?" And she chose to speak, as opposed to hiding behind the binders.
Hold it. He got her again. He got her. He introduced her to the thing.
She may,
Gruber, we got a couple minutes before we got a hard break. He's coming your way. Talk to me about Gretchen Whitmer, who's on the short list of governors running against President Trump in 2028. Tell me about that whole event right there.
Yeah, she was. Look, it's no secret. When Joe Biden was floundering after June the 27th, everybody knew that Gretchen Whitmer had her team together. It was not a secret. Her team was there. Her fundraisers were there. Her eye was on the prize of the Oval Office. And then all of a sudden, Joe came out, dropped out, put Kamala Harris in his place the same day. And Gretchen Whitmer and all the rest were like, wow, I can't believe that happened. And, of course, she didn't want the job to run for vice president. Josh Shapiro didn't want the job to run for vice president. But Gretchen Whitmer she's damaged goods at this point. When things like this happen, it doesn't help her standing. She's not going to be invited to all the important parties for the Democrats for a couple of weeks. But she's doing the right thing. Look, when the President of the United States brings you F-15 fighter jets and says we're going to restock Selfridge Air Force Base, you say, thank you, Mr. President. I appreciate you helping out. It's the right thing to do. She did the right thing. Will she pay a price for it? Of course she will. They're always vindictive on the left. You know that. And so it hurts her. And I don't know that she's really viable anymore. In fact, if you look around at the Democrats and who's in the field, I at one time thought she was the most electable. Then they put Kamala Harris at the top. Look, as you know, there's a lifespan in politics. There's an expiration date. I think by the time you get to 28, she'll have been out of office for a couple of years. Time will tell. She wants the job. She has a team. She has fundraisers. She's fairly well liked in Democrat circles, but she dropped the ball on COVID. She was terrible. Michigan has the second highest unemployment rate in America right now, second only to Nevada. Michigan and Nevada often compete for who's having the worst economy when things go badly. She didn't fix the damn roads as promised. A lot of things haven't gone very well. And she raised, think about this. She took the annual budget in Michigan from $56 billion when Rick Snyder was the Republican, sort of Republican governor. When she took over, now it's $87 billion. How do you account for $30 billion extra dollars? We charge $35 billion more than the state of Pennsylvania runs for $35 billion less. Do the math on that for me and explain it, because that's what her opponents will come after her on stage for if she gets into a debate situation. How'd you blow all that money? And when she came into office, there was a $9 billion reservoir of money there, a surplus. It's all gone, and now she wants to raise taxes. I mean, she's in a tough spot, but then again, all the Democrats are in a tough spot. My money is on Shapiro at this point. If it was all too early betting, that's where my money would be for the Democrats. And, of course, AOC is everybody's favorite on the far left, but I find that hard to swallow. So we'll see.
Gruber, hang on right a second. We're going to take a short commercial break. We're going to come back at the top of the hour. Steve Gruber is going to be with us. He's actually in the arena in Macomb County. We've got John Solomon, the great John Solomon, is going to join us. Eric Bowling is going to continue to ride a shotgun here on Real America's Voice. In the box right there, we have our one and only Brian Glenn is giving us a visual, right, that we'll come back with of the motorcade.
Cool.
Heading is very cool. Brian Glenn's always on it. Real America's Voice coverage, nonstop, continuous coverage of the 100 days. And man, what a historic 100 days has been. The Daily Telegraph came to me this morning and said, or the Spectator out of London came to me and said, Bannon, give us one word that sums up the 100 days. Revolution. The Trump revolution comes to America to basically regenerate, rejuvenate, and bring the country back to its original greatness. Short commercial break. Back in Real America's Voice in a moment.
Historic
executive order to ban men from competing in women's sports. Illegal border crossings, the lowest ever recorded, ever. And a freeze on all foreign aid. You're either going to make a deal or we're out. I declared a national energy emergency. Drill, baby, drill. I withdrew from the unfair Paris Climate Accord. We ordered all federal workers to return to the office, ending the flagrant waste of taxpayer dollars. We've ended the tyranny of so-called diversity, equity, and inclusion. Our country will be woke no longer. Other countries have used tariffs against us for decades, and now it's our turn to start using them against those other countries.
We support Donald Trump's policies on tariffs 100%.
This will be indeed the golden age of America. It's coming back. It will be like nothing that has ever been seen before. Thank you, God bless you, and God bless America.
Trump, the first 100 days starts now.
Tuesday, 29 April, year of our Lord 2025, the new golden age. We are here in the Imperial Capitol. We've got John Solomon with us over our main studio downtown, and Steve Gruber's at Macomb County. We're going to go to Steve in a moment. President Trump's 100 days, wall-to-wall coverage. Here's the logistics. The president just left Selfridge National Guard Air Force Base, and what he's doing is heading to the event itself. Now, when he gets there, it should be about 5:30, roughly. The president always takes, 10, 15, 20 minutes, and he meet and greets behind stage veterans, first responders, people from the community. There's a couple of donors, too, but normally just normal folks. He wants to spend some time before he goes out and gives a speech. It's really one of the most heartwarming things I've ever seen. Every time we do it, Trump wants to carve time out. He's a people person. Give us some of your reviews, Eric.
It's not fake, too.
Not
some
fake,
politicians,
no.
the kiss the baby.
It's the real deal.
No, Trump does it because he knows.
He's from the hospitality industry and the media. I mean, he
feels that too.
How are your reviews this afternoon, Bowling?
Steve Collins 6 says, "Tell Bowling to get on the Trump train and support him 100%, or get the hell off Rav." Do you know how long?
Hang on. People should know, Eric's got a long personal history with President Trump. You've known Trump 30 years from the 90s?
Yeah. No, I knew Trump before Celebrity Apprentice, before Apprentice. I've known him. I lived and worked in New York. I was in the same circles. I was at the surf club in the late 80s.
Oh, my God. Okay, no stories there. Stop.
And Donald Trump walks in. He's single at the time, walks in with a group of, bodyguards and wants to dance with my dad. I've known Donald Trump since the late 80s.
Okay.
Donald Trump used to call me at home, Stephen, when he was president the first time.
Oh, I remember that.
Okay, you want more?
Yeah.
He was 2 weeks in the in the presidency in 2016. You were there. He calls me to the Oval. I fly down from New York, and he says, "Come on, and I want to talk to you about this infrastructure proposal." It was big. Yeah. CNN had a copy of it. It got leaked. CNN had it. He says, "What do you think?" And here's my point. I love Donald Trump. I want him to be president forever. I want America to thrive under Donald Trump. I'm also a guy who has to say what I believe. So Trump says, "What do you think of this?" And I'd read it on the way down, and I said, "Mr. Trump,"
and the libertarian kicks in, but go ahead.
Well, no, I read it, and it was a lot of spending for roads and bridges. I said, Mr. President, why don't you do this? Take a lot of that spending, fix the roads and bridges, whatever. But take a lot of the spending, build hospitals and build schools, and put Trump on the side of the hospital and the school, and use local contractors. What happens? Every voter that drives by a hospital or school says, "Holy gosh, I love Trump."
Bowling's like an old ward politician, old Irish ward politician. I just want to go back in time, though, for a second before we go to Michigan. The surf club in the 80s.
Yeah.
Okay, players. No, I don't remember that. Because I was at Goldman Sachs as a Grundoon. I was working 18 hours a day.
Oh, stop. You Goldman guys were just owning the surf club.
That was the traders. That was the traders. Not the investment bankers. I was working 18 hours a day.
The trader. The investment bankers couldn't stand the floor
because you guys are booming at the surf club, and we're working.
Well, we
for
were
the
making
clients.
money. We were spending. You guys were hoarding it. Going to do film and stuff later.
The surf club, and he walked in and danced with the date right away.
He sent one of his bodyguards over and said, Mr. Trump would like to dance with you guys.
Of course, naturally. He drank your milkshake, is what you're telling me.
That's right.
Drank your milkshake.
He ate my lunch.
So hold it. I got John Summers. Let me go back to Gruber. Gruber, we're heading in from Selfridge. I want people to fully understand today on the 100th day how President Trump thinks. Tell us about the National Guard base, the struggle to keep it open, what happened today, why was this important for Michiganders and for our national defense that the Secretary of Defense would come out there, sir?
Hey, did you hear?
Now his mic's up.
Okay, can we get the mic up, guys?
All right, well.
Okay, tech issue. We'll straighten it out in a second. It's, all those locations. And when you have the risers, folks.
Thank you, AJF. Thank you, AJF. Eric, you deserve to have your own opinion. Thank you.
There we go. See, that's not the Rumble chat. That's the Rumble chat. I thought you waved off the Rumble chat.
You told me man up and go back on Rumble, so I did. Where's the T-shirt? If you haven't seen this, I mean this. I don't just make T-shirts and not mean it. I mean this. It's a true story.
Spirit animal.
Well, listen,
we're going to start selling on our merch site. We'll give you a cut. We'll give you a taste. We got Gruber. Okay. Steve Gruber, the President of the United States, and he's always thinking downrange. Why does he go to a National Guard air base today? What is it about these fighters? What about the struggle to keep that open? What does it mean for the community? And what does it mean for our national security, sir?
I mean, what's more red, white, and blue than an Air Force base in your neighborhood? What builds pride more than having brand new F-15s delivered and you see them come screaming over? I mean, if you're at a football game or somewhere else, nothing makes a chill run up your spine like F-15s. There's just something about that raw American power. It's pride. Steve Bannon, it's pride in America. It's God bless America. It's America's back. America's the strongest, biggest, meanest dog on the block. That's what it is. It instills pride. Plus, there's a lot of money that comes with that. Look, Selfridge was on the block to be chopped a couple of times. It's good for Michigan to see Selfridge survive. We've had a couple of different Air Force bases closed here in the last 15 years. We need to hang on to one. And it's nice to have him show up with Pete Hegseth, the Secretary of Defense, and say, listen, we're planting our flag, Michigan, right here for you. And it feels good. I'm telling you, it builds morale. It feels good. When Michigan's fighting to come back and become the arsenal of democracy, it's nice to see that arsenal on occasion. Speaking of arsenals, by the way, all right, folks, quick heads up for tonight's first 100 Days Rally. FreeTrumpKnife.com is giving away a limited run of 250 America is Back Trump 2025 commemorative knives, and you can claim yours for free. Just cover the shipping. This is a spring-assisted, razor-sharp collector's piece complete with a laser-etched Trump slogan and an American flag-inspired handle. It's functional, patriotic, and built for anyone who still believes in strength, freedom, and America first. Whether you add it to your collection or gift it to someone who gets it, this is one of those rare drops that'll go fast. Head to FreeTrumpKnife.com right now. Only 250 are available. They will not last. That's FreeTrumpKnife.com. Claim yours tonight in support of our 47th president. Patriotic, built for strength, and America first. God bless America, Bannon. That's it. That's why Selfridge is so important. It's a symbol of American strength, patriotism, and freedom. Like Ted would say, locked, cocked, and ready to rock, Doc. That's why it's important.
Hey, Gruber, tell us about, when the president gets here, tell us about the event space, tell us about Macomb County, tell us about the type of crowd that's going to be there tonight. Walk us through where we're going to be. Why did President Trump pick it? Why is it important?
Macomb County is the pivotal swing county in Michigan. How Macomb County goes the state. This is where Reagan Democrats came out in 1980 and sent Jimmy Carter to the unemployment line. Macomb County is a mix of educators and auto manufacturers and blue-collar people and white-collar people. It is a mix, and it has gone both ways. Macomb County went for Barack Obama. Macomb County has gone for Donald Trump now a couple of times. It is the key swing state, and as we've talked about, and I've said before, Steve, he's told me this. Donald Trump believes Michigan is ground zero in the effort to get him elected, not once but twice, maybe 3 times. We can argue about that another day. But it's also the key to his midterm success. He really believes that. Look, you're going to have people running for governor in the state. It's an open seat. Gretchen Whitmer, who was there today, and Donald Trump again put her on the spot, but put her in front of the microphone. She's leaving. Gary Peters, the left-wing senator from the state, surprised everybody a few weeks ago at the age of 66, says he will not be seeking another term. It is an open Senate seat for the second time. We just had an open Senate seat. Mike Rogers came up short by 0.3%. He's entered this race again, but he's going to have company this time around. You've got a pretty full field on the Republican side running for governor here. And so Macomb County is critical for Donald Trump not having a 2-year term effectively, but having a 4-year term effectively, maybe more, as we've talked about. But in order to have an effective full 4 years, he needs the House. He needs to hang on to seats in Michigan in the House. He needs to get that Senate seat. I mean, you pick up a Senate seat in Michigan or New Hampshire or both, because some of these Senate seats are open. You add a couple of seats in the House, you pad your lead. That's what Donald Trump's looking at here. That's why Macomb County is so important. It is a bellwether county. It's one of the top, most indicative counties in the entire country. It's the one county in Michigan that will tell you how your election's going to go, and that's why he's here.
Just hang on. I'm going to take a short commercial break real quick. Is our own Tudor Dixon, is she going to be in this governor's race?
You know, I can't decide, and I don't know that she has decided. Look, I'm a Tudor fan. I think that she would be a great senator. I think that she would make a good governor here. I think that she would add something to the conservative agenda. Of course, she's endorsed by Donald Trump when she ran for governor previously 4 years ago, or 2 years ago, I guess. It'll be 2 years until Gretchen's out. But, yeah, I don't know if Tudor's in or not. Steve, I'll tell you, I talked to her some. I don't think she's honestly made a decision. I think that's the honest truth. I don't think she's made a decision here. I think it's weighing on her as to what to do.
Hey, Gruber, Eric Nesbitt, he was with Trump. He was traveling with Trump a little bit. I believe in the, when Air Force One landed to bring him to the podium right there. Eric Nesbitt says he wants to run for governor as a Republican. So will Tudor Dixon want to run even if Nesbitt? If he's got Trump's endorsement, there's no one else. Right?
I tell you what, hang on for a second. Does he have the endorsement?
He wrote with him.
We're going to take a short commercial break. We're going to be back. We got Gruber in Michigan, Bowling here in the War Room. John Solomon's going to join us. We're rocking and rolling in the 100-day commemoration. We return. Real America's Voice and the War Room. See you in a minute. me, where are we? The president is heading towards Macomb County. I think he's going to get there around 5:30 by the motorcade. Our own Brian Glenn is with him. When Brian can, and you can't do it all the time, he gives us the rolling video from, and we'll put it up in a box so that you can see it, or maybe we'll go full screen. So Brian Glenn's with him. Steve Gruber's actually at the event center. I got Bowling here. John Solomon is working on some investigative reporting. He's going to be with us in a little while. We'll go to him. Are your reviews getting any better, Bowling? We've cleaned your. We had to clean up aisle 3. We did that.
Dan and Bowling, Mike Davis, love Rav, love War Room. We'll be nice to you now, Eric. You deserve your own opinion. It's great.
Deserve your own opinion. Where did that come from?
Can you imagine? Can you imagine?
Can't imagine that. So, Gruber, here's a question I got for you. You've done a great job of laying out the historic importance of Macomb County. Historically, for the country, it's always been a major bellwether. It's the home of Reagan Democrats. This is where President Reagan in 1980 shocked the world in a blowout of Jimmy Carter, and it was all anchored in Democrats, actually in the blue wall of places like Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, other places voting for him. But tell me, what's your assessment of what Macomb County thinks of the first 100 days of President Trump, sir?
I think they're thrilled. I mean, you hear these nonsense stories on the left-leaning media, Chicken Noodle News or MSNBC or whomever else, talking about this buyer's remorse. That's all garbage. I see these polls saying, Donald Trump's support is only 41%. Those are also the same people that said, look, Kamala Harris is going to win. I talked to dozens of people coming in here today, and the place is packed, as you can see. The place is filled up. They're at just about at capacity. The president's a few minutes out. Every person, to a man, to a woman, there is not one person I've met, and this is true on my radio program, which is on a couple of dozen stations around Michigan every day, in addition to Real America's Voice. There is not any buyer's remorse. Are people a little bit nervous about their 401ks? They were for a bit, but that's come back. What's the market down? About 6-7%? Everybody's looking at that going, look, we're willing to give the guy a chance to govern, to play his hand. Everybody trusts him. Look, when you look at what happened in Canada, again, I put it out there. Was that an accident? Was that a mistake by Donald Trump? Or did he play it hoping that he can bust Alberta loose? That's actually my theory. I wonder if that was the play to see if he can bust Alberta loose, because they are so angry to begin with. But here in Macomb County, they're thrilled with this president. They're thrilled. Number one topic, the number one issue continues to be the border. And when you hear that there were 184,000 illegals released into the country last year, and 9 so far this year, a reduction of 99.99%. The people here love that. They love the fact that the border is closed. And we don't have the problem with illegal aliens the way other states do, but we have our own representation here and problems. I mean, you've got these gangs that come here from Chile and Brazil that were terrorizing homes in Oakland County, right next door to where I am right now. These sophisticated gangs would go to these fancy homes, disable the security systems, and then raid the place, and then get on their planes and fly home. So this has been going on. In fact, the sheriff, Mike Bouchard, was here from Oakland County. He was on the stage here just about 20 minutes ago. So real crime goes away. Fentanyl, not here the way it was just 100 days ago. People here in Macomb County, they love the border being secure. They love the idea that Trump's trying to get this auto industry jump-started and defend the working men and women of this country. The UAW members, Brian Panebecker, you've seen him many times up here. He's the guy who's kind of burly that Trump first called on stage, ended up being on stage with him a dozen different times. He was up here. UAW members for Trump. Donald Trump has done something that has not been done previously in my lifetime, really, and that is a cross-section of populist movement that brings people from all corners of this country and all corners of this county. They love what Donald Trump's done for the first 100 days. They look forward to where he goes for the next 100 days. The one thing that really has them, frankly, pissed off are all these activist judges and districts around this country trying to issue nationwide injunctions against what Donald Trump is doing, whether it's DEI or deporting people or whatever it may be. That's the one thing that they're mad about. They're not mad at Donald Trump. They're mad at House Republicans for not doing something about it thus far. That's the only thing that they express concern about. Steve, other than that, these people are thrilled, Steve. They are thrilled.
Steve, we hear all day long on the mainstream media about the deportations and due process. Are the working class and middle class folks in Macomb County. Are they worried about due process for criminals and due process for illegal alien invaders? Or they want him to fulfill his sworn oath as Commander-in-Chief, sir?
I think they'd like a lot of KC-130 transport planes coming right up and out of Selfridge and sending those folks to where they belong, which is wherever they came from. If you are in this country illegally, right? If you are in this country illegally and you get caught and you're here illegally, what other due process is involved? If you broke the law, you came in here, you're a gotaway, you lied, you did whatever you did to get in here, and now you're here illegally. Go home. That's the message these people have. So the due process, what more do you need? If you're here illegally, that's what people here think. No, they support him. They support sending the illegals home. And almost to a man and woman, the same thing. They're welcoming to these folks. You want to come here from Venezuela or El Salvador or Mexico or Africa or wherever. That's fine. Fill out the paperwork. Get a background check. Make sure that your paperwork lines up. Tell us what you're going to do, where you're going to go get a job. You know, it used to be in America, you couldn't just come here unless you had a plan to support yourself because they didn't want extra mouths to feed. That's the way it worked at Ellis Island. Should still work that way now. The fact of the matter is, we don't have a problem with immigration laws. We have a problem with enforcing them. People here believe that. I believe that. And I think that these people, like I said, they are thrilled. Close the border, seal it up, make them come in a single-line, orderly fashion.
Gruber, hang on. So we got a beautiful shot. Let's go back to that shot. I knew as soon as I said it, they were going to take. Let's go back to the shot. I'm going to play director now. Let's go back to that big, beautiful shot right there. Okay, that's the arena. Gruber, it sounds almost like a celebration. I mean, the energy, the excitement, really the enthusiasm, and the joy. Put us in the room.
It feels that way. The music is playing. I can guarantee one thing you're going to see. You're going to hear the village people. You're going to see Donald Trump dance tonight. There's my one prediction for the evening. I don't know exactly what he's going to say, but I'm going to predict that he will hear the village people and he will dance for these people. It is a celebration. And in fact, our own Brian Glenn just rolled up to me, so I know that Air Force One landed. They went to Selfridge. They made the motorcade journey over here. They're here, so I'm going to have to hand off to Brian, Steve, and I have to go to the main deck over that way. Brian will be here with you. We're gonna do a little player to be named later move. All right.
I love it. Brian Glenn's going to take over. So the shot right there. Folks, can I have the music? Let's have the music. Let's bring it up, guys.
Don't forget, Steve.
Bring the music up.
We got 2.8 million votes. 2 million.
Your buddy has. You're playing. This is. Let's bring the music up. This is. He's playing. You're playing the hits list that he plays every night at Mar-a-Lago. Do we have Brian Glenn? Is he up? Okay, fantastic. Okay, got it. Right there is a celebration. Look, Higher American. That's Buy American, Higher American sign. It's a celebration.
I mean, just imagine Joe Biden. If Joe Biden, just 100 days into his presidency, showed up anywhere, especially in a state that wasn't typically a blue state for him, he won it, but it wasn't typically blue. He would never get a crowd like this. He wouldn't get the enthusiasm, the excitement. Trump taps into that emotion. That's largely why he's president.
Did your date at the surf club dance with Trump?
Yes. It's beautiful.
Didn't even think
Jana,
twice.
I'll never forget Jana. Model, tall girl.
Didn't even think twice.
No.
Hey, Eric, thanks. It's amazing.
True story.
I haven't heard the surf club mentioned in 20 years. It was not. It was
Goldman guys.
It was the hot spot. Not for me. Okay, I'm slaving away 18, 20 years. So just like here, I'm like a monk. I live like a monk. Guys like you
slaved away for a few years, and then you've made so much money. You got,
I became part of Carney. Mark Carney's part of the problem. He's a Goldman guy. What's the other guy?
He's almost a Goldman guy.
So tell me about Nesbitt. Is Nesbitt have the?
So he again.
Is he have the endorsement?
He traveled with the president. I would assume that it's at least a tacit endorsement.
I don't know. A lot of guys travel with the president. I mean, he endorsed. I'm not saying
he probably would reserve the the
It's a
endorsement
big.
till.
Listen, to fly out there is a big deal. To be on the plane in Michigan, to come out there.
Saquon Barkley flew on Air Force One to the White House yesterday. That was pretty impressive.
Of course, look, Trump. Look at the Philadelphia Eagles thing when he had the champions there. I mean, it was the
Trump likes who would have thought Trump likes the tush push?
I cannot stand that rule.
I love that rule.
You love that rule?
Great rule.
It's a terrible rule.
It's a great rule.
What are you playing, rugby? Are you playing American football?
Football.
Why do you like the tush push?
Put your big guys up, get some big
No,
dudes
I
out.
don't like it. No, but do it. No, but that would line them up and let's go. Don't have the thing pushing him back. Are we playing rugby?
You're still moving forward.
You like the Austrian School of Economics and you like rugby.
I just like free markets. Listen, you're smarter than I am. Didn't you go to London School of Economics or something like that? Didn't you?
I went to the West Point of Capitalism, the Harvard Business School.
You did?
Of course.
No wonder you don't get this.
Hold it. The railhead of globalization. Globalism.
Wow, Harvard. You're a Harvard grad.
It took me a long time to work through that.
Can you imagine having $55 billion endowment? Great, fine. But then not being taxed on the money you make. I mean, you put in 5% interest bearing.
I think the business school alone has got $8 or $10 billion of that.
But you want a tariff I like? Put a tariff on Harvard. How's that?
No,
tariff?
absolutely.
They're stupid.
I don't think
investments.
First
the way
off,
we get
all the foreign students got to go. Number two. I don't think he's been tough enough. I think President Trump's got to. I think Harvard gets $6 or $7 billion a year. Got to cut it all off, and don't blame the Jewish students. It's not about anti-Semitism. It's much deeper than that. It's about anti-American, neo-Marxists hate America, and they got to get rid of all those professors and all the administrators. Once they've done that, start bleeding the cash back in there. Next stop is Ann Arbor. I'm going to talk to Gruber about that. Short commercial break. We return. I think John Solomon's going to be with us. Gruber. Bowling, Bannon here in the War Room on Real America's Voice on the 100th day.
Maybe Glenn.
Okay, thank you very much for Eric Bowling keeping me entertained here in breaks. I want to go to our own Brian Glenn. Brian, you've been on Air Force One. You've been in Selfridge. Tell us what's going on today, sir.
Yeah, I just walked in the building and the crowd is energized. I actually ran into several people, fans that have been on the campaign trail, going to all the rallies throughout the year, Steve. So it's kind of a great reunion. But the energy here is electric. But let me tell you something. At that Air National Guard that we just did before we came here, when he announced this new generation of fighter jet that we're getting, the applause in that room was massive. Then the applause for him when he walked out, Steve, was extended. It was in other words, they really wanted to show President Trump how much they appreciate him for coming to Michigan and supporting the military and having this next generation fighter jet that is soon to be making their appearance at these air bases around the country. So, Stephen, Governor Whitmer there, I got to say, she showed a little appreciation, obviously, for what was taking place. But I wanted to hear her specifically say, thank you, President Trump, for bringing this to the great state of Michigan. I did not hear that. I heard some general appreciation, which is good, but I wanted a little bit more, Steve. I wanted her to really dig in and be thankful for what President Trump has done for this state. But no doubt, if there was any question whether or not the military also appreciates the defense secretary, he got a huge applause as well.
Hold it, Brian, you got to help us out here. Did she go cosplaying Kristi Noem today? I mean, it's pretty shocking that she just ripped off Kristi Noem's look.
That's interesting. And she said that she didn't plan on being called on and coming up and saying a few words. So that did get her off guard. But she did walk up. She showed appreciation. And I actually thought it was Kristi Noem when we landed there on the ground first. So she met the president as he stepped off Air Force One. I thought it was Kristi Noem until we got inside and I realized, wait a minute. Like, that's not Kristi Noem, but it looked like her.
Talk to us, put us on the plane, Air Force One. What was the excitement like? What was the vibe like? I mean, This is a historic day from the greatest political comeback in the history of the world to now the first 100 days of the second term. Tell me what it was like, sir.
Yeah, well, on the plane, and I got my list in my pocket. I'll get it out here in a second. CNN was the lead television poll on here. We were the second. We also had the Huffington Post and I want to say the AP, Reuters. We had the kind of the usual photographers on the plane. Very short flight, about an hour and 8 minutes from takeoff to touchdown. A little rough landing there. We had some high winds here in the area. But let me, I feel like getting on that plane after the first incredible 100 days that we've had. And if you rattle off the list of things, and I know that you guys have been doing that throughout the broadcast, it's mind-boggling. This is a list, Steve, that you would expect a president after 4 years of service, not just 99 days, but after 4 years of service. And so everything from the border to the economy, he's crushing it. Earlier, I had some feedback from the floor manufacturers. Now, this is something I want our audience to know here, how these tariffs are helping the American businessmen. The flooring industry in Georgia, as you probably know, is the biggest in the world. It's the flooring capital of the world. The major floor manufacturers are telling us that these tariffs are now making it very competitive now to get that business because India, China, Turkey, and other countries have been undercutting American floor manufacturers for years, pricing them out of certain jobs. But now the playing field with these tariffs makes it where they now have an opportunity, and they are flourishing with new business. And so that's great. I also talked to a gentleman earlier that met with the concrete manufacturers in different states. They are pumped up to what they're seeing with these tariffs, Steve. It's a good thing, despite what many sitting right over there might tell you about these tariffs. I'm telling you from the businessman's mouth, it's a good thing for American businesses.
Hang on, Brian. Hang on. You gotta tell Bowling this was not a setup. Okay, we did not talk. Not an ambush. I'm not texting Brian Glenn. He's a good buddy. I did not text him.
I saw your hand, Will. No.
My producer.
You know what's interesting
your thoughts.
about bowling?
Yeah.
Yeah, well, what's interesting about Eric is I totally appreciate him. Marjorie and I was talking about him just last night, saying that I know he wasn't the biggest fan of the tariff, but he wants to win. And I think that's what makes Eric so special, is he may not be a fan of every policy, and none of us are. I'm not a fan of poking the bear with Iran. I don't want to get into military escalation with Iran. I just don't like that. Yeah. Of course, I don't have information that perhaps President Trump has.
I'll tell you, honestly,
Eric
Brian,
Eric wants to win. Yeah.
Hearing what you said about the flooring industry in Georgia, that's music. Here's my issue with this whole tariff. It started out with a good intention. Let's threaten reciprocative tariffs to bring all the tariffs down. And at some point it evolved into, let's get the world at our feet begging for our approval, for Trump to approve them, and it turned it in the wrong way. If it is to bring down tariffs across the board, great. And if it is I'll tell you what else, the used car industry in America is flourishing under these tariffs. Anything that's produced here already, you guys they're gonna crush it, and that is good news.
Don't you see that as the future, though? That's to bring these manufacturing jobs back.
The problem is, I don't think Apple is going to spend $500 billion, and if they do, they're going to do it with all automation.
They say they are. Well, they said it's 20,000 jobs. It's not 200,000 jobs for $500 billion.
Actually, it might be 20 jobs, like 20 guys opening, turning the lights on.
Are you getting like Lutnick? You're going to bring your robots back? You're going to bring your robots back?
I'm like,
talk to me about Lutnick. Lutnick, hang on. Tell me about Lutnick. He's now he's cutting all the deals on the commerce.
He's got deals. Great. What do you got? Let's go. Listen, again, don't get me wrong. I'm not anti-Trump. I don't want this to
I know
fail.
you're not anti-Trump. You're a buddy of his.
And it will work if everyone lowers their tariffs, but unilaterally.
Brian, who was on the plane? Who was on the plane today? Who came out with the president? What was the traveling group?
That's a great question. I know that off of Marine One, I saw Stephen Miller, Mike Waltz, even though I did not see Mike Waltz get on the plane, but he definitely met the president at Joint Base Andrews. Margot Martin, of course, a lot of the Trump staffers, but it was hard to see who actually got on the plane, because once he got on, we were kind of ushered to get on the back of the plane, so we didn't really get to capture everyone getting on. But I did see Stephen Miller was on the plane. I've gotten reports, and I'll try to confirm that in the break, of some other individuals that were on there, but I just didn't know for sure, and I don't want to.
Honestly, Brian, if you've never done this, folks, I mean, this is amazing. Steve's done it a bunch of times because he was with Trump 1.0, but you get on Air Force One, you come off Air Force One, and you're headed to a venue. It is amazing. These SUVs fly at like 100 miles an hour. There's state police that are closing all the roads. It is just unreal. You get chills being in part. You're so close to the power, and it's just fascinating how fast you can get from one place to the next.
When you clear the freeways, it's absolutely incredible. Hey, put people on Air Force One. We talk about this. Talk about where the media sits, the front cabin, how it's tough to see people. This is why President Trump, being President Trump, always comes back for a press avail, always pokes his head back there, maybe not on an hour flight. But walk people through where you actually sit, Brian.
Okay. Well, we enter through the tail end of the plane, the back of the plane. We enter through there, and we go up another small set of stairs, and that's where the press gallery is in the back. I believe there's about 13 seats back there, 2 television screens. And if you think of first-class seats, each side has 2 kind of oversized first-class seats. There's even a snack bar, Steve, that's my favorite part about the whole thing, a snack bar in the back of the plane, and there's a restroom back there as well. When we enter the plane, sitting in our assigned seat, there's a little card. I wish I had it on me. I'd show it to you. It's got my name. It says Air Force One. It's laid in the seat, along with a bag that has like kind of a sack lunch, if you will, a high-quality sack lunch, there for this shorter trip. Now, if you go on a flight that's a little longer, very much like commercial flights, they will serve you kind of a hot meal, if you will. They'll take a drink order, and they'll bring out a meal, full service on that. But it's kind of a limited area, but there is a gallery just in front of us. That's where Secret Service sits, and that's where the president would walk out to address the media there back in that press area.
The audience got to understand too that the whether it's a sack lunch or the seat, all of it is paid for by the individual media companies. It's not cheap.
Right.
That's what we're really
That's right.
appreciate. Real America's Voice not only has, Brian, because your great efforts and Natalie's and the entire production team done such a great job. We're now the pull camera so often, but we're actually invited on Air Force One.
It's a big expense too.
It's a big expense.
Huge.
It's a huge expense.
It's an honor to be included in it, but it's a massive.
This is why Rob Sig asked Brian if he could start making some PBJs and take them on so he didn't have to pay for the extra dinner there. It's expensive. I mean, by the way, for the White House staff,
by the way,
understand something. When you're on the White House staff,
there's no
eat
Wi-Fi
on Air Force One. It's charged.
Yeah.
It's charged.
You pay.
You pay. There's nothing. If you're White House staff, you eat on Air Force One just like you eat in the commissary, the mess hall, or the mess at the White House. It's charged your personal account. There's nothing. The government doesn't pick up anything. Brian, hang on right there. Steve Gruber, hang on. John Solomon's going to try to join us. I got Eric Bowling here. That sounds like Murderers Row 27 Yankees, right? We're going to take a short commercial break here. We're getting towards, we're going to come back for the D block. President Trump, if he's on time, and Brian Glenn says he's pretty close to being on time, I think this is going to kick off at 6 o'clock. The president's going to give a speech. I imagine that this is going to be a stem winder. Would you think that, Eric Bowling, on his 100th day?
I think he's going to, whatever the plan is, it'll be Trumpian. It's going to be awesome. It's going to be entertaining as all hell. I mean, he's going to be funny. He's going to be excited. I mean,
it's a big
he's going
day.
to live it. He's going to enjoy the moment.
Short commercial break. Back on Real America's Voice in a moment. welcome back. We're going to go right to our D.C. studio and John Solomon. John, put this in perspective. The first 100 days of the second term, sir.
Historic by any measure compared to any president in modern history. More action, more campaign promises delivered, more energy, more freneticism, more impact on the globe. But at the end of the day, this presidency and its arc, its record of success will be defined in the next 100 days. What happens in the next 100 days will determine how far this president can rise, how far his achievements are. Congress has to do its job. It hasn't yet. It has to do its job by the second 100 days. If the president gets trade deals in place with major countries, even if China's isolated on the outside, this becomes a historic presidency. Tax cuts renewed. You're going to have an economic boom that looks like the 1990s. If peace is brought to Iran or to Russia in Ukraine, so unexpected, that will accelerate a global movement around the Trump doctrine. But the second 100 days are going to be more important than the first 100 days, and the ball is in Republicans' court.
Okay, hang on one second. You're saying by July, by the way, the president may walk out at any moment. We're going to cut right to that.
Sure.
Solomon,
right.
You're saying by 29 July, that's the second 100 days, right? And these next 9,
it is.
No, be first, it would actually be,
yeah.
be first of
little August, early August.
Right. Early August. What would give me your 2 or 3 things that have to happen, sir, to make it historic?
They got to get the tax cuts done. They got to shrink the size of government. They got to get some trade deals to prove that the tariffs really work like they look like they're working right now. You accomplish those 3 things. The economic boom that's on the horizon for America and for the globe is epic. You throw in one peace deal, maybe it's Iran unexpectedly, though I don't think the mullahs are going to deal, or Russia, Ukraine, and now the Trump doctrine is affirmed. It really works on the global stage, and there's nothing the media can write about then that will tarnish what this president has accomplished.
Huge. Yeah, that if 2 of the 3 that you mentioned, John, happen, it's already historic.
It would be historic.
I'm happy about what Cash is doing with the FBI as well. I don't know if you saw this now. He is seriously weeding out the anti-Trump folks within the FBI, and it's a tall task, right, John? There's a lot of that going on. The deep state, it turns out, isn't a conspiracy theory at all, is it?
No, it's not. And listen, there's also just legacy from the Biden administration that massively threatens all of our lives. There are 1,200 known terrorists on our soil that came in during the Biden years that they're trying to find and get out here. That distracts a lot of resources, right? You want to get and take the bad guys from January 6th who turned the government against us or Russia collusion, but you want to get the terrorists out first. They're balancing that, and President Trump has done it. 74 terrorists knocked off in the first 3 months of this president overseas. That's historic. But there's a lot of work done. The Biden presidency created far more harm, far more damage to this country than most of us appreciated.
Okay, I'm going to go around the horn until the president comes out. Solomon, you've been doing this for a long time. Knowing the institutions and how tough they are to change in Washington, D.C. This is imperial capital, folks, like Rome, ancient Rome. Yeah. What has been the most impressive thing that you've seen the President of the United States do in his first 100 days?
I think showing that the tariff strategy can achieve prosperity just like strength achieved peace during Reagan is going to be the greatest legacy. No one thought he had the courage to do it. All of the Wall Streeters were trying to talk him out of it. He did it. I think it's the single greatest transformation. He can bring China to its knees in the next few months if he does it right.
By the way, you got a story, we'll get to it tomorrow, about delisting, about not Wall Street, Bowling's buddies, financing these guys financing the Chinese Communist Party and their military. You did side eye when he was just talking about it. You do agree that the tariffs are massive?
If the end result is as planned, that tariffs come down unilaterally across every.
What do you think's the most impressive thing he's done in the first 100 days?
No doubt, he's shut the border down. I mean, it's
because Langford told us. Remember, and you're the first guy to bring it up. Langford had a formula. It was $2 million a year before anything triggered.
Langford being the Senate Republicans who proposed
$2 million a year
immigration deal that started. It didn't kick in until $2 million illegally came across per year, and then they say, what's wrong with this deal? They're brilliant to walk away from that garbage.
Brian Glenn, give it to me. You're up close and personal on it every day in the White House. What's the most impressive thing you've seen about President Trump in the first 100 days, sir?
I got to say the border. Hearing Tom Holman talk about the number of apprehensions that they're not having at the border went from 15,000 a day at one point to having maybe a couple dozen at the border. It's just a massive closure that he's done at the border, which trickles down to the amount of sex trafficking that's gone over, the amount of drugs that have gone over. So it's got to be the border. And I would say number two, winning on the cultural war, keeping men out of women's sports, standing up for families, standing up for Christians. That's got to be the top two for me, Steve.
What is the different vibe? We asked Natalie this earlier. What's the different vibe at the White House, particularly on the press side, when you talk about the culture?
Well, there's obviously, MAGA in the briefing room, which is great. It's nice to look around and see that. From what I've been told from the bike, music has stopped. I thought we might get Trump walking out here. It's been I would say the balance now that we now have a chance to not only ask the president a question that we need to know, but it also gives to focus on the good things that he's doing for our country, all the good things. So trust me, Stephen, you know this. The legacy media is not going to focus on any of the positive. And so I try to be an alternative voice in that room to give not only the Trump administration a chance to talk about it, but also I just kind of want to elbow some of the legacy news to let them know that, hey, MAGA's in the room. You're not going to run amok like you used to do.
Brian Glenn, you will live in the annals of the White House Correspondents Association forever. Hey, you got a suit? Do you own a suit? It's changed the direction of world history.
Wait, what's your most impressive Trump victory so far?
The most impressive Trump victory is every day showing up and doing it like a house of fire. I've never seen the energy. This man's 78 years old. This is 18. People should know. This guy sleeps 4 or 5 hours a night. He's on it. This is 20 hours a day. If you think about it, of like Johnson trying to stop the kinetic Third World War, deal with tariffs, take down the administrative state, deal with China, everything he's doing, drugs, shutting the border. So, they tell him it'll take years and $2 million, shut it in 60 days. It's just the fact that every day he shows up and represents. And if you see him in the Oval, it's like every day is the same day. It's the same energy. It's the same graciousness. It's the same. I mean, who does that? It's his superpower is his ability just to do it at such an intense high level. Like these rallies. I mean, he feeds off the energy of people. But to me, the greatest accomplishment is just this entire revolution that he's done. Solomon, real quickly, you've been in this town for 30 years. You know how hard it is to change. Look at the monumental things. I mean, any one thing in and of itself, they'd be talking about it for what somebody did in 100 days. He's done 25 or 30 of these, right? And they're not small things to change the commercial, basically interactions of the world, to change the geopolitics of the world, to bring us back to hemispheric defense, to take on an existential threat that's been built up by the enemies of his movement, Wall Street, the global corporatists, Silicon Valley.
Put NATO on notice.
Put NATO on notice. The Russian army's your issue. We got the Russian Navy, everything. Solomon, have you ever seen, tell people, given Bush and Obama, I don't care if you're Republican or Democrat, how kind of tiny steps presidents take. This guy comes in essentially like a savage and just takes it all on every day. It's the same guy.
Yeah, and he's done it. He's the first president in my lifetime, and maybe the first president in history that hasn't needed the intelligentsia and the elitists of Washington to affirm what he's doing. Every one of those elitists are opposing him, and it only gives him more energy to deliver to the everyday Americans. This is a president connected to middle America and not to the White House Correspondents Association or the power parties in Washington or the elitists who run media, politics, and business in this country. He never forgets who put him in office. And the reason he's in Michigan tonight and not sitting with alligator-shoot lobbyists in Washington is he's the first president who hasn't needed the Washington establishment to get things done.
What do you anticipate his message is going to be tonight for his, one, his faithful, and two, the nation, and three, the world?
I think he will tell Americans that I'm glad what we did the first 100 days, and I'll go through it quickly, but you know what? It's the next 100 days, the 100 days after that, all 1,200 days of my presidency. That's what's going to matter. He will lean into an agenda. If you think you're exhausted by what he's accomplished and put on the table, he's probably going to exhaust you tonight by putting about another 100 items on the to-do list. Get ready.
So great. Gruber, put us in the room out there at Macomb County. What's the anticipation like?
Well, it's YMCA time, Steve-O. That's what time it is here. One of my predictions has come true already, although the president's not dancing. Look, I want to agree with John Solomon and you. I agree with John Solomon. The next 100 days are critical to the future of this presidency. The Republicans have got to get it done. One big, beautiful bill, whatever they want to call it, they've got to get it done to execute Donald Trump's agenda, or it was all for nothing. We can't tolerate that. And I agree with you. I think the most impressive thing about the first 100 days is the pace, the absolute brute force for which he has taken on this office. I mean, that United States Marine detachment is outside the Oval Office at 5 in the morning oftentimes. It doesn't leave until 11 o'clock at night. It is a remarkable feat for a person of any age. For a guy who's 78 years old, it's incredible. So here in the room, you can feel it. It's the village people. Obviously, Donald Trump, one of his favorites. They performed, as you know, at the inauguration, Steve. We saw it ourselves. And he set a party mood here. Look, as we talked about earlier, the people here in Macomb County, they are completely satisfied with the first 100 days, despite the misgivings from those on the left and the naysayers on MSNBC and Chicken Noodle News. We don't care about that. They believe in him here, and they're willing to give him some grace. If the tariffs drive up costs for a bit, or the stock market's a bit bumpy for a few days or even a few weeks, they're okay to live with that because they know he's got a job to do. And that's untangle a mess created over the last 20, 30, 40, 50 years in this country. You know, allowing China to run roughshod over us and take advantage of us and steal our intellectual secrets. They're okay giving Donald Trump the birth, the opportunity to do the job he was elected to do by 77.5 million people. So I think they're going to blow the roof off this place when he comes in. That's what I think.
What message do you anticipate he's going to give to the nation and the world today from Michigan?
Promises made, promises kept. And the job is just getting started. I think that's the message for Michigan today, that he has a lot of work to do. He's going to talk, I bet he's going to talk about stopping at Selfridge Air Force Base, making a promise to deliver those F-15s. He's going to talk about the tariffs and the jobs that are coming back to America. He's going to talk about delivering auto jobs back to Michigan. He's going to talk about how he's fighting for the middle class and people that have become part of the Trump coalition. He's going to fight for American families. He's going to talk about the price of eggs, the fact that inflation is now 2.4%, and unemployment across the country is 4.2%, although in Michigan it's at about 5.5%. He's going to address that and say, hey, I need to make it better for Michigan, and I'm working for you. I think that's the message. I've got my sleeves up. I'm working for you every single day. I think that's the message that the president can deliver to the people here. Look, these are the faithful. These are people that here that voted for him probably 3 times, many of them. Although I do see some younger faces in the crowd, young Trump supporters. And remember, this new young generation of Americans, the most conservative, maybe in my lifetime. These young people coming up, maybe the most conservative in my lifetime, because they've seen what the options offer. They can have Joe Biden and his agenda or Donald Trump and his agenda.
By the way, the most impressive thing I saw, one of the most impressive things was the young man that came by that was a Bobby Kennedy supporter and really understood MAGA as well as any of us. Eric Bolling.
So one of the things people may remember from the first term, Donald Trump, oil prices went negative, Steve. It's never happened.
Here we come. Here's the President of the United States. Let's go to the arena.
Hello, Michigan. Thank you very much. Hello, Michigan. Hello. We love you, Michigan. We love you. We just had the biggest victory in Michigan. They said, sir, it's going to be hard. Well, we won it twice. We actually won it 3 times. You want to really know that? But I'm thrilled to be back in this beautiful state. I love this state. Got a lot of auto jobs coming. Watch what's happening. The companies are coming in by the tens. You got to see what's happening. They all want to come back to Michigan and build cars again. You know why? Because of our tax and tariff policy. They're coming from all over the world. They're coming up and they're opening up plants and they're talking to us all day and all night. They want to get here and they're coming in at levels you've never seen before. And I want to thank the auto workers for your support. That was great. But I'm thrilled to be back in this beautiful state with thousands of proud, hardworking American patriots. And we're here tonight in the heartland of our nation to celebrate the most successful first 100 days of any administration in the history of our country. And that's according to many, many people. This is the best, they say, 100-day start of any president in history, and everyone is saying it. We've just gotten started. You haven't even seen anything yet. It's all just kicking in. And week by week, we're ending illegal immigration. We're taking back our jobs and protecting our great American auto workers and all of our workers, frankly. We're protecting all of our workers. We're restoring the rule of law, which was sort of out the window with this crazy guy we had. How the hell did that guy ever become president? Could somebody explain to me? How the hell did that happen? There's my friend, Blacks for Trump. I like that guy. He follows me. He follows me. We love you. Your whole group has been so supportive over the years. I want to thank you. Everyone thinks I pay you a fortune. I don't know. I don't even know who the hell he is. I just like him. True. Thank you very much. Thank all of the fellas. Thank them all. But we're ending the inflation nightmare, the worst that we've had probably in the history of our country, getting woke lunacy and transgender insanity the hell out of our government. We're stopping the indoctrination of our children, slashing billions and billions of dollars of waste, fraud, and abuse. And above all, we're saving the American dream. We're making America great again, and it's happening fast, too. What the world has witnessed in the past 14 weeks is a revolution of common sense. That's all it is, really. We're conservative. You're conservative, you're liberal, whatever the hell. You know what it's all about? It's about common sense when you think about it. We're for common sense. We like strong borders. We like good education. We like low interest rates. We like being able to buy a beautiful car. And now deduct the interest on the loan. That's never happened before. Military, we want low taxes. You know, campaign on we will raise your taxes. It's the first time, you know, I've been doing this that long, actually, compared to a lot of people. They've been doing it for a long time. They say, you became president. I can't get out of Congress, or some of them can't even get into Congress. No. Taxes. It's always been, we will reduce your taxes. Democrats raise your taxes. If it doesn't pass, the Republicans, we have 100% Republican support, but it would be nice if we had just a couple of Democrats just to make sure, because, you know, every once in a while you have a grandstander Republican. We have some grandstanders, but every once in a while, not many, But remember who those grandstanders were and vote them the hell out of office, okay? Will you do that? Vote them out of office. You know, they do it they're morally bound. You know what the answer is? If you don't get it, you're going to have the highest tax increase in history instead of the greatest tax cut in history. If the Democrats prevail on this bill, you get a 58% tax increase. Would you like that? These are the Democrats. But I've never seen all the years they campaign, we will raise your taxes. I say, this country has gone crazy. And today they did it again. Some guy that I'd never heard of. John James, is he a congressman, this guy? He said, ladies and gentlemen, I am going to start the impeachment of Donald Trump. What the hell did I do? Here we go again. They want to impeach me. This lunatic, he was up. Actually, I had the television way down, and I said to our great First Lady, listen, did I just hear I was being impeached again? We're getting good at this, though. No, they've gone totally crazy. These people, and you know what? They've totally lost their confidence, too. They can't even tell a lunatic like this dumb guy that said it. And then you have the other one that's always with the cane. He's always impeaching. He raises his cane. He always impeaches. But they have no control over those people. They have no control, and the reason is they've lost their confidence. They have no confidence anymore as a party. They have no candidates. And, you know, when they say that Bernie's probably the best they have. By the way, he's about 7 years older than me, 8 years older. One thing I got to give him credit, he's a lunatic, but he's still pretty sharp. And he's going around with AOC +3. You know, the +3 follow him. They hang on for little bits. They hang on for nuggets. And they get crowds. They say, our crowds are so much bigger than their crowds. Their crowds are small. If I ever had a crowd like their biggest crowd, they'd say it's over for Trump. He's lost the magic. But this is great, and all the people outside, we love you. We put screens up. We're taking back our country from a sick political class that got rich selling America out and bleeding America dry. We don't let that happen anymore. And we had 4 great years. We had the greatest economy in the history of our country. The stock market went up 88%. We did great. And we're going to do better now, because now we learned a little bit. After years of leaders who sent your money to defend the borders of distant foreign nations, that's what we did. We'd fight for other nations, but not for ourselves. You finally have a president who is defending our borders and our nation. After decades of politicians who destroyed Detroit to build up Beijing, you finally have a champion for workers in the White House. And instead of putting China first, I'm putting Michigan first, and I'm putting America first. After a lifetime of unelected bureaucrats stealing your paychecks, attacking your values, and trampling your freedoms, we are stopping their gravy train, ending their power trip, and telling thousands of corrupt, incompetent, and unnecessary deep state bureaucrats, you're fired. Get the hell out of here. You're fired. Get out of here. In 100 days, we have delivered the most profound change in Washington in nearly 100 years. I read an editorial today that this is the most consequential presidency in history. How about that? And it wasn't even by a group that would normally be supporting us. It was a group of people that I think they tend to be on the liberal side, but they said it's the most important election, the November 5th, that changed it all. You have to see, well, you hear some of these numbers, but that is the most consequential election that we've ever had in our country. And what a nice thing. I'm going to start again subscribing to that particular paper. Even if I don't read it much, I'm going to subscribe. But it was a very nice compliment, especially from them. They know who I'm talking about. We're ushering out the long reign of special interests and the radical left lunatics, and we're ushering in the golden age of America. That's what we have. Right? Front row Joe. Look at you, front row Joes. I miss you guys. I miss the campaign. You haven't changed. You've lost a couple of pounds. Oh, he's probably getting to one of those jabbers. You've lost a couple of pounds. You look good. And I have Mr. Wall here. This guy. How many rallies have you gone to? Like hundreds, and we love him here. The Wall. One day I'm going to get that suit and I'm going to wear it on stage. We appreciate it, fellas. Great. Thank you. You know, we have a group of ladies, I don't know if they're here, but we have a group of women from North Carolina, a large group, like 50 of the most beautiful women, and they've been to 129 rallies. They're happily married, I think, too. They just keep going to rallies all the time. But they're great. North Carolina, where we won by big numbers. Nowhere has this transformation been more dramatic than our southern border. You have seen a change on your southern border that Sleepy Joe said couldn't happen. Sleepy Joe, the worst president in history, said it couldn't happen. The last administration engineered a massive border invasion, allowing gangs, cartels, and terrorists to infiltrate our communities and rape and murder our citizens, and that is being nice about it. That's actually being nice about it. They are the worst. But standing before you today, I can proudly report that this heinous betrayal is over and that we have achieved the most secure border in American history by far. In American history. For 2 months in a row, we have now set all-time records, and this is by the media, the fake news media, which most of it is fake. We've set all-time records for the lowest number of illegal border crossings ever recorded. Think of that, ever recorded. The number of illegal border crossers released into the United States is down, listen to this please, 99.999%. Think of that, 99.999. 3 people got in. 3. And I got angry as hell at Tom Homan. How did you allow 3, Tom? I called up Christy. Christy Noem's doing a great job, Tom Homan. I said, how did you allow 3 people? No, they allowed a few in for medical reasons. They had a couple of were very sick. The ones that got in were really very sick, and we had to take care of them, but it was a few people. But 3 people got in versus hundreds of thousands in the last administration. Hundreds of thousands a month were pouring in. Biden had no control. Thank goodness he appointed a great border czar, right? Kamala. She was a great candidate. She was fantastic. Joe Biden was down 35 points. The debate was not a good one for him. He said, you know, if I didn't debate, I could have gone all the way. He was down 35 points, and they decided to replace him. Nothing ever happens like what happens to me. It never happens to anybody else. I had to beat 2 candidates, so he's down. This is like you're in a fight. Dana White, the UFC, you're in a fight, and you're just beating the guy so badly, and they say, oh, let's put in another fighter. That's what happened. And I knew nothing about her. She was vice president, but nobody knew a damn thing about her. She had nothing to do with the border, even though she was appointed border czar. The great people, all of the great people, Paul and all of the Border Patrol people, they never spoke to her. They never heard about her. For 4 years, she never called. But there's never been such a difference in anything as the difference between the border today and the border what it was just 6 months ago. So I want to say congratulations, America. It's about time. If we had not won the 2024 election, oh, does that sound good, right? We won the 24, all that The radical left Democrats would right now be importing the next 10 million invaders and giving amnesty to 30 or 40 million illegals, many of them criminals, many of them, frankly, murderers and people of crime at the absolute highest level. Real bad people. It would only be a matter of years or months until America itself became a failed third world nation. That was happening to us. We were going to be a third world nation. I'll tell you what, if these guys won, if this group of radical lunatics, and by the way, you know, Biden, we find out that whoever operated the auto pen was the real president, and Biden knew nothing about it. You know, he had a group of radical left guys who were very smart, and a woman, a particular woman. Very, very smart people. These are not stupid people. These are sick people, but they're not stupid people. And they were very smart. What they're best at is cheating at election. They cheat on elections. That's their single greatest trait. They cheat like hell. And let me tell you, they tried to cheat on this election, but we made it too big to rig. Remember? Too big to rig. They tried. I watched those numbers. We had Elon with us. Elon is a smart guy. Elon was with us. Elon Musk. And I was sitting with Dana White and Elon Musk, and I'm watching the numbers in Pennsylvania, and we're winning so easily. Then all of a sudden it flatlined. And I said, I think they're cheating again. Look at this. What's going on? I think they're cheating again. And Elon looked at us. He goes, no, you're going to win. They just don't know it yet. And about 15 minutes later, we won, sort of crazy. I'll never forget. You're going to win. They just don't know it yet. But you know what? We made it too big to rig. It was too big. Starting on day one, I deployed the U.S. military to defend our country from the invasion of our border. I shut down all migrant flights. Do you remember when we're talking about people coming in, they're trying to deny it, okay? So people are flowing in. They said, no, I don't see any people. Like, what's wrong? But then we saw airplanes going overhead. We said, what the hell are those airplanes doing? Big Boeing 757s were traveling right overhead, loaded up with people. I say, where the hell are those planes going? They were loaded up with migrants coming in illegally, flying in by plane, paid for by the U.S. government. I'll tell you, they are sick. Remember that day? That was the day we found out that not only do we have to defend it here, we have to defend it not only in the water, but we have to defend it in the air. The planes were going over us. I said, what the hell is that? I banned all welfare to illegals, and I signed an order that will end automatic citizenship for the children of illegal aliens. No citizenship. For years, Joe Biden and the media told us that stopping the flood of illegal immigration was absolutely impossible. He said it was impossible. He didn't know what the hell anybody was talking about. He said it was impossible, that the president had no power to stop what was needed in the form of legislation. He needed legislation. He had no power to get it. But it turned out that all we needed was a new president. Within days of taking office, I signed the Laken Riley Act. Laken Riley, beautiful Laken Riley, who was killed by an illegal immigrant, viciously, violently killed. But I signed the Laken Riley Act to facilitate the expulsion of dangerous criminal aliens, and when necessary, we had to put them in jail. We couldn't take a chance that they'd come back in again. In recent weeks, ICE, who are great, these people are great, has arrested dozens of child rapists, along with murderers, kidnappers, drug traffickers, and thieves, and frankly, people from mental institutions. We've designated 6 murderous Mexican drug cartels as foreign terrorist organizations. We have also designated 2 bloodthirsty transnational gangs, MS-13 and Tren de Aragua, TDA. They've been designated the highest level of terrorists, and that lets us do a lot of things that you wouldn't be able to do. We got to get them out of here before they kill more people. They've killed plenty. My administration has increased arrests of known and suspected terrorists by 655%. Is that okay? We tried to get it higher. We tried to get it higher, but the courts are giving us a hard time. Can you believe? You know, I won on the basis of, I think the number one thing was on illegal immigration, the border, the people pouring across our border that are from all over the world. They're unbelievably bad, in many cases, unbelievably bad people. I think that was the number one thing. And now the courts are trying to say that, that doesn't matter. I don't think it's going to be allowed to stand. Democrats have vowed mass invasion and mass migration. We are delivering mass deportation, and it's happening very fast. And the worst of the worst are being sent to a no-nonsense prison in El Salvador. Why don't you watch this? Watch this. Take a look. So under President Trump, America is a dumping ground for criminals no longer. They're not even trying to come in. But while we're fighting to protect Americans, the radical left Democrats, who are so bad for this country, are fighting to protect TDA, you just saw that, and MS-13 criminals, and you don't even know which is worse, but they are the top of the line. For years, Democrat politicians did not raise one word of protest as American women and girls were raped and slaughtered by these monsters. They were raped and slaughtered. by numbers that you don't even want to hear about. But the second we try to deport them, the radical Democrat Party is racing to the defense of some of the most violent savages on the face of the earth. Who the hell would vote for these people? They're racing to the courts to help them, but this is not what the people want. This is not what they voted for in record numbers. I won the election. We won every swing state. We won the popular vote. And we got 312 electoral college votes. And just this month, 2 Venezuelan members of TDA, Tren de Aragua, were arrested in Washington state for kidnapping a 58-year-old woman, driving a power drill through her hand to extort her bank account information, shooting her, leaving her for dead. And miraculously, she just survived, but she's not feeling so well. In January, Tren de Aragua member in Chicago kidnapped 3 women, took them in an alley, lined them up, and shot them each in the head. They all died. And the FBI recently assessed that these vicious gangs have been sent by the foreign regime in Venezuela to foment violence and instability in the United States of America. Can't let that happen. And it's not just, in all fairness, not Venezuela. It's all over the world. It's all over. They come in from the Congo. They come in from Africa. The Congo, they emptied out their prisons into our country. But they come from Africa, Asia, South America. They come from all over bad parts of Europe. That's why we've invoked the Alien Enemies Act to expel every foreign terrorist from our soil as quickly as possible. Never forget the same people that we now claim we're just not taking this crap anymore. We can't. They're claiming that we're not allowed to deport illegals. And they're the ones who orchestrated an 8-year campaign to jail their political opponents. You know what I mean? They want to jail. They want to jail. That's all they can do, jail their political opponents. What they did to people is a disgrace. And now they come after us. Why are you not nice to them? Why are you not nice to them? They tried to jail your president. They tried to jail. Except for the really courageousness of a few very good judges, you know, we could have been calling you from the other side of the bar saying, hey, fellas, how about a little protest? How about a little protest? But they cheered the assassination of CEOs, looted our cities, and destroyed our property. No, they tried to jail our politicians, and they tried to jail a lot of people, many of whom didn't even know what the hell they were being looked at for. These people are criminals. If they had their way, we would be living in a third world hellhole. That's what they want. Removing the invaders is not just a campaign pledge. It's my solemn duty as Commander-in-Chief. I have an obligation to do it. Save our country. And that's why we got, despite the fake polls, you know, they do these polls where they interview far more Democrats than Republicans. I saw them over the last few days, and I had them checked out. They interview far more Democrats for the polls. They interview Democrats by big numbers and then Republicans by small. They say Trump only has a 44% approval rating. Well, it's actually not bad. But when you figure that if it were a legit poll, it would be in the 60s or 70s. These people are a bunch of crooked people. No, they interview more Democrats than Republicans. In other words, they take the poll and they interview Democrats. They poll Democrats. And then they say, they try and depress it as much, just like they write bad stories. 97% of the stories written about me, think of it, were negative. And yet we won in a landslide because they have no credibility. And also, we cannot allow a handful of communist radical left judges to obstruct the enforcement of our laws and assume the duties that belong solely to the President of the United States. Judges are trying to take away the power given to the President to keep our country safe, and it's not a good thing. But I hope, for the sake of our country, that the Supreme Court is going to save this, because we have to do something. These people are just looking to destroy our country. Nothing will stop me in the mission to keep America safe again. It's very simple. Keep America safe again. And our first 100 days have also produced historic results in the battle to defeat Biden's inflation disaster and bring jobs and wealth back to America and bring them back to Michigan, okay? We want to bring it back. As an example, since I took office, the cost of eggs is down 87%. Now, right? You remember a few weeks ago, before Thanksgiving, before we heard about it, before I heard about it a long time ago, before Thanksgiving I heard about it, and then I was hearing that I wasn't president. This guy was barely president. Nobody knew, was he president? Who the hell was president? To this day, I say it was the one that operated the auto pen, but what do I know? But I was hearing about eggs, and then all of a sudden we have a great election victory. And my first week in office, they start screaming at me, "What about the price of eggs? Eggs, eggs." I said, "I've only been here for 6 days. I was there 6 days." I said, "What's wrong with eggs?" They said, "The price of eggs has gone through the roof and you won't be able to have them for Easter." So I put our very capable Brooke Rollins, who's our wonderful Commissioner of Agriculture that you know in Michigan. I said, "Brooke, I've only been here 6 days before I heard, maybe even less, maybe 5, maybe 4. But it was my first week. And I said, Brooke, you got to save me here. I'm getting killed about eggs. What the hell's going on with eggs?" She said, "Well, you can't get them. The price is through the roof. And it looks like we're going to have a real problem for Easter. You're not going to have eggs." I said, "Brooke, that doesn't sound politically viable to me. That doesn't sound good. Because nobody's going to believe me when you get out there that it's Sleepy Joe Biden's fault. So, Brooke, you got to get going, Brooke, please." And she did a great job. And you had so many eggs for Easter, and your price was down 87% from that point. Prices are coming way down. You know, the fake news doesn't say. They said, he pledged. Now, I pledged safe borders. I pledged all sorts of things. But they said, he pledged to bring prices down. Well, that's what I've done. They're trying to say the prices have gone up. Your energy, your car, your gasoline, they have 3 states this week, a couple of days ago, that were $1.98 a gallon. So gasoline prices are down by a lot. Energy prices are down. Mortgage rates actually just went down. Prescription drug prices just saw their largest monthly decline ever recorded. How about that? Remember what you heard. Prescription drug prices just took the biggest plunge ever since they've recorded the prices, which have basically gone up, except for my 4 years. They did pretty well, but we got to know that system. The system is a bad system, but they just took the biggest dive ever in the history of prescription drug prices. Think of that. That's a big thing. I got to say it again and again, because they will never tell you that. The fake news will never tell you that. Grocery prices have gone down. Everything's gone down. And yet I saw this person on MSDNC, which I think is probably even worse than CNN. It's probably worse. Probably worse than CNN. But I saw this horrible, horrible anchor. How these people get jobs. I wouldn't hire them to do the most menial of chores. But I saw this person. He campaigned on bringing prices down. Every price has gone down. What am I going to do? I mean, think of it. Gasoline was almost $4 not so long ago. And now, Mike, we just hit $1.98 in a lot of states. Think of it. And they're saying, and you know what? And inflation is basically down. And interest rates came down despite the fact that I have a Fed person who's not really doing a good job. But I won't say that. I want to be very nice. I want to be very nice and respectful to the Fed. You're not supposed to criticize the Fed. You're supposed to let him do his own thing. But I know much more than he does about interest rates, believe me. Core inflation has reached the lowest rate in 4 years. And last month, we had the largest drop in consumer prices since the pandemic. This is all done in 100 days. Think of that. This is all done in 100 days. But when you watch the fake news, you see fake polls. Again, they poll more Democrats than Republicans. Democrats aren't going to say, I'm going to vote for Trump. And we still got 45, 44%. But on the legitimate polls, I think we're in the 60s. I think we're in the 60s or 70s or something. In 3 months, we have created 350,000 jobs. Think of that. For the first time in recent memory, job gains for native-born Americans now exceed job gains for foreign workers. This is for the first time, and nobody even knows when, Americans now are doing better than foreign workers. How about that? I mean, that's okay. I want everyone to do well, but that's okay. And to curb inflation, we're cutting a record number of job-killing regulations. We beat in the 4-year first administration, which was a tremendous success. We cut more regulations than any president in history, including 2-term presidents, including Roosevelt, who was more than a 2-term president. We cut more regulations than any president in history in 1 term, and now our 2nd term. And, you know, I don't know why. It was so important to win because they used to say, the fake news, to be a great president, you have to serve 2 terms. So now we're going to serve 2 terms. Now they've taken that one. Cross. Right? Right, Dr. Oz? Cross that one off. Cross that one off. No, they say it all the time. When I was out, they say, well, they go out through it. Thank you. Thank you. Sure. But we've ended the radical left. Well, we actually already served 3, but if you count. But remember, I like the victories. I like the 3 victories, which we absolutely had. I just don't like the results of the middle term, the results. I don't want those results, John. I don't want those results. What results? What a disgrace. If we would have had this group for another year, we wouldn't have a country left. I really mean it. I don't think we would have had a country left. And now we're respected all over the world. They're coming from all over the world to see you, President. They're coming from India. They're coming from France. They're coming from Spain. Yeah, they're coming from China, too. Yeah, they're coming from China. They're coming from all over the world to see you, President. They want to make a deal. They want to make a deal. And, you know, we'll make deals, but we don't have to. We are the ones that have the product. We are the ones at the United States. They want a piece of our product. We can just set the price. But I want to be respectful and I want to be nice. But if it takes too long, I'll just set a price. Say, you could buy or you don't have to buy. We lost, think of this, we lost billions and billions of dollars a day. Billions, not millions, billions of dollars a day. And under Sleepy Joe Biden. What's better, Crooked Joe or Sleepy Joe? Ready? A poll, a free poll. Because these pollsters are so corrupt. This is a real poll. We're going to poll Crooked Joe or Sleepy Joe. Ready? What's a better name for us to call him? Sleepy Joe? Or Crooked Joe? I'm not surprised. This happens. I sort of loved Sleepy Joe. You know, it just had a nice ring to it. Because he had one ability I didn't have. He goes to the beach, right? And he could fall asleep on a cottage drooling out of the side of his mouth. And he'd be sleeping within minutes, carrying the aluminum chair, you know, the kind that's meant for old people and children to carry. It weighs like about 4 ounces. And he couldn't get his feet out of the sand. And he'd sleep, he'd fall in this thing, and he'd have, you know, he's president, so you'd have cameras. He'd be in a bathing suit. Somebody convinced him that he looks great in a bathing suit. He's 82 years old. Cary Grant didn't look great in a bathing suit when he was 82. You don't look great. You know, at some point you have other assets, okay? But that's not one. But he'd go and he'd walk in the sand and he'd fall into that thing, and within seconds he was sleeping. I'd be tossing and turning and scheming and thinking and saying, how am I going to beat China? How am I going to stop the war with Russia and Ukraine? This guy could fall asleep with cameras blazing, right? Not too many cameras were blazing, but enough were blazing that you saw it. I thought it was a great ability that he had, actually. We've ended the radical left war on American energy. We've stopped their crusade on coal. Did you see what I did the other day? Clean, beautiful coal. I said, you're not allowed to use the word coal unless you say clean, beautiful coal. So you have guys getting up, Department of Energy. We have great people at Department of Energy. They talk about clean, beautiful coal. You know, China uses coal. They're opening up a coal plant every week, a massive coal plant. But we're not allowed to use it. But now we are, because last week I gave it absolute, total approval. And you know what I don't give approval to? Those stupid windmills that go round and round and round. And we've ended the Green New scam. We've reopened Anwar, the greatest drilling site anywhere in the world, in Alaska, and implemented the new energy policy of the United States. You know what it is? We have a policy. It's called Drill, Baby, Drill. That's our policy. That's our policy, Michael, right? Great Michael Whatley, head of the Republican Party. He's done a good job. Him and Laura, they took the party by storm, right? He had a good candidate, but had a couple of good candidates, didn't he? Michael's been incredible, actually. Michael Whatley, North Carolina. He watched in 2020. He did so good for me, and you know, he was in North Carolina. He did so great. What's the problem over there? What's the problem? Is that a radical left lunatic? He's just a child. All right, get him out. Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, ma'am. I thought it was a guy. Thank you. And she now has to go home to a mother who's a big Trump fan. Her mother's watching. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I said he, and it's a she. I'm sorry. To keep my promise to the great state of Michigan, I terminated Joe Biden's insane electric vehicle mandate, where you were mandated to buy an electric vehicle. You were mandated within just a few years to buy an electric vehicle. How about that? And you know what? They're great, but people don't. Not everybody wants them. You got to be able to buy a hybrid, a gasoline-powered car. You can buy lots of different cars, but you can't be mandated to do anything. And I've already proudly imposed a 25% tariff on all foreign automobiles. Any foreign car, like they do, Tom. This is going to create more jobs in this state and this country, and to help these automakers bring their factories home as rapidly as possible, I've just signed an executive order to give partial tariff rebates to any company that assembles its cars right here in the U.S. In other words, if they can't make it in time because they have to do it here, otherwise they haven't, I'm giving them a little bit of a break, right? They took in parts from all over the world. I don't want that. I want them to make their parts here. But I gave them a little bit of time. It's 15% and then 10% of the parts, so it's not so bad. Somebody would say, oh, well, that's a change in parts. It's not. It's called a little flexibility. The guys were crying. They love it. Everything's good. But just in case we can't get everything in time, we gave them a little bit. So it's 15% of the parts and then it's 10% of the parts. We give them a little time before we slaughter them if they don't do this. Right. They're going to make so much money. They're going to have so many jobs. No, but jobs are way up. Jobs are way up. We're pleased to be joined tonight by Brian Panebecker. Do you know who that is? Of the Auto Workers for Trump. And Brian is a union guy, loves the unions, loves everything, but he knew that Trump was right. Brian, come up here, Brian. I got to see Brian. Look at the arms in this guy. Look at the arms.
Thank you, Mr. President. It's a great honor to be here on your 100th day in office of your second term.
And I just want to remind you of something I told you at one of your last rallies before the election. I've got it on video. I've watched it dozens of times at home. After I was able to speak, I turned to you and I said, Mr. President, Macomb County is going to win Michigan for you. And that's exactly what happened. We had a margin of victory of 70,000 votes in this county alone. Thank you, Macomb County. You know, I met President Trump 8 years ago in Novi, and we had never met before. And as I was stepping towards him backstage to get my picture taken, I knew I only had 10, 15 seconds to say something to him before we got our pictures. Fortunately, my son was standing behind me, so I've got a witness to this. And I said, Mr. Trump, we've got the keys to the White House waiting for you in Macomb County. And he kind of chuckled. He said, oh, yeah, how's that? And I said, well, Macomb County is the home of the Reagan Democrats. If you come to Macomb County and you ask for their support and you get it, you might win Macomb County big enough to carry the whole state of Michigan. And that's exactly what he did. So I want to say thank you to the auto workers, everybody who works in the automotive field, the suppliers, every one of you, the truck drivers. Thank you so much for supporting the greatest president in our lifetimes. Now, I've got a little business announcement I want to make. I hope the president doesn't mind. But when I was backstage with him earlier and got my picture taken, I said, Mr. President, I've got a deal that you can't refuse. And he said, what's that? And I said, well, I'm writing a book, and it's going to be about my political journey. I've been involved in some things here in Michigan, conservative causes like right to work and the Michigan Civil Rights Initiative. And I said, you have a publishing company, Winning Team Publishing. It's run by Don Jr. and his partner. I said, I'll agree to use your publishing company if you agree to write the foreword to my book. He stuck out his hand and said, I'll do it. That's how you negotiate with the best negotiator in the world. So listen, I got one last thing to say. All of us have a job to do. Number one, we have to win the 2026 elections. It has to happen. Sri Thanadar, that lunatic Democrat from Detroit, is already threatening to impeach President Trump if they get the majority back. But luckily, right now, we've got good people in Congress like Congressman John James over here who are stopping that from happening. But listen up. So we got to get out, and we don't have any time to waste. We got to start talking to our friends, our neighbors, our family, our coworkers. The campaign for 2026 starts tomorrow. We've got to win that election. So the work is not over. The work has just begun. November 5th was not the end. It was the beginning of the golden age. And let's all tell President Trump how much we support what he's done the first 100 days in office. Oh, yeah, I forgot. There's one other thing I wanted to say in front of all these thousands of people to President Trump. President Trump, I love you.
That's great. Thank you. Good man. He's a great guy. You know, he was with me from day one, 2015. Before 2016, he was there from day one. He got it. He said, we're losing our car industry. That's what he really cared about. He just said, I've had so many friends who were laid off. It's horrible. They lay us off like it's nothing. And the business went to China, it went to Japan, went to all countries all over the world. They're laying us off, sir. And then he said, we can solve that. I told him, we can solve that so fast. He's one of the early people that got it. And we've solved it. We're going to be doing numbers that nobody's ever believed. We'll be the #1 in the world again. Nobody can believe it because we have been beaten up so badly by these countries that have rigged the whole thing. They fight like hell. They're smart. Their product is good, but our product's going to be a lot better. We're going to do something that nobody believes, and he saw it right at the beginning. So I appreciate it, Brian. And he was there at the I love the guys from the beginning. I love those early guys. Those guys are right there. They were there from the beginning, too. No, you're going to see numbers, and you're already seeing them. Look, we have many Hondas coming in, and they're coming in. We let them build their cars here. We don't want them to build them in Japan. We love Japan. We don't want them building them in Japan. We want them to build them here. We want China to build them in here. We want them all to build them right in here. That's what they've done to us for 40 years, and they've drained us. Now we're doing it to them at a better level than they ever dreamed possible. To further rebuild the industrial bedrock of our country, I've imposed 25% tariffs on foreign aluminum and steel. It's keeping our steel mills going. I did that. If I didn't do that with steel in the my first term, we wouldn't have a steel mill in the United States right now, and everybody knows that. I did it for washing machines, too, by the way. That's why I asked the people at Whirlpool. They were going to close. They were in deep trouble. I did it because they were dumping machines. I did a 50% tariff, was going to raise it to 100%. They didn't even have to bother. They became a tremendously successful company overnight. They were ready to close. They came to me with tears in their eyes in my office early on, first term. And we're doing it now at levels never seen before, and the results are going to be even better, because we've been abused by friend and foe. And in many cases, friend has abused us more so than foe on trade. So I want to just let you know you're going to be very proud of this country very soon. And with my China tariffs, we're ending the greatest job theft in the history of the world. China's taken more jobs from us than any country has ever taken from another country. And that doesn't mean we're not going to get along. We get along with China. I mean, their tariff now is at 145%. So essentially, that's a big difference between that and zero. But I think it's going to work out. They want to make a deal, and we're going to make a deal, but it's going to be a fair deal. It's not going to be a deal that we lose $1 trillion a year like they did with Biden. That guy was so bad. He was so bad. Under Biden, and remember this, we were losing $5 billion a day on trade, and now we're making money. We're actually making money instead of, do you know what $5 billion? Think of it, Mike, how many pillows do you have to make to lose $5 billion? You can make them for 1,000 years. No, we were losing $5 billion a year. Now we've got it where we're making money, and the tariffs haven't even really kicked in. The 25% on cars have. But you know what that means? That means that you're going to make the cars. We don't need the cars from outside. When they say, oh, sir, we want to send you a lot of cars, I said, we really don't want your cars. We really don't want. We want to make our own cars. That includes Canada. That includes Mexico, who have taken a tremendous amount of our business. Canada's taken off a tremendous, like 10, 12%. Mexico is 32%. They took 32% of our car production. We don't want them to have that. We want that. Why are we giving it to them? Why are we subsidizing Canada $200 billion a year? Why are we subsidizing Mexico for $300 billion a year? There's no reason for it. I'm proud to be the president for the workers and not the outsourcers, the president who stands up for Main Street, not Wall Street. You know, I like Wall Street. Wall Street. I have a gorgeous, beautiful building on Wall Street, 40 Wall Street. Anybody? You want a little space? I'll get you some space real quickly. Now I've got one of the most beautiful buildings in the world on Wall Street, but I still like Main Street because you're Main Street. I want Main Street over Wall Street. And we want to protect the middle class, not the political class. That's all. I haven't done this very long. We want to protect our people. You know, this is the greatest, when you think about this, look, here we are, it's not even like election, it's after the election, and you have crowds like this, and to have them, we're going to do the commencement at University of Alabama, and they just called and they said, it's going to be the biggest crowd we've ever had we've never had a crowd like this, and I'm doing it at West Point, and they called and said the same thing. We love West Point, we love University of Alabama. We love Alabama. You know what I won Alabama by? Like almost 50 points. So when they called and they said, would you like to do the commencement? I said, okay, I'll do it. But they're going to have the biggest crowd they ever had by maybe 4 or 5 times, they told me. Thanks for all of the things that we've done and to our policies. Trillions of dollars are now pouring into the United States because of common sense, just common sense. Apple, great company, was building everything in China. Now they just announced that they're spending $500 billion to invest in America, not in China. My friend Jensen from NVIDIA, they're spending, you know what NVIDIA is? They're spending $500 billion. TSMC, the biggest chip maker in the world by far from Taiwan, they're spending $200 billion in the United States. Amazon, $21 billion. Johnson & Johnson, $55 billion. DeMac, $20 billion. Merck, Stellantis, General Motors are putting in billions and billions of dollars, and many other companies. And as a result of our policies, for the first time in modern history, more Americans believe that our country is headed in the right direction than the wrong direction. They have a poll, a crazy poll, probably a fake poll too, so I don't know, I don't care. But first time ever, I think ever, that they're saying the country is headed in the right direction. Has never happened before. I don't know why. But we've accomplished more in 3 months than most administrations accomplished in 4 years or even 8 years, and we're just getting started. Believe me, we're just getting started. We're pleased to be joined by some great people. A person that number one, I have so much confidence in him. The fake news is after him, really after him, but he's a tough cookie. They don't know how tough he is. Secretary of Defense, Pete Hegseth. Pete. Wow, that's pretty good. How are the Houthis doing? Not too good, right? They're not. Our new administrator of the Center for Medicare and Medicaid Services, somebody that everybody knows, but this guy, you know, the show was a big success, but sometimes it hurts your image to have a television show. He's the top, he went to Harvard. I shouldn't even mention that anymore because that used to be a good thing. Today it doesn't mean much. But he went to University of Pennsylvania Medical School, top student, top doctor, top everything. One of the smartest guys in medicine, also a big star, Dr. Mehmet Oz. Dr. Oz, thank you, doctor. Thank you. A man who waited today just came here. He was all sweaty and grimy. I said, what the hell happened? He ran into the building because he wanted to vote in Congress. And I hear we passed the vote. John James by a lot, right? And thank you for making it here. He had a vote. I said, John, do me a favor, stay and vote. We're voting essentially on the big, beautiful, that gorgeous, big, beautiful bill. I said, you know, I want you there badly, but you got to vote, please. So thank you very much, John. Good job. Michigan House Speaker Matt Hall. Matt, thank you. Thank you, Matt. Michigan Senate Republican Leader Eric Nesbitt. Thank you, Eric. Thank you very much. Michigan GOP Chair Jim Runstead. Thank you, Jim. Good job. Nice tie. Thank you, Jim. Great job. One of my favorite people. I mean, we just had such success. You know, we had so many votes stolen in 2020, and then this guy came in, and they didn't steal him from his state, North Carolina, I told you. But they didn't steal him. He had 601 lawyers, and they had lawyers at every voting booth. And I said, who is that guy that did so well? Because we won the state. Other states, you know, they inched us out, and, you know, at the end, they just inched us out, crooked as hell. But this guy didn't let that happen. His name is Michael Whatley, North Carolina, and now he's the head of the Republican Party, RNC, and he's great. And I must tell you, he worked with a great woman, my daughter-in-law, Laura, who was unbelievable, who's got a very successful television show. That was a tremendous combination. That was a very important combination. Also the great, and you see him on television, he's unbelievable. Hey, Stephen, come up here fast. The great Stephen Miller. Do we like Stephen? Where is Stephen? Come here, Stephen. I love this guy. I love this guy. There is nobody smarter or tougher than Stephen Miller. Stephen, say it.
Who's enjoying 100 golden days of America? President Trump has achieved the most secure border in American history. He's fighting violent crime. He's fighting the drug cartels. He's cutting your taxes. He's cutting wasteful spending. He's draining the swamp. He's standing up to the radical left. He's standing up to the communists, and he's making America stronger than it's ever been. President Trump will never stop fighting for you, your children, and your family, and President Trump will make sure that in this country, not illegal aliens, not criminals, not gangbangers, but American citizens come first, last, and always. Thank you. And thank you, President Trump, for being the greatest president in American history.
He's great. This guy, he is something special. And he's been with us right from day one. Right from day one, Stephen's been there, right? He's been great. A man who put on about 928 rallies for me. We didn't have a glitch. Justin Caparel. Justin, thank you, wherever you are. He's probably backstage working. We did over 900 of these. Thank you, Justin. And Margot Martin. Does anyone know Margot? Beautiful Margot. I call her the world's greatest photographer. Where is Margot? Margot's great. Where are you, Margot? And she's very shy, actually. She's both beautiful and shy. Thank you. Where? Margot, come up here, Margot. Come on. You got it. This is the most beautiful. Now, I'm not allowed to say this. It's the end of my political career, but I'm going to say it anyway. She's the most beautiful photographer in the world. I don't know if she's the best, but she's the most beautiful.
Trump 2028, anybody?
People love Margot. And how about Caroline? How's Caroline doing? How is our Caroline doing? Caroline has taken the world by storm. She's taken it. And, you know, we have a man here that I don't know, but he's defending me all the time on CNN. And he defends me really well, but he can't go too far because if he goes too far, he'll get fired. I said, you're amazing. You can take it right to the edge. And he really does a good job. He's not allowed to go any further. He would be off, you know, if he really went totally crazy, which he'd like to do. But I think he's terrific. Scott Jennings. Where's Scott? Where are you, Scott? Come here, Scott. This guy, really, I've watched him for years. I don't know him, but he likes Trump. Come here, Scott. Oh, CNN, this is the end of Scott. No, who cares? Don't worry, we'll take care of you, Scott. Scott Jennings, really great.
Thank you. Michigan. We were flying in here today, and I said, look at these farms. I got to get a farm in Michigan, because when you own as many libs as I do, you got to put a place to put them all. Thank you all very much.
Thank you, Scott. And I also want to thank the rest of the Michigan Republican delegation for all the work they do in Congress and who are back in Washington working on the big, beautiful bill. We're going to name it, I think, the big, beautiful bill. In 100 days, I've taken more than 1,000 executive actions, and I could recite our accomplishments all night long. And by the way, did you just see what I did? Straws. I wiped out the paper straw. Little thing. These are the little things. Your sink. You ever try buying a new sink and no water comes out? Your shower heads, your toilets, the whole thing, it's a disaster. We now have it so you can have as much water as you want because it's not an environmental problem. You have areas they can't get rid of their water, and yet they put restrictors on them. You used to take them off, but now you can't because they're welded in, but now you don't have to worry about that because we've opened up your faucets and we've opened up, especially me. I don't like taking a shower where the water goes drip, drip, drip onto my luxuriant hair. I need a lot of water. I need everything I can get. I don't need to be under a shower trying to get water to come out of that damn thing. So we've opened up the shower heads, the faucets, the toilets, the washing machines that don't give you water. All of that stuff has been opened up, and we're giving you gas ovens, gas stoves, if you'd like. No more electric. You can have electric if you want. I have a lot of friends, they like gas better. You're supposed to sell your gas stove or get it, I don't know, who do you sell it to? Maybe another country, because we're the only country that would be so stupid to that. But the stoves now, you can have gas stoves, all you want. Put 4 of them in your kitchen. I couldn't care less. It's all common sense. People were so angry about that. Remember? They were all angry. Get rid of your gas stove. You have to go to electric. There's something they have with electric that's amazing. And by the way, Elon makes a great car, but not everybody's going to want it. You know, they all say, oh, well, Trump is, maybe he's under the thumb of Elon. Do you think Elon was happy about ending the all-electric mandate? I don't think he was too happy. But he's a great guy. You know, honestly, never said a thing. He says, let me just compete fairly. By the way, it's not fair what they've done to him, too. That is a disgrace. That is a disgrace. But he's a great guy, and he's really helped us. And, you know, they've saved $150 billion on waste, fraud, and abuse, Doge. So we want to thank him. He's an incredible guy. Anybody that can land a rocket ship. I saw this thing come in. I said, you got to be kidding. This rocket's coming in. You know, most of them go right into the ocean. But he lands it. I was on the phone with somebody talking, and I saw this thing coming in. It's spinning out of control, coming down. It's all burning. It's on fire. Looks like hell. I said, well, just another rocket going into the ocean. And then all of a sudden you see the fire pouring out of the engines, and it starts to slow up, slow. Then it's straight. Then it starts moving over a little bit. Then I say, oh, no, it's hitting the gantry. It's going to hit. No, and the engines go, rah, straightens it out. And it gets hugged like you hug your beautiful little baby, right? And I said, who the hell did that? It was Elon. And he told me, you don't have a space program if you have to drop $1 billion machine into the water every time you fly. You have to save those suckers. So he does. He's an amazing guy, and he's a great American, and he loves our country. He loves you. And he's paid a big price to help. But I have a feeling it's going to end up being good for him, actually. I really do. I established the new Presidential Commission to Make America Healthy Again, chaired by our new Secretary of Health and Human Services, Robert F. Kennedy Jr. He's doing a good job, Dr. Oz, right? He's doing a good job. And he's a little bit different, but I want to tell you, he's a great guy. He's a great guy, and he loves his country. Just last week, Bobby announced that we're banning 8 major artificial dyes from our food supply. Sounds good to me. And on day one, I created that right now, very successful Department of Government Efficiency headed by Elon. That was a big thing doing that. I mean, the numbers are really incredible. Doge. So it was a very big thing. We terminated the left-wing money laundering scam known as USAID. How about the money that was going out? How about the money that was going out? Billions and billions. They were giving individual people billions of dollars. Can you believe it? People that had nothing, they got $1 billion. One got $2 billion. $2 billion for the environment. Had $100 in the bank. You got $2 billion. Not $2 million. You know, $2 million would have been a lot. 200,000 would have been a lot, but it would have been fine. $2 billion. And we directed all federal workers to return to the office in person, or unfortunately, they're fired. You're fired. You know, some of these guys got their golf handicap way down during the so-called time where they're supposed to be working at home. You know, they weren't working at home. Who the hell would work at home? How do you work at home? They're terrible. And we found a lot of them where they had second jobs. They were just taking us for a ride. They're all taking us for a ride. The foreign countries were really taking us for a ride, both on military and on trade. But we stopped it, and we're stopping it. I withdrew from the unfair and ridiculous Paris Climate Accord, where we were paying trillions billions of dollars. We would have spent numbers like you wouldn't believe, and China wouldn't have spent anything, Russia wouldn't have spent anything, India wouldn't have spent, but we would have spent over $1 trillion. I withdrew from the corrupt World Health Organization where we were paying $470 million, and China was paying with a population quite a bit larger than ours, thank you. The problem with us, we have no idea what size our population. They allowed so many people on under Biden. But let's assume it's 325 million. China's 1.4 billion. We were paying $470 million, and China was paying $39 million. And China was running the whole show. So I said, no, thank you. I withdrew. They offered me to sign up at $39 million. I still said no because it was sort of scammy. I didn't like it. And Biden came back in, and he signed up. And they knew we could have signed up for $39 million or less. He came back in and he signed up for the same as what they were paying before, almost $500 million. Now, that's a lot of money, but it's nothing compared to the trillions of dollars that they waste. But that's the way it is. They know they can sign up for less. They don't even care. It's like they don't want to have the conversation. And you're talking about a $450 million difference. But they came up right in the first week. He said, no, we're going right back in. Okay, I can understand that. But you go in for $39 million. They could make a deal for $39 million. They signed up for $472 million. And I withdrew from the anti-American UN Human Rights Council, which is totally disgusting. In 3 months, my administration has brought home 46 American hostages and citizens detained abroad. We paid nothing. We don't pay. We don't pay. You know, if you pay, those kidnappings go way up. We don't pay. Every time Biden brought people back, he'd pay $6 billion. $6 billion. $6 billion. 3 times they brought back 3 hostages. Oh, how is it? Well, I think it's a fair deal. What do we pay? $6 billion. Wait a minute. For 3 people, $6 billion. $6 billion. It's not right. I mean, it's just not right. They have no idea. Honestly, grossly incompetent, stupid people. More than Biden brought home in 4 years. We brought more back in just a matter of weeks than Biden brought home in years. And he paid a fortune and we paid nothing. We got Mexico to turn over 29 of the biggest cartel leaders in their country. And we're charging Mexico and Canada and China big tariffs because of the fact that they've allowed fentanyl to come in and poison our country. They're paying a lot of money for that. And because of that, you'll watch, it's going to stop. It's already slowing down. Within 6 weeks, we also apprehended the terrorists responsible for the attack that killed 13 American service members, known as Abbygate. I got to know them. I got to know those families very well. They're devastated during the disastrous withdrawal from Afghanistan and brought him home. I mean, we brought this guy home to America. We got the guy that did it. We got him. They were looking for years, but we got him. It took us to get him. We got him in the first month. Brought him home to face justice. And it was that gross incompetence that probably led Putin to go in and attack Ukraine, because they were never going to. That was never going to happen. If I were president, the Ukraine-Russia war would have never, ever happened, not even a little chance. We have ended the weaponization of law enforcement and fired Joe Biden's handpicked. These are pro-crime U.S. attorneys, except if it's a political person like me. You know, I was under investigation more than the late, great Alphonse Capone. Al Capone was the greatest gangster of them all. If he had dinner with you and if he didn't like you, you were dead. You were a dead person. You'd be under a foundation somewhere in a nice big building or sports center going up. And I spent far more time under investigation than Alphonse Capone. How about that? You like that? I didn't like that. I didn't like it. We removed senior FBI officials who were corrupt and misdirected the resources they sent to SWAT teams after grandmothers and J6 hostages, what they did to those J6 hostages. And they did nothing to the people that took over Portland and took over Seattle. They literally took over a big portion of Seattle, or in Minnesota, Minneapolis. You remember that disaster where they said, no, this is a peaceful rally. The CNN lunatic anchor, the guy has about the personality of an ant. This is not a man meant for television. He said, no, the rally is quite peaceful. Then he got hit with a brick or something. And over his shoulder, the entire skyline of Minneapolis was burning. You remember that one? The entire skyline was burning. And I have to be careful because that gentleman right there, one of the greatest purchasers of advertising in the history of the world, Mike Lindell, there has never been a better purchaser. He comes from Minnesota. No, congratulations. He's the greatest purchaser of ads in history. If he would have bought my ads, I could have had 10 times more ads on. There's never been. Is there any station that doesn't have a pillow ad in? But he's great, and he's doing great, and he's got a beautiful new wife and all that stuff, and I'm proud of you. Look at him holding hands. They're still holding hands. I'm very proud of him. That's nice. Usually by this time, and a lot of people I know, Mike, by this time it's over. It's over. Look at you holding hands. I love that. I saw that. I pardoned hundreds of political prisoners who had been grossly mistreated. We created a brand new DOJ task force on anti-Christian bias. It's a big problem. I stripped the security clearances of the disgraced intelligence agents who lied about Hunter Biden's laptop from hell. Remember the laptop from hell? Remember the laptop from hell? When you had the 51 agents, they said, oh, Russia did it. Russia did it. Russia did everything. Russia did it. And it was all like horrible, disgusting stuff. You hadn't seen the worst of it, but it truly is the laptop. By the way, a very brilliant reporter for the New York Post wrote a book called The Laptop from Hell. You ought to read that book. It is really, it tells you the facts, okay? It tells you the facts. Miss Devine, the great Miss Devine, she wrote an amazing book, actually, The Laptop from Hell. We also terminated the clearances of the Biden crime family and Joe Biden himself because he's corrupt. And I banned all government censorship and restored free speech in America. We have free speech. We didn't have free speech. I ended all of the lawless so-called diversity, equity, and inclusion bullshit all across the entire federal government and the private sector. And I made it the official policy of the United States government that there are only two genders, male and female. And the really easy one, this was the easiest one I had. I banned men from competing in women's sports. You know, they always say that's an 80-20 issue. No, it's about a 97-3 issue. I also proudly banned the use of puberty blockers and other chemical and surgical, right? All these mutilations of our minor youth, I banned it all. I signed executive orders to abolish critical race theory and transgender insanity from our schools and from our military. We fired the woke boards of visitors at our military academies. We have great people running our military academies now. And I've directed the reinstatement of patriots expelled from our military by the Biden vaccine mandate with full back pay. After years of missed targets, our military suddenly has the best recruiting numbers in 30 years. Every branch is setting records. Don't think of that. 6 months ago, you and I were reading that nobody wanted to join the military, right? Now, we've just set a record of recruitment that's stuck. We have a waiting list of people that want to go into our military. And we have a waiting list, including for police and firefighters, because our country has spirit again. We have spirit. Our country has great spirit again. Last month, I signed a historic executive order to begin the process of eliminating the Federal Department of Education and send education back to Michigan. We're going to send it back to our states, right? We're going to send it back to our states to run. I mean, how the hell bad can we do? We're like in last place. If they do badly, you're going to do better. They're going to do great, though. I think they're going to do great. I'm very proud of it. Linda McMahon, by the way, is doing a phenomenal job. And I signed an order making English the official language of the United States of America. I ordered the release of all remaining files related to the assassinations of Presidents John F. Kennedy, Robert Kennedy, and Martin Luther King, Jr., and they're all out there. And I made myself very unpopular in Mexico by renaming the Gulf of Mexico the Gulf of America. And we are restoring the name of a great president, William McKinley, to Mount McKinley in Alaska. He's a very good president. And you Italians are going to love me because just yesterday I brought back Columbus Day in America, especially for Italian Americans who were so badly treated by its removal. I also signed an order to require proof of citizenship to vote in American elections. That was easy. And the Democrats fought me in that. Think of it. Why would they want no voter ID? Because they want to cheat. Why would they want to have no proof of citizenship? We don't want it. We trust everybody. No, they want to cheat. That's all they want to do. Think of that, no voter ID. In Michigan, you must never allow ranked choice voting to be here. Never. We've done this all in 14 weeks. Remember that, 100 days. We've done all of the things that I named and a lot more. And we're counting, and it's going to be better. Wait till you see the results of some of the things that we're doing. In the coming weeks and months, we will pass the largest tax cuts in American history, and that will include no tax on tips, no tax on Social Security, no tax on overtime. It's called the One Big Beautiful Bill, and it will be the biggest bill ever passed in our country's history. It will include the biggest tax cuts, regulation cuts, military supremacy, and just about everything else. We will cut more than $1 trillion in wasteful and unnecessary spending. And in the next fiscal year, it'll all be done. We're going to have something that you won't even believe. We will end inflation, slash prices. We've already ended inflation, raise wages, and give you the greatest economy in the history of the world. That's already happening. With our tax bill, the average family's take-home pay will be at least $5,000 more than it was just a couple of months ago. We will always protect Medicare and Social Security for our great seniors with no cuts, and we will defend Medicaid for those great people that are in need. House Republicans are working to invest more money in Medicaid than we spend today. The only thing we're going to cut is the corruption and the crooks that take advantage of some of the illegal schemes. So we want to preserve Medicaid for the most vulnerable, for our kids, pregnant women, the poor, and disabled Americans. We will fully and permanently secure our border. We will make the largest ever investment in U.S. military and build the Golden Dome missile defense shield. That's going to all protect us so we live a long and beautiful life. It's going to be made in Michigan, and it's going to be made right here in the USA. And 1 hour ago, I just made a speech at Selfridge Air Force Air National Guard Base, announcing that we are saving it, keeping it open, including thousands of jobs with a brand new state-of-the-art F-15s, which are coming to Selfridge. And we will crush violent crime and give our police the support, protection, resources, and respect they so dearly deserve. I will defend religious liberty, and I will defend the right to keep and bear arms. We will celebrate the 250th anniversary of America's founding in 2026, and we will teach our children to love our country, honor our history, and always respect our great American flag. And one day soon, American astronauts will plant the flag on the planet Mars. That's going to happen very soon. Every single day of my administration will continue to live by the motto, promises made, and you've seen it before, promises kept. From Marquette to Midland, from Mackinac to Saginaw, and from Lansing to right here in Macomb County, we stand on the shoulders of red-blooded Michigan patriots. What great people. I love you, Michigan. Who laid the railroads, worked the factories, tilled the field, forged the steel, fought the battles and won the victories that built the Motor City and made this state into the pride of the America Midwest. And you know what? We're going to make it better than it ever was. It's already happening. You see what's happening. Michigan is the state that gave us the assembly line, Motown, Ford, General Motors, Chrysler, and put the world behind the wheel of an automobile. And under our leadership, we are making it greater every single day. And the automobile business in Michigan will soon, and it's going to happen really soon. It's already happening. They're signing left and right because of my taxation and tariff policies, which are policies of common sense and genius. Be bigger and stronger and better than ever before. It's going to get better than ever before, and it won't even be close. Companies will be pouring back into Michigan. It was hardworking patriots like you who built this country, and on November 5th, 2024, it was hardworking patriots like you who saved our country. So thanks to your help, your love, and your support, after 100 days back in the White House, America is a free, proud, and sovereign nation once more, and our magnificent destiny is closer than ever before. It's closer than ever before. You have no idea how close it is. Our golden age has only just begun. We are one people, one family, and one glorious nation under God. We will never give in. We will never give up. We will never back down. We will never, ever surrender. We will fight, 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 and we will win, win, win. Together, we will make America powerful again. We will make America wealthy again. We will make America healthy again. We will make America strong again. We will make America proud again. We will make America safe again. And we will make America great again. I love you, Michigan. I love you. Have a good time. Thank you. God bless you all. God bless you.
There's no need to feel down. I said
is dead? No, keep it going, boys.
Young man, I was once in your shoes. I said I was down and out with the blues.
Keep it going, guys. You can see the shot in the music. Let's go back into the arena.
So tired, that's when someone came up to me and said, young man, take a walk up the street. It's a place there.
Right there.
Called the YMCA. They can't stop.
Macomb County. Incredible speech. 90 minutes.
It's fun to stay
President
at the
Trump. He's got that energy. He's got that
It's fun to stay at the YMCA. They have everything from your mental joy. You can hang out with all.
Trump could have gone for another 2 hours. First, it'll take another hour just to go through his list of accomplishments, which is spectacular. We have our own Steve Gruber, a guy who knows Michigan better than everybody. Gruber, put us in the room. How was it, sir? I don't hear Gruber. Steve Gruber.
Sure, why not? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Okay, that's it. It's too loud. That's what I like to hear. Gruber, put us in the arena. How was it? It's too loud for only Steve Gruber. Okay, I love that. That's what we want. I want that loud. I want that. That's the vibrancy. Our own Mike Lindell got a shout out.
All right, everybody, what a party here in Macomb County, Michigan. He didn't disappoint. I made one prediction, didn't I? One prediction, and that is that he would play YMCA and dance. He also took the time, did President Trump, to celebrate 100 days in office. He talked about a whole litany of the things that he accomplished, a whole laundry list of everything that he got done here. I found it interesting that he talked about El Salvador and played that video and showed everybody that he still has that connection. I thought that was one of the interesting points that he made out here. But look, it's clear his connection to Michigan is paramount. You had Brian Panabaker come up there. He is the UAW auto workers for Trump. He came up and spoke. He's been on the stage with Donald Trump a number of times and pointed out that we have to get out, do Republicans and conservatives in 2026 in the midterms. I think that was a big theme here. But it was a big thank you note. It was a festive event, a very festive party atmosphere for Donald Trump. They love him here, and it was a heck of a visit.
The response was overwhelming. I mean, this was a commemoration, a celebration, all of it. And President Trump, you got two things right. You said it would be Village People, and you said he would dance, Gruber.
Well, it's kind of hard to beat. And look, the Village People came to his inauguration events. We were there at the Charlie Kirk event where I saw the Village People the day before the inauguration. And look, you asked me before we went on, or before he came on here earlier, Steve, what do the people in Macomb County think? Well, I think this tells you, look, there is not a person that I've met, whether it's in Macomb County or taking phone calls on my program or listening to the people that come on your program that are just out here that are ordinary folks, voters, people that are going to work every day to pay the bills. There's not a person I've met, Steve, that wouldn't vote for Donald Trump again. They're pleased with their vote. Are there going to be some challenges? Yes. But he talked about some things that I thought were interesting. 6 days into office. Well, the price of eggs aren't down. Getting yelled at. It's like, it's been 6 days. The price of gasoline's down. The price of oil is down. He's opened up exploration for oil and gas in millions of acres now that were previously cut off. He's focusing on American resources and energy. It's incredibly important what he's doing. The people here in Macomb County appreciate what he's doing, and they're very proud of what he's done so far.
Steve, what did he say specifically about tariffs, the automotive industry, easing up on some? What was his message to the greater Michigan community and to the auto industry and also our competitors in Japan and China and other places about his thinking about rebuilding the auto industry?
I mean, his message is clear across the board. He thinks Michigan is the place to rebuild the auto industry. He wants more plants. We've seen some plants come to Indiana. We've seen some plants come to Arizona. Honda in Indiana, Hyundai in Arizona, but he wants it here. He wants Michigan to rebuild. He believes in what Michigan is. And look, he goes back. He knows the people that went off to World War II, as I did. It was interesting hearing people talk about the people that served in those auto factories. My grandparents worked in auto factories in Monroe and southern downriver in Detroit. I mean, that means a lot to people here in Michigan. So when you talk about rebuilding the auto industry and putting us on even footing, that resonates with people here because it's family history is what it is here, Steve. And so when you hear him talk about those things, it's generational because people know that their grandfather fought in World War II or maybe went off to Korea or Vietnam, and Michigan was instrumental in making sure that they had the planes and the tanks and the things that they needed to go off to war. And so it's a generation thing. And again, it's a pride thing. And I think that's what I feel here tonight. Pride in America, pride in Michigan. And Donald Trump brings that pride forward. And maybe that's a big part of what America First is, Steve. It's about pride and having some swagger in your step again and saying, you know what, you're damn right, we're America. And we're okay saying that. We're not ashamed of it. It's not the apology tour or lead from behind garbage of Barack Obama. It's stand up straight, work hard, and be proud of the country that you're part of and try to make it better every single day. That's the pride that Donald Trump brings to an event like this. In my opinion, he had a great delivery. He delivered on all the points he wanted to. And the people here, well, you can see it. They loved it. They absolutely loved it.
No, that's what. Tell us about the response, because it was almost deafening in the crowd response, the applause, and you could tell at the end President Trump did not want to leave the stage. I mean, he was locked in on that crowd, locked in on the audience. The love that was flowing over him from the crowd, it was pretty powerful, Steve.
It was very powerful. And look, we've watched him long enough to know that he thrives in that environment. Places that other politicians shied away from or didn't participate in all. People like, Joe Biden obviously struggled in that arena. Kamala Harris struggled. He thrives. He feeds off the crowd. And so it was deafening in here. It was as loud. I mean, this is like a stadium tour. This is a concert-type stadium tour, and Donald Trump just feels that energy, and he feeds the crowd, and they feed him, and that's why it works so well. This relationship between him and the voters is fabulous, just fabulous. And so you felt it here tonight, and you felt it when he closed here. Look, everybody, they go nuts when he does his dance moves, which have become, very much a signature move for Donald Trump, doing his dance moves. Everybody's waiting for it. Boom, there it comes. The crowd goes wild. But numerous different times tonight, the crowd just erupted. And he's got to feel pretty good. But I expect to see more of this. Look, 2026, midterms are never easy. Midterms are never easy even for great presidents like Ronald Reagan. His first midterms were a disaster. We can't have that for Donald Trump. We have to make sure that Trump voters get out. The people in this room, the people filing by me here, we have to make sure that they get out to vote in 26. It's imperative. Again, Donald Trump needs all 4 years. He's behind the 8 ball, not from 10 years or 20 years. So many things have been done wrong in this country for so long that correcting it's not a 2-year operation, probably not even a 4-year operation, to be honest with you. We need somebody to follow him like J.D. Vance. But we have got to deliver. We have got to deliver the midterm elections in 26.
Hang on for 1 second. We're going to take a short break. We're going to go back to the arena with Steve Gruber. Gruber, I'll tell you somebody else that had a tough first midterm. That would be Abraham Lincoln, who also got smoked in 1862. Of course, Steve, Daily Mail has its own poll up. President Trump's a blowout winner in the 2028 primary. Hey, you heard it here first, but it's up on the Daily Mail. We're going to take a short commercial break. Patriot Mobile, his sponsors, the sponsor Real America's Voice, sponsor of the War Room. Glenn Story and the team down in Texas fighting the good fight to turn that around. They've made it a MAGA state. Now it's time to get that get that Texas House mind right. 972-PATRIOT. Do the shift today. 972-PATRIOT or patriotmobile.com. Promo code Bannon. Go check it out. Do the switch. You know it's already a company that supports your values. It's got the best phone service in the world. Do it today. Short commercial break. We're going to go back to Macomb County, Michigan. Just a moment. Welcome back to Real America Voice. Our coverage here of the 100 days in the rally, that was historic. We're going to play cuts on it tomorrow morning on the morning war room, and particularly Mike Lindell getting multiple shout-outs by the president. Let's go back to the arena. Steve Gruber. Steve, you got a guest. Take it away, sir.
Thank you, Steve. I got Jay DeBoyer with me. He's a Michigan State rep in his second term here. Jay is just fortunate enough that I think Selfridge Air Force Base is in your district, if I'm not right
on
there.
the south line. Yep,
So it's right on the line. Yep. So I asked you, what instills more pride in an American than hearing F-15s go over?
I'll tell you what, F-15 fighter jets at Selfridge Air National Guard Base is about as patriotic a thing as that you're going to see. And the fact that President Trump came here on his 100-day moment, made the announcement that those fighter jets were coming to Selfridge. What a big win for Southeast Michigan, there's no doubt.
He even handed it to Gretchen. He said, Governor Whitmer, you want to say a few words? And this time she didn't hide, she did it.
That's true. So I think you're seeing a little movement there out of Gretchen Whitmer, and maybe the right direction. I don't know. But I'm going to tell you, to be able to be here and hear President Trump talk about his 100 days, obviously knowing that we got those fighter jets here, what an unbelievable accomplishment in 100 days relative to
any other president you've ever seen.
Any other president.
So here's the thing. You look at what he's done here. Obviously, the auto industry, it's 20% of the GDP of Michigan. $1.05 comes to the auto industry. You know that living in this area.
Absolutely.
You were a guy that had a good life. You had a nice business. You decided to get into politics. You probably wondered about that a couple times, but you didn't wonder about it tonight. I mean, the enthusiasm in this room.
I'll tell you what, the strategy that's being put forth by Donald Trump is going to make not only Michigan, but the United States one of the most productive nations already in the world, but it's going to make us the envy of the world again, which arguably I would say over the last few years we have not been that. Jobs are coming back here. Businesses are coming back here. As he spoke to large companies, Apple, Amazon, coming back here, investing hundreds of billions of dollars. And
every day you read about it.
Every single day. And by the way, if you wonder why that blue-collar job has disappeared, it's because all of those manufacturing facilities have left our nation. They're coming back here.
Yeah. Steve Bannon was wondering, and we were talking about this earlier, this whole idea of buyer's remorse. You're out among the people all the time. This idea that there's all these Trump voters that are like, I can't believe I voted for Donald Trump. Have you met such a thing?
I haven't heard that a single time. The message that I hear from most people that I talk to about that topic is it's about time. It's about time we've stood up for ourselves. It's about time that we've made an even and equal playing field in the world market. And Donald Trump, God bless him, he's not afraid to say it. And he does it. He campaigned on it. He committed to it. And now he's doing it. So that, yeah, there's people that are shocked, but they didn't vote for him anyway.
Yeah. You know what's crazy is I look at him talking and running down the list of his accomplishments. 80-20 issues. Deporting illegal aliens. It's an 80-20 issue. Two genders. That might be a 90-10 issue. No men and women's sports. Again, it's a massive favor to Donald Trump and the culture wars. I just don't understand how the Democrats, whether they're in Lansing, because look, you still have Lansing and Michigan trying to stand up and say, well, we're not going to necessarily throw men out of women's sports. They're one of the states still dragging their heels on that. How can that even be possible today?
Yeah, I got to say this. In 2 years, the people of Michigan are going to speak again, and the Democrats have doubled down on stupidity, and they got it handed to them by Donald Trump, and what do they do instead of going, oh, this is the will of the American people? They double down and continue to come up with these crazy antics, and you know what? I wish them luck, because the rank and file, common sense American is not going to support that.
You feel good about it. Last question. Are you optimistic? I
am optimistic. You know, I'm going to tell you, let me just inject one thing. Here's why I'm optimistic. I have 4 kids in my household between the age of 19 and 26. That generation, contrary to popular belief, thinks that the crazy left is out of control. They're the ones that moved in the direction of Donald Trump because common sense is prevailing. And so that's the hope for our country, is that generation that's coming up. And the common sense actually resides there that's lacking, arguably, in the generation ahead of them.
Agreed. Jay DeBoyer, greatly appreciate it. Thank you, my friend. We talked about that earlier, Steve, and that was about that younger generation being more conservative than what I've seen in a very long time. And I think exactly what he said there. They are the people. Remember, you look at those North Carolina college kids that were out there defending the flag and putting the flag up when all that nonsense was going on, and different places around this country where the college kids and the young people are the ones stepping up and saying, wait a second, this is my country and I'm going to defend it. Real quickly, July, there's a global summit of BRICS nations in Rio. The bloc of emerging superpowers, including China, Russia, India, and Iran, are meeting with the goal of displacing the U.S. dollar as the global currency. They're calling this the Rio Reset, by the way. As BRICS nations push forward with their plans, global demand for the U.S. dollar will decrease, bringing down the value of the dollars in your savings potentially. While this transition won't happen overnight, the Rio Reset in July marks a pivotal moment when BRICS objectives move decisively from theoretical possibilities toward inevitable reality. Learn if diversifying your savings into gold is right for you. Birch Gold Group can help you move your hard-earned savings into tax-sheltered IRAs and precious metals. Claim your free information kit in gold by texting America to 989898. They have an A-plus rating with the Better Business Bureau, tens of thousands of satisfied customers. Let Birch Gold arm you with a free, no-obligation information kit on owning gold before July and the Rio Reset. Text America to 989898. And Steve, it takes great partners to make these programs possible. Go ahead.
Oh, yeah, Birch is fantastic. Look, I hear from our producer, we're going to lose you in a few minutes. I just want your summary thoughts of today, the 100 days, what it means for Michigan, what it means for the country, sir.
Well, I'm going to summarize, and I'm going to go to a couple of things. First of all, the enthusiasm off the charts here. I think that's true of Trump voters all over this country. I don't think they've lost their momentum. I don't think they've lost their enthusiasm. I think they'd vote for him again twice if they were Democrats and allowed to do so. They would vote for him again as often as possible. That's a fact. He believes in this country. He believes in Michigan. But I'm going to go back to what John Solomon said before he walked out there. The next 100 days are critical to what happens to this president and his legacy. We've got to get these Republicans in Congress to get off their asses, frankly. They've got to deliver. Speaker Johnson's got to wrangle them however he's got to wrangle them. He's got to get it done, because if not, everything that's been done, all the executive orders, which is 137, last time I looked, something like that, all that work will be for naught, because they'll just flush it down the toilet. And you're right, the lights have come on. We got to run. But I believe in what I saw here. The enthusiasm is strong. I need the House and the Senate to do what the American people sent Donald Trump to do, and that's finish the job and get these things into law.
Gruber, where do people go to get all your content, brother?
They can find me on X at Steve Gruber Show. Same thing on Facebook and Instagram. Follow me. Please follow me on Truth Social. The handle is exactly the same. Come find me, support it. And by the way, we'll kick off 6 a.m. as we do on Real America's Voice every morning with the Steve Gruber Show. Tomorrow we'll have plenty of clips from this event, and I'll look forward to seeing everybody there.
What a warrior. Steve Gruber, fantastic coverage today, brother. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank the entire production team of Real America's Voice. That was extraordinary. Remember, we had a seat on Air Force One and a camera. Just incredible. Brian Glenn, Natalie Winters at the White House. I want to thank the White House team, all of it. Absolutely correct. It was a great celebration, commemoration for President Trump. He was on fire. Folks, 78 years old. Compare and contrast Biden at the, if you saw it, Biden at the Pope's funeral the other day. I mean, a little old man, felt like, look, he was in his 90s. And what you saw on stage today, that's a man in full right there, hitting at every step. The most historic, revolutionary presidency in the history of this republic has done more, accomplished more, changed more than any president we've ever had. And I'm putting Lincoln and General Washington in a shorter period of time, in 100 days. And the Democrats have doubled down. So these two sides, you see where we are. You see what's got to happen. Solomon, Gruber, everybody, absolutely correct. The next 100 days, probably even more important than the first 100. Why? Because now you start putting in the foundational elements that you need. Remember, in these next 100 days, it starts off on May 8th, probably with some sort of ceasefire. A ceasefire he's working with to stop the Third World War in Ukraine, working on the Russian rapprochement. You've got the deportations. I tell you, we're converging into a constitutional crisis. All these crises are coming in together. We're going to be at the Supreme Court in May or June arguing about this, about them stepping in between, the federal judges stepping in between President Trump and his oath as commander-in-chief. And most importantly, all of it's going to come down to the financing, the tax cuts, all of it, how we're going to finance this thing going forward, and how we're going to get control of government spending. Really want to thank Glenn Story and the team, Patriot Mobile, big supporter of Real America Voice, and, of course, the War Room. Go to 972-PATRIOT or patriotmobile.com. Go there, got the best service in the world. Now it's time to make the switch. The folks down there, we're going to be spending a lot of time talking about Texas and what's happening in Texas. We got the building blocks to essentially never turn the country back over to the Democrats. What are those building blocks? I don't know. Florida, Texas, Ohio, Michigan, Pennsylvania, Arizona, these big, massive states, North Carolina, that used to be in play are not in play anymore. So I want to thank everybody out there, particularly the War Room Posse, all of you volunteers, the whole MAGA base. It's been an extraordinary 100 days. So commemorate tonight, enjoy tonight, maybe have an adult beverage. Then tomorrow morning, get up. We're back. We're going to be back at it in a very serious way, because this week it's so much going on. We're going to be putting up a lot of content. We've been doing a lot of interviews about the 100 days. Tomorrow, the president's going to be doing the town hall with Chris Cuomo. The president will be part of that. I will be part of that. We'll have probably further announcements tomorrow about everything we're doing. We're going to leave you with the right stuff. You know who's got it? Donald John Trump. Was that an extraordinary performance today? 100 days, and he ran through the tape hard. We're going to leave you a classic book by Tom Wolfe, a magnificent epic movie by Phil Kaufman, Academy Award-winning music by Bill Conti, The Right Stuff. We're going to see you back here in the War Room at 10 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time tomorrow morning. See you then.